Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to another Pullze Check podcast. Fellas, we have the podcast that people tell me was their favorite of the entire year last year. This is the end of the year rankings. We'll be going over every single player and their overall score for the year, the MVP of the year, Rookie of the Year, and maybe even a couple other things that we got cooking up. But without further ado, let me introduce everybody. We got my boy Rampage. We got my boy Krinkz. We got my boy Dandro. We got my boy Ebatez, Mr. JGOD, and my boy Engima. Fellas, how we doing? How we ready to go today?
Feeling good, baby.
All right.
Good.
Feeling good. Ready to rank some people, you know?
There is a lot of players to discuss. There's a lot of competitive players, and we're going to do our best to try to get through everybody. I do think this will be long, but I'm totally for it. And again, guys, if I start yapping, if somebody else in this house starts yapping, we got to, keep it moving.
Timer.
All right?
Accountability.
All right, man. But all right, without further ado, man, let's get into it. So, fellas, what we're going to do is we're going to give each player a score between 1 to 99, right? Just like anything else. And we're each going to give a score. Of course, I'm going to be the bad guy because I'm going to have to go first. And at the end of the thing, it's gonna average our scores overall. Again, fellas, don't. I know it's hard, but don't put. Let's say, keep your numbers according to what you guys choose, if that makes sense. If I let's say if I rank somebody at 95, don't feel like you guys have to rate them in the 90s at all.
Heard.
You know what? Let's just fucking get into it. Let's just get into it, man. All right. We're just gonna go. We're just gonna fucking go.
Yeah.
Hey, so XMQ, first player, overall ranking. And again, I'm gonna say this. If there's people that we believe we do not have enough info on, I think I'm gonna say we're gonna have to put not applicable, NA, or I think NA is perfect. For me, XMQ, I don't think he played that much. Played a couple of the scrims at the very end of the tournament. Didn't play the greatest on LAN, to say the least. But
Nope.
I don't think we have enough info. I'm going to say not applicable. Boys, thoughts?
Heard that.
Agreed.
Agreed?
Yeah.
I'm down with that.
That was
I
top
agree.
of the list. I was kind of I think that's got to be it. Yeah.
Okay. All right. You can turn back up Enigma just a tad, Bobby, before we continue with the rest. It's because he is a little bit low now. Yeah. If we do polls for every single one, we're probably going to be moving too fast. Up, JD. I said up. Because he was low.
Well, even a poll, even if you did 1 minute, if there's 200 of them.
Yeah, 200 polls? Oh my God.
3 hours.
We're going to hit match point?
Yeah, match point.
All right. The next one is Echo, brother.
I like this one.
Echo. Okay. JD, please bring up the World Series of Warzone placements. Echo placed in World Series.
He was in the top 5, no?
No, I think they got 8th or something. It was
It was outside of top 5. Top 10.
Ninth.
9th?
Yep.
So,
Ninth. Yeah.
Echo placed, was that the best EU team?
No. Team North were the best team. Clapton, FLS, GUI.
Oh, that was 6th. 6th, right?
Yep.
Yeah, that team was pretty good.
Yeah, so these guys got 9th. I think Echo, in my opinion, he's a great player. A great player. Do I think he's, in my eyes, in the 90s? No. I would say, I had to give a rough number, I would say 87.
Ooh. Yeah, I was thinking somewhere.
I was thinking 87, 88. Yeah, JGOD, go ahead. Go from there.
I was going to say around the same thing. I'd say probably somewhere in the mid 80s. They actually performed well. We expected them to do well at World Series, and then they ended up performing kind of about as where we put them. I think 85 is fair.
Okay, 85 for JGOD. Mr. Ebatez.
Yo. I would say I was gonna put him about an 86. I think that with a consistent squad, his number should go up even more this year. But I think 86 for the overall year. I think he had a pretty solid year, and I think he's a really strong IGL. I think he's gonna have a really good year this year. So.
Okay. All right. Rampage.
Sir, I think the same thing. He played really good, really aggressive, and I like his play style. He gets better as towards the more he plays. I was thinking the same thing. Trying not to look at the other numbers, but I was thinking 80. First one that comes, 85. 85 is solid.
Okay. Krinkz.
For me, it's going to be 83.
83? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, so why do you rank him? It's not low, but lower than a lot of us.
I think he does have a little bit more to improve when it comes to IGL. But during the time that he was teaming up with Oki, they were having issues with like kind of picking who's going to be the main IGL. And I kind of towards the end, I know they had a rough ongoing with the team, and they stopped playing for a little bit and then came back to kind of fix things. But I'm sure the IGL thing will end up coming, as Ebatez was saying. He is a strong IGL, so this next year he will be improving into the IGL role completely.
Okay, all right, Dandro.
I like Echo a lot, and I'm letting personal bias absolutely go into this. I'm giving him an 88 because I was going to originally say 87. But here's the thing. I saw him at that Miami LAN, and he was making moves that were absolutely crazy, which was like kind of started me at the start of the year. And then just having those conversations with him about that IGL issue, like he's very, very smart about the game. And I think he gets not a lot of credit for what he brings to teams. Every team he played on, they would have the exact same play style every map that they would play, which I thought was really, really cool, that he would be like, this is what I know works on this map, and this is what we're going to execute no matter who he was playing with. So I like him a lot. I know it's a high rating, but I think he's really slept on and will be a really good player next year.
Okay. All right.
Love that.
And lastly, my boy Enigma, talk to me.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm looking at what you guys have put in here. I think I've got to go with matching Dandro on this, which is, not going to happen too often, I don't think, but go with that 88 purely. I see some of the comments in chat talking about various things, but like, let me tell you, the improvement that this man has seen over this year is outrageous. He takes the game extremely seriously. We talk about, why SSD is so different. It's because of the level they're willing to go. Like, this guy has everything about it when it comes to not only his ability to slay out on the map, but also the IGL side of his game has come on leaps and bounds. So I'm expecting to sit here next year and talk about this guy's like a superstar of Europe. So yeah, I'm going to go with Dandro's call here.
Okay.
Love that.
All right. Moving on to the next one is Stuwo. So, okay, Stuwo. Again, we're going off based of the entire year, right? I don't know, man. I think Stuwo is a great player, but I don't think he was the quote unquote that team's star player. I would have to say somewhere around like 84 for me. 84 for me. JGOD.
I don't know. I think it's kind of a weird one.
What did they play, JD, if you want to just show it real quick?
Because I don't think they played particularly well, like in the recent tournaments, even though we had kind of high expectations for them. So I don't know. I feel like I'd be going too low, but I was thinking like 79, 80.
Okay. Yeah, okay.
I'll say 79, just to 79. I'll
79?
say 79.
All right, 79. Mr. JD. All right. You can switch.
I think I'm next up, but I think so. Stuwo, like, overall, I thought this team was insane, and I agree with you, Hector. I think Engima and Patzuka are kind of the star players of this roster, but every player has their own role. I think the thing that's hard for Stuwo is, like, they didn't really particularly do well at EWC or at World Series, which is kind of like a huge concern because those are the two biggest tournaments of the year.
Yeah.
So I would probably put him at like a 78. In my opinion, but wouldn't be
Save me, not
surprised
the lowest. No.
if he got
I'm just kidding.
if he got a new roster next year, or if I don't know if they're playing again, but yeah, I would expect him to go up, but I don't think it's fair to be putting him above 80, just especially because of the performances. But it's also unfair because they didn't get to play the Engima at World Series, so it's just like it's kind of a weird one.
Okay, all right, Rampage.
Yeah, for me, the reason why I'm gonna rate him the way I'm gonna rate him is just for the fact of like from as a player, I mean, obviously, like he's a great player, but just for me, like he wasn't a good like teammate. I feel like he was a little bit hard headed whenever I watched their VODs on whenever it be Engima and Patzuka, kind of like, if you want us to listen to you, you gotta listen to us as well. And so that's kind of like where, like, if you're gonna be that hard headed and just keep doing what you're doing, and put your team in a bad situation instead of like just trying to work it out, then I'm gonna put him at 75.
75? Okay.
Yeah.
75. Krinkz.
For me, for Stool, going back to what Rampage was saying, we did know whenever we did watch their VODs, we did see a lot of conflicts when it came to like having communication with the team. So, but I do think he is a decent player, as in like gun skill and all that. but he does have to work on the little things, the fundamentals when it comes to like talking to your teammates and stuff like that. So I'm gonna give him a 77.
77. Okay. Dandro.
I'm similar to Ebatez. I'm going 78. I was a little disappointed with their EWC performance. There was some out of game stuff I know that affected that team a lot, which I feel like is not great to be talking about with a player when you're trying to maybe put it together a roster next year. So I was just a little bit. They started off hot, just not really impressed towards the latter half of the year. So second 78.
Okay. All right. Enigma.
Gonna go 80. I feel like first half of the year, first 2/3 of the year were brilliant. Felt like, he goes into Vegas with the second best rating as a European player across all EMEA online series, I guess, of the online parts of the World Series. But yeah, you can't shit the bed at Esports World Cup. And yes, you get a little bit of a buy at World Series, but you still got to do something. And quite frankly, he just didn't do much at either event, unfortunately. So can't go. That's as kind as I can be.
Okay. I agree. Okay, let's move on to the next one, fellas. So for Vita, boys, talk to me on Vita. In my opinion, I think Vita, I feel like their team hasn't done hasn't done enough, all of them, to really us to put them too high up. Thoughts on them?
Same, I would say NA too, because Vita's with Padrin, right?
No, he's Mexican.
No. Vita's it's Vita.
No, it's Dizzy.
Yeah, Dizzy.
King
Yeah,
Maki.
It was Panda. Oh no, it was King Matty.
See, that's what I'm saying.
Even
like,
more
this,
NA for me.
Us even having that thought, like they didn't do enough then for us to show that they were good enough, right?
Yeah, I don't think he was involved. He wasn't involved in a lot of tournaments, so I think NA is definitely fair for this one.
I agree.
Yeah.
NA, all right, let's do NA. Not applicable. Nate Dogg. Okay, Nate Dogg. This entire team started off horrible, then heated up when it was time to heat up, then
Kind of slowed down.
slowed down again. Not necessarily how they started off, and then at World Series, JD.
He got 13th, I believe, or 14th.
Was it
12th?
That was 12th. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, 12th.
J-
And our pre-ranking is we thought they were going to do worse than that too. We thought they were going to be in the 20s. So they definitely worked their way into the money. They had a couple good matches on closing day to secure 12th. So
okay, remember,
I'm really
11th
high.
Esports World Cup as well. Like mid table there, but I wasn't sure about how they would perform at Esports World Cup either. So
yeah, keep in mind, guys. Remember, we're doing the whole year, right? Not necessarily just World Series, right? So I don't know, man. These guys were incredibly inconsistent. I feel 12th is not bad, but 12th is not A tier, S tier. This I would have to say, as a whole, their whole year I can summarize as mid. Do you guys agree?
Yeah, I mean that's fair. I would say I'm really high on Nate Dogg though. I think that he is one of the most coachable players in the game because I think he took a huge role in stepping up and being like a voice for his team, and he definitely has adapted to that role. So I'm pretty high on Nate. Overall.
I mean, we just saw right there, they got a 7.3 average placement. So, because we know Nate Dogg, like you said, Ebatez, he's an IGL,
Yep.
And so that's really beautiful to see whenever it was that stacked in World Series or Warzone. Like you said, and most of all, he's really good in taking criticism and getting better. And at first, I don't know if I could be saying something random, but wasn't he quiet at the very beginning? And then he's worked on being more vocal.
I feel like I've seen them enough, but not to where I can say I've watched his whole progression.
Okay.
I've more seen their team performance. And again, I mean, what do you guys think, fellas? Is that go ahead.
I do think he slowly started progressing as time went on. Obviously, he took the role to be the IGO, and I feel like I kind of understand the way it happened because it also happened to me. So I'm just saying so starting off not being as vocal and then turning into the IGO that you became towards the end of the year. I think he did very good improvements when it came to getting 12th in World Series Warzone. So I mean, I think he's done very good at this year. Maybe I feel like only because it was his first year, you can't really give him a hard time. For IGLing is probably the hardest job that you could probably give someone.
Yeah.
So I think he did pretty good.
Okay.
I'm done.
Anybody else, fellas? If not, I'll give the ratings and we'll give it. I'm going to go 80. 80 flat. JGOD.
83.
83.
Okay. I was gonna say
Ebatez.
84.
Okay. Who's next? Rampage.
I'll do 85.
85. Krinkz.
83.
83. Dandro.
82.
82. And lastly, Mr. Enigma.
I'm gonna join you actually on 80. Yeah, I think I know that there's a lot being said in chat as well right now, but inconsistency has been a big thing of their team pretty much all year. So
Okay. All right. Next one, Resolve.
Wow.
Thoughts on Resolve? JD, put up their World Series, please. Just we'll make that the going back and forth. That way everybody knows. They did place pretty low, right?
Yeah, they didn't do.
Resolve. Yeah.
I don't think they did.
They,
Like 30 something.
Damn, right there,
There you go.
31.
I'm with the
Resolve,
same.
Panabokum.
They were doing so well as a team, and they just
Yeah.
got involved in like egotistical like land drops and drop spots and stuff, and they shit the bed at land. I can't lie, which is really unfortunate. I know a lot of players. I know a lot of players also think Resolve's hacking, so it's like kind of like another thing where he's got to prove himself this next year and stuff. So,
Yeah. I don't know.
He was,
I can't.
This kid was the truth. This kid was the truth at home. I can't lie. So
Yeah, so like the big thing is when we're discussing these is like how do you weigh their entire online performance all year to their World Series, right?
Yeah,
like
that's fucked.
these guys were good. Like maybe 3/4 into the competitive season they were good. Where I
Yeah.
was like, hold on, these guys are actually nasty. And then as soon as they started getting contested by Blade in them, chalked. Like they went down significantly.
Yeah.
31st at LAN.
Insane.
Where do you put Resolve, right? Like
I would have put him sort of maybe like around 80 to kind of start, but then I think just fizzling out sort of the end of the year when you actually matters, I think speaks a lot. Guy dropped 9 eliminations on LAN, which is like tough to be in single digits.
Oh, he did.
Wow.
Yeah, he dropped 9. So like that to me is like, which granted, stats aren't everything and like, play styles and all that stuff. Sure. But 9 is also not a lot. So to me, it kind of like chunks down, I kind of bring him down to kind of that maybe even like lower 70s, like at that point.
All right.
I'm with that.
Let's give our numbers. So I'm gonna start this off 74. 74. JGOD.
I'll also do the same 74.
Ebatez.
I'm gonna say 78. 78.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, 75.
Sorry, JD's catching up.
I'm gonna say 73.
Okay. Dandro.
I'll say 73.
And then Enigma.
I'm really glad that you guys vote before me. 70. Like,
I like that.
I just, I like when it first came up, I was like, I'm really struggling to go any higher than 70 at all. So you guys have gone before me, so I'll stick at the top of the range I was going to give them. But like, star of that team was one guy, in my opinion. And if you shit the bed that bad on LAN, like, yes, you did this interpret your whole year, but goddamn.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. No, he was the best player on that roster going into LAN.
I'm just going to take this off real quick because I'm
Damn.
absolutely roasted.
Okay.
Good.
Oh, yeah.
All right. So moving on to the next one is Castillo, right? So Castillo's team is kind of the complete opposite of Resolve. They were horrible all year and then literally all year and couldn't find their stride and then went ahead and did, in my eyes, pretty good on LAN comparatively to what they've been playing. They got
Who was the name? I didn't see it before I switched.
Castillo.
Okay.
Yeah. Castillo, in my eyes, like,
Nah, yeah.
Lanimals.
I would say they had a section of the year where they were actually frying in tournaments. I know they were placing like top 3 in some. So I want to say they started off the year like slow, then they picked up when buy stations were changed at their POI, and then it like dropped off heavily before World Series, and then they like cooked up at LAN. So, but I think Castillo's like, I would say Dark's probably that team star player, but Castillo played his role really well all year, from what I saw, and yeah, I don't know, I like him as a player a lot.
Okay. Anybody else have anything to say about Castillo before we give our rankings?
I mean, I do agree with what Ebatez was saying with Castillo, the way he was playing. But the buys definitely did hurt him a lot during the World Series of Warzone. But as a player, like just individually, I think he plays a very big factor on like completing the triangle. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, so like they'd have an instance of like you need Castillo to be in one certain spot, and he's usually always there to be there whenever you need him. So he has also a very good voice. Obviously, majority of us don't really understand him, but he does have a very good voice whenever he talks.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. I'm gonna start us off, man. I think they obviously we're basing them individually. Obviously it's a team effort and it is hard sometimes. I don't know if this is low. I don't know if this is too high. But I'm gonna go 83 for me. That's just the number that's sticking out of my head. 83. JGOD.
I was thinking around 80, so that's kind of where I was gonna put, because I think they leading up to it, obviously it was what it was. 80.
I was gonna say 82.
I do. Okay. Debates.
Oh, 82.
Oh,
Oh,
I'll have 80.
80 for Rampage. Okay.
I'm gonna do 82.
80 dose. Dandro.
Doing 79.
Damn. Okay. Enigma.
I'll join Dan. 79. Yeah, it's even that's. I think it's being kind. Like great World Series, but
Apart from that, yeah.
this wasn't a good year from them.
I agree.
Mm.
Okay. Now, moving on to the next one is Ziz and 79. Oh, sorry. What'd you say?
That's 79.
No.
Where did
Zeke's.
I need
No.
to check.
Wait, did you say 79? He did.
He did.
Yeah, he did.
Okay. Now, Ziz, in my opinion, I think for all that whole entire team, they did not play enough for me to give an adequate, like ranking for them. That entire team. For me, I'm gonna say NA for that, just because they played in 2 events, and I don't think it's fair to rate them and give them a low score or even a high score because you only see them technically compete twice.
I agree.
What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah.
I actually wouldn't mind rating them
Okay.
just because, like, even just when I look, they did well at EWC, which I think is something to be said, right? That's like their first going into last year's World Series. They had never played a custom before, right? So last year they were pretty much nobody knew who they were. Coming into this year, that gap I think is huge. Like they had a lot of pressure on them, kind of being kind of the hometown heroes, like right, representing their country, and I think they performed well. Also, for Zik specifically, he outfragged a lot of people that we would probably massively hype up here on this list at World Series, which I think is something that like you can't look over. So like individually as a player, I actually really like him. Also got to do some interviews with him, and I think he just has like a really solid like head on his shoulders, like as a player, and like understands it and wants to take it seriously and wants to like help put the Middle East on the map when it comes to Warzone. So I saw enough to give him a rating, but if you guys want to say NA, I get it.
Yeah, what do you guys think?
Obviously, I'd be able to talk about these guys a bit. I think one of the things as well as a kind of caveat is they lose their third when it comes to LAN. They don't. They had to bring Almond in, right? So, I think it'd be hard to sit there and say that he was as good as like people who were strong all year, but I wouldn't have any qualms putting an 80 on him. Like I know that some people are going to be like, "What the fuck?" But like every single time we saw these guys in this team, they got better and better.
Mhm.
And third at EMEA finals. Like I know that some of you in chat are gonna be like, yeah, but NA, but we have like at least if you can all agree at least that there are more than 3 great teams in Europe. So
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Yes.
they finished third, right? So at the end of the day, 80 for me. If you guys want NA, I understand because yes, they didn't appear in many events.
Dude, they beat some teams that everybody was hyping up all year. They did better than them on LAN, right?
Yeah.
So like, that's what I'm thinking. Like, I'm looking I kind of forget, like, they did better than Cloud9, Wars, Na'Vi, like, Pentagon. Like, they did better than all those people on LAN. So it's got to count for something, I feel like.
Yeah, I guess the question is, do you guys, because this is the whole year, is it right for us to give them a rating? Whether it be high or low, that's not right. That's not the argument here.
Yeah.
It's, do we give them a rating knowing that they didn't compete in 99% of the tournaments, but did compete in the 2 big ones? And if you guys want to, then let's do it.
I think that's totally fair.
I mean, did they have the opportunity to, I think, compete in the big tournaments, It's like, sure, if you're Jukies and you're getting 110 ping, that's one thing. But when you're them getting 180, like
200
rough,
plus.
dude.
But yeah, it might be
200 plus,
worse.
like that's insane.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I again, man, I start off on the fence of whether we should or not. I'm going to go ahead and give them an 80. Like you said, Andrew. JGOD.
I would have done NA, but I'll go 80.
I'm gonna say
Just based off of that, it's a small sample size, so it sucks, but it is what it is.
Yeah.
yeah. I'm gonna say 75.
Okay. Mr. Rampage.
I'll do 82. I like him with the passion and he wants to get better. So hell yeah.
Okay.
We'll do 80.
Dandro.
I like Rampage's 82.
82.
Yes.
Okay, Enigma.
I said 80 during my little rant about why we should talk about him, so I'm gonna stick with it.
82. Okay. All right.
Nice.
Now we got Vision, man. Okay. This guy, what can I say about Vision, man? They started off the year pretty fucking hot. Didn't play in a lot of scrims at the beginning, and then did really bad in one of the quals. I forgot which one it was.
Yeah.
And then showed the fuck up at what's it called? At their regional finals, right? What did they get? I think they won the whole regional finals, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Enigma, go ahead if you want to talk about these guys.
I honestly think that Vision, I love who he was playing with last year, but I think he stuck a giant middle finger up towards those boys and showed just how good he is. The guy, I mean, I got his like numbers here. He was sick though, like overall in the MEA for kills per map, but like he's involved in so much more than that for his team. He's insane, like such a strong player, has superstar moments as and when he needs them. Like honestly, like from problem is from a European perspective, like I'm sitting there like pushing him towards my first 90. I know that some of you guys are going to be losing your shit a bit, but like I truly think that Vision, if you stick him with one or two other individuals, I think that we have a ridiculous squad here in Europe. He's insane.
Who do you think he should play with in Europe?
The difficult thing is, and this is something that I've been trying to hack on for a while. Hack on. I looked at your chat.
That's insane. That's insane. That's crazy. You said it.
eBay's ears are like
You said it, bro.
absolutely like
You said
burning
it.
right now. But
You said it.
I would love. We don't have the opportunity for us to do that in Europe because of. Let's talk about Enkyo, for example. I'd love to throw him in some lineups. His English ain't good enough. Like, yeah, exactly. We don't have the opportunity to go, oh, well, let's stick him with him and him with him. So, you know, it's kind of, I thought he was amazing this year. I thought his team this year was really good with AJ and Showstopper. Unfortunately, they fall short on land. But, you know, if you stick, I think Vision, for example, with an Echo, you know, or, you know, and throw in like a third, I think you got a ridiculous lineup.
Okay.
So,
All right. Well, I guess, you know what? If you're okay with this, why don't we do the EU players?
First?
You go first.
Yeah.
sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Sounds good. Well, I'm gonna give my first 90.
Alrighty.
Damn.
Okay. All right. You want to go down that way or you want me to go keep going?
Might as well, right?
Dandro.
Might as well.
I'm going 90 as well, honestly.
Damn!
I like Vision a lot. I think he performed well last year. Dude, I kind of forgot. He was cooking at EWC. That guy went crazy at EWC in the solo stage. He had the second. He was only 2 kills behind Patsuka for 33 overall.
So did Breadman. Like the solos.
Sure, I'm just saying it's just like something to something I'm considering. I'm putting into my analysis here.
The solos mode, Dan, was some cheese, bro. We can't talk about the solos
but I'm
mode.
just saying, it's
Come on, bro.
something. It's something. It's a little dash. Okay.
Okay.
I think he's doing good.
All right. Krinkz.
87.
87. All right. Rampage.
I'll give 80. I don't know.
80 flat?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
All right, go
I mean,
for it.
that's just me though, because like for me, like I don't know. I mean, Vision, Showstopper, AJ, like I mean, I could be like crazy, but I mean, I didn't see them like. I feel like they're very inconsistent for me, at least. My
Yeah, they
personal
were.
opinion.
They were. You're right.
So like that's what I'm basing.
They were
it on.
very up and down. They won the the finals for World Series.
Yeah,
And
the
then
regional
they,
finals.
Like, qualified. Yeah, and then they got like what 17.
Well, they didn't even they lost or they got sent to losers bracket first round, which is crazy to think about. And then they locked it back in, won the regional finals, but then went to LAN and got 18th, which I guess some people might say that's good, but obviously I don't think that's good. But
not
I
terrible.
think Vision is a great player in my opinion. Like, yeah, his team might not have done great, but I think I think he's fucking great. Ebatez, go ahead. Talk. Sorry, didn't mean to jump ahead.
They're good. I would say 84.
Okay. 84. JGOD.
86.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree. Not agree. I'm gonna say 88, man. I think out of that team, sorry if Showstopper and AJ are here. I think he's the best in that squad. And I think, in my opinion, I know I don't want to turn this into EU, NA, but you bring Vision to North America and give him some solid 2 players around him, he will thrive.
I think King Age is the best.
Really?
Yeah.
I agree.
I like
think
this.
King
I
Age
like
is the best
this.
on that roster.
I like this. I like the
I-
debate.
I
It's good.
actually
That's
do
where
agree.
I'm saving my big bomb for
Okay,
that
okay.
one.
All right, so
Yeah.
okay, let's move on now. Now Joe, guys, this one, Joe is a little bit different of a situation here, in my opinion. What are you guys' thoughts? I guess I'll go first here. I think Joe, this has probably been their worst year ever in World Series of Warzone. They got 29th
easily.
place. No practice at all in any scrims. Did okay in a couple tournaments, but there wasn't a lot of fragging from Joe, and he's supposed to be at support role, so maybe he's not supposed to frag, but it gets to the point where you got to get a certain number of kills, or you got to do something, right? Brett is the main IGL. Jason's supposed to be the fragger. Joe's got to be entryman. You know, like, there's got to be something here. So, in my opinion, I just don't think he put in the time this year. Because, and again, rightfully so, my man's a fucking bajillionaire, right? Like, he's working. Sorry to mean to off you, Joe. I love you, bro.
That's crazy.
But his main goal is content, and competitive is on the side. So because of that, he didn't perform as good. That's my opinion. Go ahead, JGOD. Go ahead.
I think part of it too is just like, I don't feel like the team dynamic worked, and they were locked into that team like a lot of the World Series of Warzone teams for most of the year, because there was such a big gap that basically you had to play all these tournaments, regardless if they scrimmed or not. The tournaments they competed in, it was pretty evident that the team never came into fruition. Like, maybe their first tournament together, and then they were with Skullface, and then that didn't really work. And they it didn't feel like the team worked, and they obviously split up. So that's not going to be the case this year. Maybe he'll get not better teammates or worse, but there has to be a dynamic where you work well with your team. And it just was clear that Brett and Joe didn't work this year, regardless of whoever the third was. It just didn't work. So they should have split much sooner, but they were kind of locked in World Series. So I would say, yeah, I'm not going to say my score yet, but yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Anybody else got anything to say? What's your guys' opinion on this? I feel like we all probably...
I mean, I love Joe, but the fact, like, every time we did see him play, like, it was more towards, like, the second or even the third. Like, I just, like, I don't know. I never felt, like, confident in the team where I'd be picking it, and they're like, okay, they're for sure going to be, like, top 10. And just, like you said, like, as I'm just talking, obviously, as a competitor, he's more of a content creator, and that's why he didn't. But as a competitor, this is why I'm going to give him the rating I'm going to give him.
Okay.
Also, to add to that is the weird part is they kind of gave us little flashes where it'd be like, oh man, this team could probably do good, because they placed well in a match, but then they had no kills. And it was like, all right, well, that was
Exactly.
worthless. You're still at the bottom of the leaderboard, just because you placed top 7 or something like that, had bad shift zone or whatever. But then there would be no kills. So yeah.
Okay.
Honestly, I think I do want to say something about Joel real quick. Joel, I felt like every time we watched him, it felt like he really lost his, like, confidence whenever he does engage into a fight. Like, he's pushing it, but, like, he's not necessarily pushing it with confidence. He's just kind of, like, passive aggressive, but, like, not necessarily too hesitant whenever he does take a fight. And I think that's the biggest thing that he just struggles with right now, which obviously, like, just comes down to, like, getting practice into, like, customs, getting that confidence up and up. But I just think he just obviously he didn't play as many customs as he would like.
Yeah.
Just because he would most focus his content. But I think that's where he kind of lacked, was just confidence, and we haven't seen him as the old Joe that we are used to seeing.
Right.
So I think he just pretty much just lacked that this year.
All right. Ebatez, did you want to say anything?
I mean, I think it's obvious. I think what JGOD stated, I think, was probably the best way to say it. Him and Brad just didn't get their flow all year. And I think they just had a horrible year. Like, they played horrible all year.
Yeah.
And I don't think Joe played great at all either. Like, I think it was, like, just a team thing all year. They played with like Skull and then Jace, and I think they tried out other few people, but it just never worked.
Yeah. So I guess I'll be the bad guy here, and I'll do the first one. I fucking love Joe. I would let him live here. I love him. I feel bad, but again, at least I'm not gonna be biased here, and I just gotta be honest. I'm gonna give him a 70. It's gonna be like one of my lower ones. Probably one of my lowest ones, probably all day. Just didn't see a lot this year, so that's what I'm gonna do. Hey God,
72.
Yeah, I was gonna say 71.
I'll do 69.
I like that. Like that number. Krinkz,
69.
69. Okay. Dandro.
I'm going 68.
Okay. Enigma.
I feel we're being kind because we love Joel. 65.
Oh shit. Okay. Okay.
Dude, it was a bad year. I love the guy, but like,
No, I get it.
three
No.
things.
Yeah.
Like,
Go ahead.
the first one is your Twitch chat is one of the only chats in the world that I actually like respect the opinion of, and they all immediately came in with ratings, and it was kind of like not good. Second one is he focused on content. And that's totally fair. That's totally fair. He focused on content. He didn't play competitively very well. He wasn't great. He, you know, that's totally fine. But one of the things is, as well, by saying this kind of thing, I almost kind of want this score to be low because I want to be like, okay, well, your back's against the wall. Show you are next year.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I like that.
That's how it should be.
I'm gonna be honest. I thought I was being like too low here. Like not because like I think he will be one of the bottom 5 of this year. I guess are like in your head, I guess this is a good question to ask. In your guys' head, what's the lowest we're gonna rate somebody?
Yeah, I was gonna say because last year we did 70 was like our lowest.
So
that
that's
was our
why.
last year.
But again,
Yeah, that's kinda
like,
why I was
doesn't
like,
have
oh,
to
it's
be.
gonna
But it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be. Yeah, it doesn't have to be.
Definitely go lower this year.
I'm pretty sure it's gonna be lower this year.
Yeah, I think if you were given all the opportunities and you didn't really like we usually did 70 because there was like people that like we didn't really know enough. It was kind of like our NA. But if you were given all the opportunities and you still didn't succeed, then I could understand going down below 70.
I think 60. I'm
If
thinking
you
back to
guys-
like grade school. If you got like a 65, it's like you still suck, but at least you had some room for improvement. You know?
It's hard because like we're judging it on other people. If I'm looking at Resolve giving him a 70, it's like I can't give Joel that. You know.
Right. I mean, no, if
that's fair.
I guess I ranked it, keeping in mind that my lowest will probably be 70. But if like
Fair.
if we're having a larger margin, which I think is actually probably not a bad idea, 60, I mean, do we switch our answers here or do we leave it as is? Because I would go 65 with you.
I mean, this is
Enigma.
my first time taking part in this, so like I'm just kind of like, you know, I was like, do we have 10s or like what, like, you know?
Yeah, I would go. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna go 65 then. If our lowest is going to be 60-ish, right? Then I would probably do that.
That's the case. Damn, bro, put 60, bro.
Oh, you would put 60.
Wait, yo, no.
What?
You think he was the worst player this year?
Oh, I mean, I guess we could go back, but
You don't have to do like.
I don't know. Like it just like you said, like being laid out. Like they tried.
No,
so
I get
many
it. No,
players-
we all understand. But like, you know,
What?
like if 60 is like considered the worst player out of this
that's the worst
entire
player?
year.
This year.
Oh no, never mind. 69's fine.
Okay. JGOD, do you want to switch or you gonna stay?
I thought we were all just like
I
moving
would've
them down.
switched, but I know I'm gonna have lower scores than that.
Okay.
And I don't think he's a bottom 5 player, even though they didn't do bad. I mean, they did bad. They finished what 29th at World Series. They dead last at EWC or something like that. So
Yeah.
that was awful. Their tournaments leading up to it was mixed bag, mostly bad, but it was a team chemistry thing. I think more than anything. I think if like where it would come out if I was going to choose between X player or Y, I would probably choose Joe over some other players that,
Yeah.
you know, so it's kind of the hard part there.
Right.
So I think 72 might be high relative to where you guys are at. I initially was going to go 69, but then when you went 70, I was like, oh, well, maybe that. But I think 69 to 72 is kind of where I would still put him. Just because I know I'm going to have people at 65,
Lower.
60.
Yeah.
And I would definitely take Joe over them.
Okay. That's fair. That's fair.
That's well said.
Okay. Ebatez, leaving it?
Yeah, I'm good.
Krinkz, Rampage, or you said Krinkz leaving it? Dandro, you leaving it?
Good.
All right. Let's move on to Mr. Fuzzin. So, Fuzzin, JD, if you can bring up Fuzzin's placements, probably one of the worst performance teams on LAN. We're doing fairly well. You know what?
Wow.
Enigma, go ahead. Sorry, you were supposed to be the one who goes first. What's thoughts on these guys? Because I believe that they were doing pretty good, and then they just went to LAN and just shit the bed.
Yeah, they dramatically improved through really good VOD review, actually. They were terrible throughout the very early stage of the year, but figured out like they were trying to contest Enkyo and stuff like that, and then realized actually they better be off moving away. I don't know what I thought. You know, I had a little bit of faith in them because of the fact that they could VOD review well, that they would then figure out which NA teams they shouldn't be landing on. But apparently it just turned into an absolute disaster over the weekend, and I saw them in the casino afterwards, and they looked pretty worse for wear. So it was a bad weekend all around. And you know, I think that they did fine online, and it was a dramatic improvement that I would hope to see from them after last year. It's tough to rate him higher than Joe, though. I don't think he's the worst player, but it's if I'm being harsh on Joe, well, then 65.
Damn. Okay. All right. Anybody else? Anything to say on him before we go? All right. Dandro.
65.
5. Okay. Krinkz.
67.
Y'all low, bro. I'll 75.
5. Okay. Ebatez.
Holy.
I'd say probably a 73. I think
73.
they showed a little bit of, or he showed, especially as an individual, he showed some promise. So I feel like it's a weird one.
Okay. JGOD.
70.
70. Okay. Yeah, this one is weird because they were playing, I think, again, okay throughout the entire year. Like, but then went to LAN and just did horrible. So that's definitely going to knock them down. So if they're already a mid team, like going into LAN, then LAN obviously does have a lot of weight. Like, you got to knock the mid down even more. So I'm going to say like 72 for me. Buzzing.
Okay.
Okay.
Solid.
All right. Now, Tabacudo, NA, my opinion.
NA.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What
and-
about Brazil?
NA. All right. Strixie. Thoughts on Strixie, fellas?
Uh,
I feel like I didn't get to see him in
I would have said NA. but-
yeah.
I would say an A. He's
Yeah.
been around for a while though.
Strixie, Tap,
but
and
I'm hoping maybe get some more opportunities because I know he only played World Series really. So
Definitely.
What did they place? 28th? And Johnny, bro. Yeah. I think NA for this.
NA.
I think
Yeah,
NA.
yeah.
You guys good with that?
Yeah, I'm
Anybody
okay with that.
objections?
No objection.
No objections. All right. Javi. Javi.
Ooh.
I think there's enough here to talk about Javi.
think so.
Enigma, do you? For sure, I think. Enigma, do you want to take this one?
I think there's going to be a couple of people who are surprised by this. He was the 12th best Slayer when it came to all of Europe before heading to Vegas. Very young guy, joins up with Cams and Daga, who had been a 3 with Method Sick for a long time. So he was the new kid, young kid, coming in, trying to prove himself. I thought he did a great job of that. It's not like 15th is not like, before we get into everything that happened online when everyone fucking melted their brains, like 15th isn't amazing. Yes, it's not, but it's not bad for a new team that kind of comes in and you get this young kid coming in. I don't know. I thought out of that team, he did the slaying. He was their front man. He put himself in the difficult positions all the time. And just, Cams and Dog are the good players, but they needed you needed him to come in and do his thing. And I thought he did a really good job of that. So yeah, for me, sorry, let me, because what I want to do is
get your notes if you need to. Yeah,
to the other players. So I think it's hard. To look. I'll go 75. I'll go 75 with him. I think, I'm not going to put him up with Stuo, but I think that he impressed me this year. If I don't know how his English is, he's always been great with communicating with me, but obviously it doesn't necessarily translate the same way when you're playing in game.
right.
If it is, it'd be interesting to see if he makes any moves this year.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Dandro.
I agree. I like a good 75 there. I think he came into that team and kind of actually put them on the map and made them a team to kind of care about. He was right up there slaying with a lot of people that, we know are hardcore slayers on LAN especially. So I think for, being a young gun coming into in an area like World Series, I think it shows a lot that you keep your composure and you're able to fry out. So I think that shows a lot of promise for his future. So I think 75 is pretty fair.
Okay. Krinkz.
For me, he was the seventh KD. He was ranked 7th for with a 2.1, the World Series of Warzone. But I'm gonna rank him 78 for me.
78.
Sir,
Rampage.
I will like to say 75 just for the fact that, bro, I remember this vividly. Like, whenever he 2-piece rated and prospect, man, like that guy is like he don't get frantic or whatsoever. He's like really like a killer on the map, bro, and like, hey, he's solid for like you said. Like it's his first year or like getting and especially online, bro. The nerfs to do that, like it's showing a lot of promise there.
All right, Ebatez.
I'm gonna say 75. I will say though, I'm super excited to watch him play this year. I've watched him a bit, and he's very, very strong. He's a strong player.
Okay, JGOD.
I'll go 75, but I think this is one of those ones where I probably would have done NA just because I think it's still volatile score, where his score could go to like a 60 next year, or it could be an 85 or something like that. So I think it's still a small sample size, but I'll agree with where you guys are kind of at.
Yeah, I think for this, it's like Avi is one of those players where I would hope that next year he's kind of like that breakout player. You put him on, his gun skill is insane. That can't be argued, right? But we got to go over everything that he's done this year. I think probably like 77. 77. Where I would put him at. I think he's good. I think he's good. But I definitely think he didn't perform as good as I would like to see him perform this year. Did do okay at LAN, but you know. Nano again, boys, fellas, what do you think? NA?
NA, yeah.
NA.
Yep.
No, I would say NA.
I would say NA. Same thing we're gonna give the rest of the team. NA.
Yeah.
With that.
Now Rocket. So now Enigma, this is more a question for you. Do you believe that we should rank Rocket? They were the last ones into. They got in through last chance calls, wild card. Thoughts on this? 25th on LAN.
Yeah, I'd understand. Like they did all right at LAN. It sounds like there was some massive team issues between those three, which is a shame. But online, they were terrible. And again, we got to talk about the whole online period. Both Rocket and Clapper had like the worst statistical performances of anyone from EMEA. The thing is, like, there's not been loads of tournaments that I feel like they've been in.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like I've seen a little bit of Clapper, but Rocket and Zakar, it'd be hard to judge the whole year. But if I was going to, it'd be one of the lowest ratings outside the list we have.
I agree. I would have him like 6. I'm not gonna
60.
say.
I'm gonna do 60.
I put him at 60.
Yeah. Okay.
If we did it. But
Enigma, you make the call. Do you think we should? Because they also went to EWC, correct?
They did. They did.
What did they place there?
I think didn't they go out in the first bunch? I can't remember exactly where, but I'm pretty sure
they didn't
went
qualify for finals.
Yeah. So. Yeah, I think 60 for me. I think that it's hard to kind of like look at the list we have and the people that we're actually going to be judging,
right?
And putting him up there. As much as I want him to do well, it's been a nothing year basically.
Guys, I know a couple of people asking about Nano. Chat, they have not played enough tournaments that I feel comfortable giving them a ranking, because we're either going to rank them too low or too high because there's not enough data. Same thing for a lot of the other people that were giving NAs. That's why we chose not to rank Nano on them, chat. Obviously, NA does not mean they're bad. That just means, guys, they're not in the same region as a lot like EU or NA, so they don't really play a lot of tournaments. At least not the year, right? So go ahead. So Enigma first. You said 60?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Okay. Now Dandro.
same.
Okay. Krinkz.
60.
Me too. 60.
Ebatez.
Yeah, I'd say probably around 60.
Okay. JGOD.
All right, we'll go 60.
Well, I can't not say 60, so let's go 60. Jesus, man.
Go.
All right.
Gary.
80.
Hey, Gary.
Gary's
All
stock
right.
is high. I think
Gary-
Gary's stock is really high.
Yeah,
I think
Gary.
Gary's got some stock.
Okay, so
What are you talking
Gary.
about? He had a terrible KD at Atlanta. No, I'm just playing.
Gary now. Let's talk about Unrational. Second place at World Series of Warzone. What do you guys, your honest opinions on Gary? I think Gary is kind of like the unsung hero. He is a great player, in my opinion. And I just don't think he gets the love that he deserves on what he does for a team. And
Agreed.
Gary is one of those players that he will willingly let a lot of people shine around him and not care what the stats say. So I like Gary a lot, and I think he's a great player. Thoughts, boys?
One thing I liked about Unrational a lot this year, I think a lot of teams relied on like having two Slayers who would always have like a good game. but that squad would have games where maybe just Doggy or Scummin were in the blender and Gary was going crazy, right? So like that's like the thing when you talk about like consistency with a team is that like some teams require people to just be like required actual people to be consistent, but like Gary would have those games where he was cooking and the other two would just be like, all right, cool, we have no problem like sitting back and then like actually letting him come online. And I think that says a lot for somebody who really was like a true role player to have those moments that way you didn't have those games or maybe you had single digit scores that you were reporting. So it's like, yeah, maybe it was a bad game, but at least because you had one player who was like popping off, it's like you helped, you know, mitigate the damage a lot. And I think that was like one of the things I really like to see about Unrational sort of all year long and in a lot of the online tournaments specifically that we saw them.
I think Gary really brought out, he arguably had two of the best players in the game on his team, and he brought out the most of them. I think that, like Dandro said, there was games where Gary would have like 13 kills, and you'd be like, "Oh, what the fuck? He's frying." But we were, it's like we weren't like really surprised, but it's like, damn, he's cooking right now.
Yeah.
And I think that he's a true testament to the dirty role player, the role player, how important it really is to every team's success. And I think this was the second best team all year, in my opinion. So overall, dude, I mean, Gary's stock is super, super high.
I'll also say that I think Gary improved a lot individually this year. Because I think prior to this year, I felt like his performances were a little bit more volatile, where he would play a little bit more reckless and sometimes it paid off and sometimes it didn't. And I think this one, he was able to like realize like the risk and make more like a calculated risk for the team and kind of hone in on his strengths and improve the player. So I think that's been like a huge jump from Unrational this year versus previous years.
Okay.
I love that.
I mean, you guys nailed it. I'm gonna be honest. 100%.
Who would like to go first for Gary?
I was going to say 89.
89. That's actually the exact number I was thinking of. 89. I think some people, for whatever reason, treat Gary like he's an 82 player, an 80 player, but he 89 for me. Like he's a great fucking player. I could even think about bumping him up to 90, but I'm gonna leave him at 89. Because I think 90 plus is like, I'm gonna be very careful,
Yeah.
on why I do that. JGOD.
I'll go 90.
Okay. Rampage.
I'll do 89.
89 for me.
Dandro.
I was going 94, boys.
Okay.
Nice.
Okay. No, hey, that's why we have so many individuals here. This is great.
Yeah.
Enigma.
I'll join the comms from a bunch of you earlier, but I think 90. I think if I'm putting Vision 90, I think Gary's been insane. I understand why Dandro's doing what he like going as high as he is though, because I feel like we've screamed his name so many times this year. Like, and as well, like in the 2v2s, it felt like he kind of went from like the guy that everyone was like, oh yeah, you're getting carried, and then suddenly was like, no, he's fucking slapping. Like, so he's ridiculous talent. If there isn't a line of people trying to sign him next year, I don't know what's going on.
Okay. All right. I like that. Okay. 90. All right. Now we're going to go rated. Obviously, guys, this E did not qualify for LAN. They have had probably have his worst year yet.
Yep.
Not the greatest. Fellas, talk to me.
His stock is super, super low. I think obviously there was some discussions that him, Aiden, and Adrian didn't work out for whatever reasons, and so I think he had a big year to prove himself, and I don't necessarily know if he did, but I also think that he was kind of bouncing between rosters. So I think Raided's a great player, and I think he'll be fine next year, especially. But I just don't think he did as much as people wanted him to, or know that he didn't do as much as we know that he can. So I feel like his rating will be like a little bit lower, but that's not like a true sign of like the kind of player he is. I think he also had a tough break. Like they got 13th or something in finals and 12th qualified, and then they got 6th in LCQ and like 4th qualified. So it's like kind of hard to. It's like they could, shoulda, coulda, woulda, but it is kind of tough.
Yeah. Again, we're going based off this year, right? We obviously know how good Rated can be, but this year, really, really bad.
Hot.
Anybody else? Anybody have any?
I'll say part of that too is because the teams get locked in. Pretty much good players. It's not like they could sub into another team, despite them being better than other people's teammates. It's not like they could just go roster swap and pick up Rated. But there's plenty of people that were World Series or Warzone that I would drop to pick up Rated. Like I don't think we would disagree on that.
Yeah.
So I think that's a critical. Yeah, but that is a critical part of it. I think is if you're not like he didn't get the opportunities because well, when he did fine or whatever, but like he didn't qual, so like all the scrims were dedicated towards people that were basically in World Series of Warzone.
Yeah.
So I think that's an
Mhm.
important part. At least I know there's plenty of people that I rated that I would pick him over them.
Right. Okay, so I guess I'll go first. Mine will be low. I'm gonna say that now. He did not qualify for World Series of Warzone. And in my opinion, a player of his caliber should 1,000% have qualified. Right.
Yeah. Bare minimum.
To not qualify in LCQ is insane. So I'm gonna go like 72. I'm going low because I can't. Like, there's certain players that like I can't put him over. All right, so I'm gonna go low. Go low. Hey God.
Damn. I was gonna go a little higher than that.
Go ahead.
I would still pick him over a lot of people, so I'm gonna say 78.
Ebatez.
I was gonna say 77.
Rampage.
I'll do 80 because I put Resolve at 75, so I'll take 80 for rated.
69.
9. I love that everybody has pretty drastic opinions on this because, like, you can make the argument here, like, yo, you can't rate him higher than people that made it to LAN. But at the same time, you can make the argument that JGOD said, you could replace him also for a bunch of people on LAN and they'll get better. So this is good combos.
The other part too is before you do this is like another note to that is that like getting into the World Series of Warzone, even though he said he should have qualified, it is team relative. I'm not qualifying for the World Series of Warzone regardless. If he's my teammate, he's IGL, we're not qualifying. It doesn't matter. And not to throw shade at whoever his teammates were, that's not really the point, but if he's with the right team, he's qualifying.
Guys, we are going off of the whole
I mean,
year.
to be fair, he didn't have
Yeah.
the worst teammates. He had Mayapu.
He had good teammates, guys.
yeah.
He
No,
did
his teams
not
were
do
insane.
good.
Yeah.
I don't think Rated did good the entire year. Chat.
That
Like-
was an A tier level team, and they just didn't qual for
That was a
whatever reason.
potential S tier team. Really think
Yeah.
about it.
That roster's insane
Yeah.
on paper.
Okay. Dandro.
I'm gonna kind of match Ebatez, I think, and go 77. I like JGOD's point a lot. I think there are a lot of people on this list who I think that I would rather have rated on that team. I would normally rate him like an 80, 85, but I just think this year dropped some stock in him. Finds the right people, I think, around him. He's gonna be right back up there in the 90 plus that we know that rated has been and should be. But there's a lot of volatility there. I think that needs to get figured out.
Sorry, let me say something. I think rated is kind of like a scumming situation where talented players, but only I feel like a few people would play with them, kind of thing. It's like I know only a few players would play with them. It's like regardless of how good they are, I know just because of their attitude or what the way they go about themselves, I think there's only a few people that would play with them. I think
Okay.
that's like the hard thing. It's like
Yeah,
I don't
yeah.
know. We'll see.
All right. Enigma.
I'm going 70.
70.
Just can't think of a single good thing. There's really like he's been solid all year. Like it's like I don't know. Maybe I'm harsh because like I see him as like I grew up watching COD multiplayer and I see him as like a
Yeah.
legend.
Yeah, he's
And
the
like
GOAT.
it's like I see you in a category that should be so much better than what you're putting up right now. So I think he is unmotivated. I think you're all right in the sense that like he can be volatile and he could go this way and go that way 100%. But that's still him as a player. Like,
Yeah.
you know, if as a player you're an ass or whatever the reason is, then it's just, you know, it's not been good. So
Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's continue. The next one is FLS. Ooh. Oh man.
Hey.
Ah.
100, 100.
I love it. Hey, Enigma, go ahead, lead the way for my mans, bro.
I think these guys are really great as a 3, but FLS has been the thing that's taken this team from like they made LAN and were kind of all right to your contenders. And like all the way through the year, a lot of people were saying, you know, they are part of a conversation that they would never have expected. And that's, you know, if we sit there and go, you know, are we going to say that either of these 3 individually are necessarily better than some of the teams they outplaced? No. Some of the players they outplaced? No. But I think FLS has done an amazing job of going, this is what we're good at. Let's do that. Like, let's play our game to our strengths. And I mean, 6th place on LAN, like that's nothing to be blinked
Yeah.
at. Top performing team. And, you know, the one criticism I ever have of FLS is he doesn't get. I'm not 100% sure actually his performance on land, but slaying wise, he doesn't do much of it. But he does his bit, his IGLing, his anchoring, etc. brilliantly. So I really like him, and it kind of felt like he came out of not nowhere, but it kind of feels like he's taken himself from like a lower end player that you wouldn't really talk too much about to. I'm looking forward to seeing what he does over the next year.
Yeah, I mean, I think all year, like, I think all year they've done pretty decent. Like, I remember somebody came into chat and FLS and Gui and Clapson were frying. And somebody's like, yo, is this a qualifier? Is this a Twitter tournament? Like, who are these guys? I'm like, nah, these guys are like, they're contenders. They're World Series contenders. Maybe not as well known, but in my opinion, this team was fucking deep, like decent all year. They maybe started off kind of rough and then picked it up. Like, I think they're one of the teams that gradually got better and better and better and better, and then peaked at the right time for World Series. So
one of the
I think this is one of the teams that. Oh, go ahead.
So one of the things as well with SLS is I like his attitude in the sense like he comes in to two other players who, you know, it could have been difficult. You walk into a team and you there's that whole team dynamic. And I spoke to them at the start of the year and said, like, you know, what do you feel like is one of your weaknesses? And he said, when the other two don't fucking listen to me. And it's like, all right, if you're feeling that good about yourself, and then they improve and they get better and they do all these things. So it's like, clearly he believes in what he does and just executes it very well, which I think sometimes we sit there and we talk, you know, a lot about the Slayers and everything else, as we should, but this is a role that requires some serious mental stamina, some serious ability to just like lock in and be the best teammate you can be. And I don't think there's many better at the minute in EMEA.
Okay. Enigma, go ahead. Start it off. Or sorry, Jago, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. So I was going to say that this is one of those teams in terms of like competitive like name awareness. They probably got gained the most stock from the World Series of Warzone.
Sure.
In the same way that Dusamir did, not necessarily because his platform before was huge in Latin America, so that he had a huge audience, probably one of the largest in the Call of Duty. But in terms of the NA comp scene, to have some name recognition and allow you to get into tournaments that didn't happen before, because Dusamir before the first World Series of Warzone that we had in London on LAN, he wasn't really competing in any tournaments, and then the second year he was in all of them, or at least a lot of them. And then I think with this case with FLS, it'll have that same opportunity, and then they'll get that opportunity to either validate people's opinions that they are a good team, or invalidate them and they perform badly, going with more opportunities. So I think it's still going to be a volatile number, but they did a lot to at least get their name in there so that they can actually be on these rosters when tournaments are happening.
Dude, yeah, like literally, like how I was kind of saying, bro, like we already know how much of the Falcons are as like a superstar team, but like, bro, this team was giving them a hard time. Like even Shifty said, like they would hate fighting FLS, and they actually wiped them on LAN, bro.
They
like,
did.
They wiped them on one game. So you know,
this was the one team that was SSD's kryptonite, bro.
That was crazy.
Yep.
This was their kryptonite.
Yeah.
Right.
Enigma, talk to me.
Score-wise, I'll go 85. I think that there's more to come from him. I think that he can step it up in the slaying department and still be a part of that conversation. In order to be considered a great leader, you also have to be a part of that slaying conversation as well with your team, know when to step into it. I think that's the development for me over the next year I'm looking for.
Okay. Dandro.
Yeah, I'm going 87.
87 for mine, Dandro. Krinkz.
86.
Okay. Rampage.
85.
Ebatez.
85.
JGOD.
86.
And I will give him an 85. Great player. First, had a really good year. He's one that I would asterisk for next year. See how they perform. All three of them.
Yeah.
All three of them.
Mm-hmm.
100%.
Then we got Hasi. Same thing. I think we can all agree. NA. Not Apple.
Yeah.
Same thing.
Oh,
all right. This next one, man. Okay. This one's going to be a good one. All right.
Oh, no, that's E700.
You could change his name. It's Gabe. Is it Gabe or is it E700?
Is this Gabe or?
'Cause
Oh, no. This is E700. This is E700. You're right.
Yeah.
Jesus King is
I thought
E700.
it was gonna be Gabe. Oh yeah, Gabe is now Jesus Loves You, right?
That's right. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm gonna just say NA.
Okay. You think NA for E700?
Yeah.
What are y'all thoughts, fellas? I'll say
mean, they
this.
Didn't they
qualified
play a
to
ton
land.
of scrims
I mean,
and the Warzone Total Frenzies and
They didn't play a lot of scrims, that
no, they
squad.
didn't.
They played Total Frenzies when they got invites, but I don't. This one's hard because if I'm
I
going
know
to
they
rate
played
them,
with Smix and a bunch of them.
Didn't they qualify? They
They
qualified. Yeah.
through
Asia,
LCQs.
Well, to LCQ. They were the last team to qualify.
Asia
Yeah, 'cause
E700 and
they picked up T
maybe?
and
I forgot
who's
else.
Asia
At
E700
we know that LCQ that was
Funzy.
insane.
Bunzi. There you go.
Yeah,
I'm saying NA.
I'm fine with that.
Damn, 39.
I will say if I score them, it's going to be low.
It's NA.
same. I agree.
All right, do you guys want to do NA then for that team? Because they played. They're like right on the edge. Where like they played a little bit of stuff, but they didn't play that much. Like
I mean, if it's, I guess I would ask individually, do we feel like E700 played, like individually played enough tournaments? Because you're right. As that trio, yes, they did not play a lot. But him himself, I feel like he was like one of these, like when he got invites, sure, but then would also play just like a shitload of Twitter tourneys and stuff.
He would play,
So I
but with
feel
different
like-
teams.
he played a lot more
Yeah.
than like Tasia did.
Yeah.
Like Tasia barely played any tournaments. It feels like, but E700s, I feel like, and Funzy played a decent amount.
I think he played a lot of tournaments, and if this is the individual, I feel like we do have enough. I feel like it'd be unfair not to rate him, even if we know it's going to be low, just from the number of tournaments that he did play.
Okay. All right. Let's do it. I'm gonna go and I'm gonna rate them. Scroll up a little bit. Let me just see what I had. I have a specific player in mind. Yeah, I'm gonna rate them around like 64. 64. I there was a time where they were asking for invites to scrims before that, and they weren't doing the greatest. But I personally, I mean, they got second to last place on LAN. I haven't seen anything from them all year. They did qual. They had their best performance during LCQ, right? But he played a lot of scrims, but didn't do the greatest. That's why I'm gonna rate him. JGOD.
Yeah.
I'll go ahead and go 65.
Debates.
I'm gonna give him a 60.
Rampage.
So I'll do 63.
60.
Krinkz 60. Dandro.
62.
Sorry, also going 62.
Maybe I'm too high. I'll go 63. I'll change mine.
Okay.
Oh, no, I know 64. 64. I'll match.
Okay.
Hector's.
All right. Blade. Enigma, you want to take this one?
Ooh.
Yeah, so if we're talking about the whole year, first half of the year was ass. Like,
I agree.
really bad. Like, their decision to drop Savvy or whatever the hell happened there and come back and be like, okay, we're going to instead play with all these other players and try all these different players, it did not go well. However, once they picked up Robstar, and I remember having a rant on the timeline about him and talking about what he would do for this team, they turned it right around. Blade consistently up there in terms of like solid slaying figures. I feel like he and Vortex have a wonderful understanding of each other, and it was all about finding that third. I think that if this trio don't get, and we saw this in day one, you know, I'm going to harp on a little bit about day one because it was the only good thing we had about Vegas.
Yeah.
But they looked really strong day one with Robstar. I think if they don't get caught in this whole like argument with Panda and Co over Bazaar, I think they go on to have a really good tournament. I just think they get too caught up in that. Yeah, I think that he's kind of reaffirmed to me that he's still capable of being a high-end player. I wouldn't be putting him in the upper echelon, but I still think strong is where I have him. So with that in mind, I guess maybe like looking at the other ratings that I've already given, maybe like an 81 would be where I'm putting him. Again, first half of the year was just too weak for me to sit there and be like, yeah, you know, your land performance and everything else counts for everything that you've done this year.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Dandro.
78.
Eight.
Similarly, I to Enigma, I think that they did good, but I kind of crank back a couple points just from that early year, just nothing really going on. Wasn't a standout player to me. at the beginning of the year, or came online at the end of the year.
Okay. All
I
right.
agree.
Krinkz.
79 for me though.
79. All right. Rampage.
Since I give Vision an 80, I think I got to give him 75.
Ebatez.
I would say 79.
79. Okay. JGOD.
78.
I'm gonna agree. 78 for me. All right. Now let's move on to Tekka.
Ooh, Tekka.
JD. So this one's a little bit of a weird one. Tekka was with
The Buggin?
Buggin,
Buh.
Mutex, and Buh. Obviously, it didn't call, right? But he was with Dongi in EWC, and they played pretty well, but still
I think they
not.
got like 13th or 12th.
I would say that again.
I think they got like 12th at EWC.
Okay, wait. Oh, I'm maybe confusing their first day or the what their place was at the end of the quals. I don't know what it was. The 2 days, right? Yeah, I don't know. I definitely think I should have seen way more from these guys. Seeing that Tekka, Buh, and the Mutex have been staples in. I feel like playing Warzone for a while. But yeah, I don't. I think they did pretty bad this year. Consistently underperforming, in my opinion.
They were such a good team when Match Point first came out. Like those first couple Match Point tournaments we had, they were insane.
Cooking.
Like they were doing really well.
They
And then I
won
think
one.
it was just everyone else figured out how to play the game. And they were like, oh, and then they just didn't adapt or didn't change their play style to kind of like adapt to how everybody else was now also playing the game and kind of like continually leveling up. That's there. I love Tekka, but he's always been like this weird, like he's kind of one of these players, kind of we were talking earlier, where it's like, sure, as an individual, you can be great, but I feel like he has to have the right people around him to like truly unlock what he's capable of. Because he's so smart, right? Like coming from the S&D background that he does, like he knows how to play fights and like play areas insanely well, but it's just like, I always expect him to do great. And then it's always just like, man, why are you middle of the pack? You know? And like to not see him at World Series was like super heartbreaking. And it's just like, kind of was like the storyline of this year for him was that was like, you have so much greatness to you and I just never see it. And it was like heartbreaking from that like angle, you know, not that he's like bad, but it's just kind of similar to Rated. Just like wasn't a good year for Intex. Like it's kind of what it came down to.
Yeah. I just want to correct. They got 8th at EWC.
Yeah.
Eighth,
Also
okay.
to talk about Intex, I think he needs to expand past his like friend group. I know he's played with like and Mutex and like some other people. I think I agree with Dan. I think Intex offers a lot of like he's kind of like a vet, I feel like now, and he could be really, really good on a team and a role player. But I think he just needs to expand a little bit and just play with new people and just try things out. I think he'll also like being uncomfortable on a different team. We might see him like open up a little bit more and maybe like expand. But yeah, I mean, overall, I think a great player, but just didn't have a great year. But wouldn't be surprised if he really locks in. I think that's his biggest thing is he's not consistent. Like he's always like not streaming, or I see him, you know, just talking about how he's got other things going on. So I don't know.
Okay. All right. I guess I'll start this off, fellas. It's hard. I don't know what the best way to rank him is. I'm gonna go. It's gonna be low. I would do like 67. I'm hovering around 65, 69, 67 for me. Hey God.
I think 67 is fair. I'll do the same.
73 for me. 73.
Rampage.
75. My ratings are bad, bro.
Mine are 69.
But I don't see him that low. Like I don't see him that low. Obviously, like, he didn't have a bad year.
Yeah, like again, we're basing it off performances. We know he's a
Yeah.
I
good
think that's
player.
part of the problem with the teams lock-in part and the World Series of Warzone scrims were all dedicated teams pretty much that were competing, and everyone else was just like left with scraps. You couldn't really interchange teams. People didn't get opportunities, and regardless of how good they were, they didn't have a good enough team to qual. So individually, it's just how it goes, I guess.
All right, Dandro.
Yeah, if I'm rated as 77 and not qualling where he was, I got to put Tekka below that. So I'm going to say like 74.
Enigma.
I'll sit between this because there's a lot of good points, 72. I feel like he is a player that I look at and think, oh, I should be expecting something of you. And then just, yeah, very middle of the pack at the minute. Would love to see more.
Okay. All right. So moving on to StuKix. Enigma, you want to take over? Give me 2 seconds as well. Keep going.
Yeah,
Give me like 2 seconds.
No worries. So I feel like as a team, like Boog, StuKix, and Benzi as a team have this insane like chemistry to make sure they get to LAN and whatnot, and it's a wonderful story, and I love all 3 gents to death. But individually, I like, it's difficult for me to sit there and be like, I'm pretty sure EWC they go out early as well. It's difficult for me to sit there and be like, okay, you guys individually have done much for me to sit and praise you really highly. It's yeah, I hate talking negatively at all about my European brethren, but I just like, yeah, they were 17th at EWC. They didn't do much at all, really. Like, StuKix was 41st out of 50 when it came to like performance online, and then a poor LAN performance. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go with like a
60.
Yeah, I think so. Unfortunately, I hate it. I hate it. But you know, if I'm gonna be harsh on like Rocket and Co for similar reasons, like individually, there's been nothing other than the fact that I love all 3 gens to death that I can talk really strongly about.
All right. Dandro.
60.
Krinkz.
60.
Rampage.
60.
Ebatez.
60. I think it's the same thing as Rocket. They had the same opportunities and didn't really do well at both.
JGOD.
Automatically.
Okay. Automatically put him at 60. Okay.
I hate
JGOD.
it.
Fair.
I hate it.
He put it in.
Yeah, screw it. 60. All right. Teeny. They definitely played enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, go
I
ahead.
don't think those guys really were ready, and they came over and they were playing with Tommy, so there was a lot of expectations. I think there was a lot of expectations, and those guys just unfortunately got thrown into a situation where they weren't really ready for it. So I think Teeny and Obs are both very talented players, but I just think that given the situation, their rankings are going to be low, and obviously they didn't produce much this year just because of what happened. So
Yeah,
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
Question: do you guys think they had a better chance of qualifying in Australia than here, if they had their own team over there?
yeah, I think so.
I don't know. XMQ and them, like, over there, they were destroying shit over there. Now, I mean, here, I'm like, I don't know. Like, they did bad all year, in my opinion.
Yep.
They did bad all year.
Yep.
I would have to go with like that.
Well,
Like,
I think
okay.
it was they did bad with the exception of like when they first played, right? Didn't they have like a couple good?
I don't
Or
think
maybe
so.
that's so long ago. I don't recall.
All I remember was
Maybe
just
I'm
them
mixing
doing
them
bad
up
all
with another
year.
team.
I don't know if there's one tournament, but they did pretty good with the snipers. I remember the car with Tommy. Remember Tommy T?
I honestly only remember them doing bad all year. Like, no troll.
Oh shit! I remember
From what
only
I recall. From
one
what I recall.
time.
There was,
like they
there was
showed
one
like
tourney. There was one tourney that they were doing decent.
yeah,
But the thing is, like, they would do good from the start and then end up slowing down
yeah.
drastically as the games went on,
I would say
or
like
vice versa.
63, bro.
Yeah.
I would. That's where I would put them. 63. JGOD.
I'll do 60.
Ebatez.
I would say 62.
Yeah,
Okay.
62 as well.
Krinkz.
I'll do 60.
Dandro.
63.
Sorry, baby was crying.
You're good, puppy. You're good. And then my just general thoughts on Teeny.
Not good. Like, look, it's just not worked, right? And I mean, yes, we're judging this individually, but it's not as if you've had like a bad teammate there alongside you to either help you improve through the year or deliver more on results and qualify for certain things. And we've covered them a lot, especially through Warzone Total Frenzy, and I don't feel like there's been many occasions where we said much strong about them. So Yeah, I'll sit smack bang in the middle of you guys with a 62 because there's just nothing really I can say more than that.
Okay. All right. Now, Lennon, Mr. Lennon.
Big Lane.
Ah, this was gonna hurt, man. Enigma, talk to me on them.
If anyone has looked at that trio and not thought to themselves that he's the actual star of the team, I don't know what the fuck they're smoking. Like he was holding together a team that did not, quite frankly, want to be together for 90% of the year. Like he's the support player in the but with a player like Juki's was off doing his thing, FIFA Kills off doing their things. I love those boys to absolute death, but Lennon, God bless him, did everything he could. And so often as well, he would get pointed at. It's your fault. And I'm starting to think it's not your fucking fault at all. Like, he was brilliant. He's such a good player. Deserves so much more than he got through this year. And if you go back and, by the way, and watch the LCQs, they don't qualify if it's not for Lennon. He pulls off this insane play where he, like, they were rotating in, and I forget who falls on the beach, but one of them falls, and Len provides the most insane cover play I have seen in such a clutch situation to just cover over the res that was coming on through to make sure that they were able to make end circle. They don't make that end circle, they are out. They're gone. Like, so I think Lennon, unfortunately, my ratings for Lee and Fief aren't going to be amazing this year, but Len, I think he's really good, deserves more. And what I think he needs as well is a team that kind of like
gives a shit,
like instill belief into him, you know, instill a bit of love into him. So yeah, I think for me, I'll go. Fuck, this is tough.
Yeah, I'm actually curious to see what y'all say.
Yeah.
83.
Okay. All right. Dandro.
I'm giving him an 85, mainly because I think I agree with Enigma. He was keeping it clutch, but the thing is if you guys remember, I was on this podcast and I said there were top teams that were not VOD reviewing. This was one of them. And the only person actually doing VOD review and getting that information to the other two, Lennon.
Yeah, I'm going higher. Fuck it.
And
I'm trying to like temper myself, but like, yeah, Dan's right. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, it's just I think he was like, he just has like I think he has a really good head on his shoulders. Obviously, it was like a great year performance wise, but to Enigma's point, like eye test in game, like on those things, he was the one making plays, trying to like, and he was trying to be the one to like actually calm normally like the correct thing that they were trying to do, right? And like trying to figure out how he can do it and like putting in the effort like all year long. So obviously, like I can't give him higher than an 85 because they didn't. At the end of the day, didn't perform well, but as an individual player, I think Len stocks are really high, and I'm really curious to see who he teams with going into next year, because I think he's one of those people that if he teams with the right people, he's about to like absolutely be a force on the map.
Yeah.
Okay.
100%. Like, so I apologize. I'm trying to like look at it and be like, he's European, so I'm trying to not go like, I'm trying to not go too high and be like, yeah, EU Glazer, blah blah blah, whatever. And you know, like I hear what you guys say about me on this podcast, but it's like. Dude, he's so good. He deserves more.
He's so damn good.
Yeah, I'll lift it to an 86.
86. Okay. Krinkz.
I'm gonna give him a 83.
83. Okay. Rampage.
For me, I'm gonna give him a 90. Like I think he's a phenomenal player already. Like that's the base. Like you said, like he's got to be surrounded by those other players who believe in him, and that's where like Bro, he was playing with other people. He was filling with other teams. He was always playing in scrims and, like you said, watching VOD reviews. But whenever he played with Jukis in FIFA, like they weren't doing the best. But overall, like Lennon is a phenomenal player, and I would categorize him as an explosive player. Whenever you give him that energy, bro, he's fucking amazing, bro. So I'm sticking with 90, man.
Okay.
I think he's a phenomenal player.
Ebatez.
I was gonna say 83 for Lennon.
Okay.
I'm very high on Len. I like Len. He's good.
Okay. JGOD.
84.
84. All right. Here's what I'll say. As much as we know how good players are, we cannot judge them based off how good we know they are or how good they can be. We have to judge them based off their performance this year. This year, in my opinion, was really bad for all of them. Yes, in my opinion, Lennon was the best player out of that trio. I would give him an 83 based off of that, in my opinion. Even though
I
I
agree.
know he can
Fair.
be a fucking 90 plus, what he showed me this year is 83. That's kind of where I'm at. Now, we got Gabe. Okay.
Woo!
Gabe. Remember, keep in mind, fellas, I believe there's only 2 players here that are in the run for Rookie of the Year. That is Gabe Kuhn and Mr. Enkyo. All right?
Yeah.
So, what are y'all's thoughts on Gabe? Top 5 on LAN. Did pretty damn good, right? I believe, who was the Slayer on that team? Shoot. I think
Flank
it
top
it was
right.
flanked.
Yeah.
I think it was flanked. And I mean, but Gabe all year has been their shooter. Gabe all year has been an insane player. I think he has a lot to develop. I'm not gonna lie, but he is very good. Now, where do we put him, or what are y'all's thoughts on him?
I think Gabe's stock is incredibly high going into next year. I'm not saying his ranking is going to match that, but I think his stock as a player. I think a lot of teams are going to want Gabe on their roster next year. He's kind of like a slow fragger. Like he's pretty disciplined for his age. I think Enkyo as well, like for 19 years old, like an incredibly disciplined player, but Gabe especially as well. He seems like a faster player, but he's kind of not. He's like a slower fragger. But yeah, overall, I think Gabe had a great year. It's tough that he went up against Enkyo as like a rookie this year, because I feel like that's a really hard, like it's just 2 really, really good players. You know what I mean? Like any other given year, like those are 2 of the best rookies we've honestly ever seen. I think Adrian also obviously last year was insane, but yeah, Gabe overall, man, solid year, first year. And I think a lot of top teams are going to want him on their roster.
Okay. Damn, this one's hard. I ain't gonna lie. Anybody else have anything to say before I give my opinion?
All I'm saying is watching this kid 1v3 people towards the end of the year was like highlight for me, dog. Like it's been a while since we've seen like somebody come in and us be like, wait, holy fuck, who is this kid? Right? Like it's been a while since I feel like we've had that. And I was like, why I loved watching Gabe. But to the point, it took him a little bit to get there. Like it was like he came in and was just like immediately like online and on fire. Like it took them towards the latter half of the year, basically like kind of leading up to like World Series to like get to that point, which makes sense, right? Like you got to like figure out your team chem and like what you want to do. But I was impressed with him when I was at that Miami land in February, dude. Like he was locked. Like everybody else was out and partying, and he was just like chilling at the Airbnb listening to music like on his phone, because he was just like, I'm locked. Like he's like, I have the tournament to play tomorrow, you know? So I think the rating will reflect his year. Given that, I think next year I will feel more comfortable about giving him like a super high rating that's there for what it's worth.
Yeah,
but for this year, I think you got to be a little bit cautious with it.
Yeah, I think they played pretty good all year. Like I say, like top 10 every year, every tournament. It felt like every once in a while they'd fall off on a couple of those and get out of the top 10. But I mean, Gabe played really well individually. I'm gonna go. Oh, this one's hard. Maybe like 80. Go 87. My pick, 87. That's a number that's like gut feeling. JGOD.
I'll go 84.
Ebatez.
I was going to say 87.
7, okay. Rampage.
Another 90 bomb.
90, okay.
Mine's
You're not
gonna be-
letting you loving him, play into fact there, right?
No, bro, dude, he literally, whenever it was Ben,
It's a joke.
oh,
Yeah,
Krinkz.
Gabe's gonna definitely improve a lot. Gonna improve this year, especially with the movie we got. So I'm gonna give him an 86.
86. He definitely, I think, I would hope next year that man's 90 plus. He has every potential,
for
has
sure.
a high
Yeah.
ceiling. Dandro.
88.
88, okay.
man,
Engima.
put me 89 then, bro.
I
I mean, this is my first time ever
No,
doing
no,
this, so
I mean-
I'm pretty
Okay.
rookie. So
Listen to your heart rate.
I'll match down on the 88. It is like we're both quite nerdy about the space, of course, and we do a lot of talking about players in our own time. And it's very rare that Dan gets really hyped. Like Dan is a passionate son of a bitch, and if he gets hyped about someone, they are gassed through the roof. So few people actually live up to that. But Gabe, you did. You were fucking phenomenal, especially through the back half of this year. So fair play to you. And yeah, everything that everyone said here, you fully deserve.
Okay. Cool. All
Also,
right.
side note,
Yeah.
we're about 20% through the list.
Ebatez, you're go ahead and cook on DJ. Well, let's roll.
DJ, my guy. Similar to kind of like Gary's situation. I'm not gonna rank him as high as Gary. But I will say DJ is kind of like another, like just support player that doesn't really get a lot of respect. I think he does a lot for his teammates, and I think he is similar to like Nate, where he wasn't an IGL and kind of took on like a co-IGL role with Smith and like really got more vocal throughout the year, and he made a lot of improvements. So I think overall DJ had a pretty great year, despite like starting off with Braxton and Evan, then he played with like Trey and Alb, and then he ended up on Aiden and Smith's roster, and this team made like a lot of improvements. So overall, I think DJ had a great year. I would probably put him 89, I'd say. I mean, 88, 89. I'm not going to put him 90. I don't think that's fair. I think Smith and Aiden were like the duo on that roster, but I do think that DJ contributed a lot to that team.
Okay. All right. What did you say? 89?
Yeah.
89. Okay. I'm going to go lower just due to the fact that, like, obviously I know how much you bring. I would say, again, I don't want to ramble too much, but he is one of the most underrated players. I'm going to go 87. I would put him right along the lines as Gabe. So that's where I'd put him.
I'm around the same in terms of relation to Gabe, so it'll be 84.
Okay. Rampage.
I'll do 85.
5. Okay. Krinkz.
85 as well.
Dandro.
86.
Engima.
85.
85. Okay. All right. Now moving on to Adrian, man. Okay. So this one's a tough one. I want to know how you guys rate it. Who wants to kind of take the lead on this one? Anybody here pretty passionate about him? You know what? Fuck it. I'm passionate.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't know why you're not the one talking.
I when it comes to Adrian, man, I think last year he won Rookie of the Year. This year, I saw probably the least motivated Adrian I've ever seen in my entire life. He wasn't here at the house when he was least motivated. He was home for a while. And I just feel like he never really played in any scrims. He never really played in really a lot of stuff. And when he did, he was very like lackluster, just no passion. All year, that whole team was, and people kept saying they were top 10, or they would be fucking like 26th. Top 10 or 26th. And it was literally like every single tournament, right? And I mean, I remember I had a long conversation with this guy, and I sat him down. I said, give me 3 weeks of you grinding. I was like, Adrian, 3 weeks. That's all I need from you, bro. 3 weeks and grind like crazy. And I promise you will do good on LAN. He started playing everything for 3 weeks, flew to Swag's house, and ended up getting 4th on LAN. So all year, inconsistent, no passion for Adrian. I would have to give him, in my opinion, he plays 4th on LAN, so you could say his number should be higher. But due to the fact that there was no consistency, I would say like 85, in my opinion. He technically, if they just were more consistent, he'd be up there because he's like a 90+ player for sure. But I can't give him that. He didn't show it. 4th on LAN means a lot. But, you know, I think that what they showed me and the way they performed, I don't think was that much. You know? So that's where I would put it on. JGOD.
I was gonna make a joke. I'm gonna be like, for carrying Swag 95. No, I'm just playing. It was a joke. It was a joke. But I didn't go there. I'd actually put him at 85. It was more just a joke to, you know, get a joke out there. But we're chilling.
Ebatez.
85 is fair.
84.
84? 84.
I think Jurassic improved a lot, and he's a phenomenal player. 86.
86? Yes, below DJ.
Do you
I
agree?
do think below DJ.
I do see him as a 90 player, but this year definitely showed me that he had no passion. So I'm going to give him a 83.
Dandro.
84.
84. Enigma.
85.
5. All right, Louis. Anybody want to speak on Louis?
Louis, Wars, and
Big
Bubble.
I guess I'll go as the EMEA guy unless anyone else
Default.
wants to.
Default.
If anyone else wants to, then feel free. But obviously, I can talk quite a bit about these sides. But yeah, it's tough with Louis. I feel like online did, fine in terms of like the online series, but that is bad. And also, I'm pretty sure he was the lowest slayer on that team, which that's a good team. That should be doing so much better than 30th. On the online stages, they were second in finals. That said to me that they'd figured out what their problem was, and then I guess they hadn't. And I just, the players that I look to in that lineup that I particularly rate, unfortunately, Louis isn't the one that I'm picking out of that lineup. So I mean, I love the guy, but it's difficult to give him above a low 70 maybe, but like, yeah, it's tough. Like, there's nothing here that I'm, you know, when I saw him coming up on the list, I'm trying to go through. I'm trying to be like, surely there's something that I'm missing because I've rated him so highly because of his past years, but this year it hasn't been great from Louis. So like a 73.
Okay. Dandro.
If I gave Intex a 74, I gotta give Louis a 75 because he at least made it to land. So
Okay. Krinkz.
75.
5. Rampage.
70.
Ebatez.
I'm gonna say 70.
JGOD.
73.
And I'm going to go 72. Okay. Now we got Freddie. This is Freddie Xanax, right?
Yeah, 70.
Freddie Xanax. Anybody have
No,
any?
I'll put mine 75. I was re-looking through my list. I'll put him 75.
Okay. Into that, JD, if you can. Saviotras, Freddie, and Xanax, 19th on land. I don't really got much to say about these guys, man. I think pretty mid. Enigma, would you agree? I mean that non-disrespectful way. I'm just being honest.
No, like to be fair, I think at the start of the year, he was one of the players in particular that kind of surprised me a bit with how well he did, but fell off very strongly through the year, and then was just completely like non-standout at all. So like it's hard to be positive here. Maybe I'll match with the Louis mark and go 73. Like there's just like it feels like they're middle of the team, then middle of the pack. They're never going to finish bottom 5, but they're sure as hell never finishing top 5 either. And Freddie's a big part of that team. So because Savi's, he's never been a slayer particularly. So it's I think him and Xanax were brought in to be the shooters and just didn't do anything.
Okay. All right. Dandro.
75.
85.
69.
Krinkz, 69.
Nice.
Rampage.
Yeah, 69 too.
Ebatez.
I don't really know much about Freddie, I'll be honest. I'll probably just say 70, but I don't know. I don't really know anything about him, so.
Okay. JGOD.
Yeah, I feel like Ebatez, small sample size, but I'll go 70.
I'm going to match him 72. Louis.
70 as well or 72?
Sorry, 72 because I'm matching him with Louis. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Now we got Skullface. So this is an interesting one.
I can talk about Skull if you want.
Yeah, go.
I think Skull this year, his stock is super, super low. I think that playing with Brett and Joe, like it just obviously didn't work out. And then mid-year got on a really good team with Almond and Noobs. And I think that EWC kind of saved his stock a little bit. But I will say I think he had a really, really bad year as the player that we know him to be. So yeah, I mean, other than that, I think depending on what roster he can end up on next year, which I don't know, obviously like everything's kind of up in the air right now. I think his stock is super low, so I'm curious to see what players pick him up for next year. But
Okay. All right.
not qualifying for LAN is tough. It's tough.
Okay. All right. I just to add to that, he started off playing with Joe and Bread, and they played horrible. So remember, we're going based off all year. Then plays with Noobs and Dongi and does really good at the beginning. Then plays the quals, play like shit. Leading up to the quals, they play like shit. Get to EWC, plays second. Fucking huge, almost won it.
Yeah.
Then,
and then they got back and won a 10K.
Yeah, come back, win a tournament, and then play the last chance quals.
That was insane.
And don't qual. You can make the argument, cheaters during that, I get it. To be fair, they should never even be in LCQ. Now, how do you judge them? I don't know. I mean, this one's difficult.
You can't judge him on the what if, But I will say it's like EWC kind of saved him. Like it's like that like second place at EWC kind of like saved him.
But that's the only thing. They were bad all year.
Yeah, he started off the year hot, like because he won those 2 solo YOLO.
I was gonna say
whatever.
the solo YOLOs. We can't like forget about that too. Like
we were like, damn,
something.
like he's about to be cooking. Like what I mean? Like to win 2 solo YOLOs is like, all right,
that was crazy.
It's not just luck. Like what I mean? So his stock was high and then it got really low. Then he won EWC, kind of saved him. Now it's like I'm like
in the middle.
Who's gonna play with him? You know what I mean? So I'm curious. But
here's my question. When we look at like the teams that he was on, did we ever look at Skull and say Skull is the problem?
Hell no.
I
This
think
is him.
I think
No,
that's why like
but
I'm okay.
I will say the
It's tough.
dynamic of the Almond Noob Skull trio was just it was like awkward at times
I agree.
when they were firing and Almond and Skull were on the same page. They were firing, but it just like was such a weird dynamic. I don't know. It just didn't work. Obviously,
Yeah.
like, it was
How did
inconsistent.
that team not qual? I'll never understand, bro.
I will
Yeah,
never
don't
get
know.
it.
I don't know.
Obviously, there was that issue with the walling whatever idiot that ruined up the matches.
No, that guy
but-
was aimbotting. That
but
guy was
still-
aimbotting.
But still,
they were getting
that
spun
dude-
on.
It's like, I don't know. That team should have definitely qualled. It's just sad they didn't.
So somebody
Hmm.
want to throw out a number?
I'll say like 80 for me. Just
80?
So hard
I
to
just-
rate him.
I just feel like obviously, like you said, really good, but ups and downs, and I don't know. What are you guys thinking?
I feel like you're
I
not
think
too
that's
far
not.
off.
Yeah, you're not too far
You're
off.
not too
I want to
far
say
off.
like 82. I would say like second EWC kind of like I said saves him a little bit, but not qualifying like hurts. It's like weird. I don't know.
I would
And
say
it's like
81.
sucks. It's hard. It's hard to say like. You know, we all know the potential, but we're not ranking on potential, so it's like it's tough. Because I think last year Skull was like a 90 or something.
Oh
Yeah, like Skull was like 90
I'm gonna
plus.
say 79.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go with JGOD. 79.
Krinkz 79. Dandro.
I'd say 83.
83?
I think his early like starting off hot was great. EWC was great. I don't look at any of those teams and think that like he was the problem. He was doing his job on those teams. I do think though, like if you don't qual for the things you're like expected to qual to, like that's gotta hurt you. That you have some contribution to that as an individual. So,
Also, I'll add like another point that I don't know, maybe no one said or thought, or maybe they disagree, is that like always before I felt like Skullface kind of had like an aura that he was like a very good player, and I think he still kind of has a little bit of that. But part of like his success in some of the tournament stuff was the teaming he was with Hisoka. So how much like part of that was Hisoka in the element
a
of making
confidence
him
booster.
into a better player, confidence of knowing like how to position him to be successful, and how much is that taken away when now Hisoka's not on his team, to not even qualifying in the World Series of Warzone part of it, and not being able to participate in tournaments to kind of set himself up. So I think that's going to be on him to figure out this year, because he's not going to be teaming with Hisoka. So we'll have another opportunity. He's not going to probably be with Brett and Joe. And so it'll be one of those things where he'll have an opportunity to either not be who we think he is, or he will be, and it'll just be like what it's supposed to be, you know, and he'll be a 90 plus player like we expect him to be. It's just it didn't pan out this year.
I mean, for me, the way I'm basing it just off of is like the solo YOLOs. I feel the fact to win 2 solo YOLOs, I feel like that goes to show like as a player how, you know, how technical and just like how he knows the map awareness and just how to navigate through that. So that's why I put him at 80.
I also feel like he didn't really play his role
Like
like he
whatever-
wanted to. As in like
Guys, I don't know.
going
Some
into
people
the
are. Guys, we know he is a great player, but we have to base it off the entire year. And the entire year, they did not. He did not. You know?
He had a bad, and he would sit here and tell you he had a horrible
No, I know.
year. Like
Yeah.
he would tell you he was horrible. He would literally sit up here and tell you he was horrible. Talk to him about it. Like
Enigma, talk to me.
I'll match Dandro on the 83. I could go higher. I feel like I could push an 85 because of what he did. I thought he was brilliant at the Esports World Cup. I thought he was phenomenal there. And that was their one real opportunity to show what they could do. The World Series thing, like, it's a weird one because obviously we all know what happened in the LCQ. And if they get to land, do they push Dynasty as hard as they did at EWC?
Yeah.
But also, yes, they were very inconsistent. Skull individually has been bounced between multiple rosters, figuring that out. But I still look at Skull as the kind of guy who could like turn a team that is currently hovering on the contender pack into against the SSD pack. So yeah, I still have a lot of faith in Skull.
Okay. All right. Guerra, I think NA,
NA.
substitute
NA.
for World Series NA.
agreed.
Breadman.
Now Breadman. I think unless anybody has anything to say, I'll talk about Bread. I think for me, same thing I'll say with Joe. They all are content centered. And again, the time of being able to just do content every day and then hop in a tournament and do well, that day and age is over. You now have to actually put in the work to be a great player. And Breadman has had a horrible year this year for competitive. What it was his best accomplishment, I think, this year? Was there anything?
I think they
I
got
mean, at
third.
EWC, he was cooking solo.
No, I
But
think at the
that was
beginning of the
it.
year they got. I think they placed third in the 100K. I'm pretty sure in the match point 100K that we had the first in the year was like Skull. He was with Skull and Bread.
Oh,
or
and
Skull
Skull.
Bread Joe. I
Yeah.
think they placed third in that. I'm pretty sure, but other than that, not much.
Yeah, and again, I
don't know,
fucking
am I
love Brad.
faded?
but-
Am I faded? I feel like he was the best player on that
He
team,
was.
though.
Oh, he
was.
definitely
Oh,
was.
he
He
definitely
definitely
was.
was.
Yeah,
I was
without a
like,
doubt.
horrible, and I was like, "Fuck, am I faded?" Like,
No.
he
Like,
had a-
I'm saying,
bro,
like,
he had a master class in the finals to qualify for World Series. Like that was
yeah, that was crazy. That was crazy. Like, I do think he was the best, obviously, but again, comparatively, if you take off the name Breadman and you slap on another person's name on there, I feel like that's what we got to judge it on, strictly based off performance. What are your guys' thoughts?
But I think you might be, I don't know, maybe we disagree here, but I feel like associating with how the team did is not the same as performance, because he could have been like lights out. You watch his POV, he's killing it. But if he's last alive, regaining, I'm giving a fictional,
Right.
fictitious example, but if he's last alive regaining, that's not going to take away that he was like Jordan on a team with 2 people. I'm not saying he is, but you know what I mean? Like, there's only so much you can do to contribute to your team's placement. So I don't know. I think
I definitely
obviously
think
those are significant things when we're grading just the individual performance.
Right.
And it kind of goes back to the thing that I was talking about with rated, where if I'm picking up players, like I'm picking up Breadman over a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So
Individually.
I guess my mentality is like, I'm not going to base all my opinions on Breadman based on his team, but I will, like, at least for me, the ceiling at which I can rate him is definitely not as high. That's where at least in my brain, I can't rate him higher than certain people because all year his team and him didn't do the greatest. Right. So I guess that's where I kind of put it. It's like I cap my ceiling for him very high. Like if I gave Joe a 65, Breadman this year, and again, it's going to be low. It's going to be low for me. Is anybody else is going to be high? Or, I mean, do you want to?
What do you consider high?
Yeah, I mean,
I think-
it's the same way like how Jay got saying, like, even though the team didn't successfully do well, like Breadman was always doing fucking numbers and always doing what he had to do with what he could, you know, on that team. So, I mean, that's why I'm probably gonna rate him like
80?
that's what I'm thinking.
Okay. I was going to go lower. I was going to say, based off solely performance this year, I'm stripping Breadman's name and I'm putting some random person's name on it based off what they've accomplished, what he's accomplished. I'm going to go like 76 for me. That's what I would go.
That's not as low as I thought you were going.
Oh, no,
I'll
sorry,
go
sorry.
82. I'll go 82.
82.
Yeah,
Debates.
I'm gonna say 78. I wanted to say 80, but then I was like, I agree with you. It's hard because he didn't really do much this year. But we also know that he was like kind of the rock of the team. Like he was always keeping them in it, kind of thing. Like he was always the one like keeping them in the conversation. I guess is what it was.
Bro,
so
to qualify, bro, like
Yeah, he did. He
literally,
did go
like,
crazy
he
in
had
that
to
one
go
game.
crazy,
he
bro.
went insane. I think he had like 11 kills. I don't even know. He was going nuts. But anyway, 78.
Pringles.
I'm gonna go with 79.
I remember they went to EWC and got last place.
Yeah, I completely forgot about that, and I just remembered. I was like,
Like, you know,
Well, I
all
think
year
there's different
have done
elements
bad.
to that too.
Yeah.
One was a resurgence thing on Rebirth. We
Don't
know
matter.
that Brad does not fuck with that at all. He didn't care.
Don't matter.
They all
It
got
don't matter.
paid out. They all got a bag just for showing up. He was fine. He had a little vacation out there.
Don't matter whether they're keyboard or mouse. It don't matter. We got to be honest and we got to rank them on performance. And they didn't. They didn't. You know?
Yeah, I gotta go 72. I'm gonna give it a little bit higher than Joe because I think the one thing I did appreciate about Brad this year is that he adjusted to metas really well, being the mouse and keyboard player where like we kind of had sniper meta for a little bit, and then by the end we saw him like single tap SVA just to throw damage out for his team. I liked his ability to adapt, but also same thing. Like I think he kind of needs to decide whether he actually wants to be a competitor or does he want to lean into content. And I think this year kind of showcased that a little bit.
Okay. And then Enigma.
I'm gonna go 80. I don't individual performance. I feel has been good. EWC wasn't awesome apart from the solo stuff, whatever. But the thing is, like, one of the things I keep hearing from like all these conversations, and it's the exact way I feel about it. Like, we're talking about someone who has decided that for the year they wanted to basically be in a friendship team. For the, they decided that they weren't going to take certain bits of it seriously. Whether or not that's true, I don't know. But like, that's part of being a player. Like, if you make the decisions, you've decided that you want to have a comfy year with your buddies playing competitive. We're not in that day and age anymore. So that's part of who you are as a competitor. So in terms of like his actual, like watching him on the map, the eye test, all that, I think he's a lot higher than what we're currently giving him. But, part of your success factors into that.
Yeah. I like that you bring that up.
I have one note though. Is like I also did it relative to where I put his teammates. So obviously I had Joe lower, which I think most of us did, and then Skullface we just did his like right next to it. So it's like relative. Do you think Skull or him is the better player? I personally think it's very close, but I would still think Breadman edges like out a little bit higher than.
Oh, I don't think so.
In my opinion, but I think it's very close. I think it's depends on really what you're looking for in the player, but. Personally, that's kind of where I would put it. So that's why I had to put it higher than 79. But obviously, in your guys' case, if you think it's the opposite, then you'd put him lower than whatever you did for Skullface.
But mine to 77. I think I was, I don't know. I was putting their placements, I think, a little bit too low. But
no, earlier in the year, Chad, he said Skull wasn't the teammate. They were teammates earlier on. How they performed, they swapped him out and they qualled. Skull didn't. So yeah, I mean that's kind of almost proving my point that I would put Brad higher than Skull.
Yeah,
but
guys, this is not a popularity contest, chat. We're doing it solely based off performance, guys.
Oh yeah, I feel pretty good about mine.
Hamoud, did we end up ranking Hamoud or Ziz? I would say still NA. I would still say NA for me.
Yeah, we did.
Oh, we did. We just based on.
The only thing they played in basically was the EWC invite and the World Series stuff. There was nothing else. So, totally fair.
Okay. Well, I personally, again, I would not be able to give Hamoud an accurate rating. I would choose NA. I still think, but I will go with whatever you guys think for this.
I got to rush him real quick. I would go NA as well.
But, Dandro, I know you wanted to rank Ziz.
I have a rating, but if all of us don't, then do NA. Like that's how that works. If the group does not feel comfortable rating them, then don't rate them. I'm sure there's probably for most of our NAs, probably at least one person has a rating for them.
Okay. All right. Baba
the Hoof.
I can't do NA because they played a good amount.
Yeah, they qualified.
But their team did not put any time in. I don't think put any time in from what I recall. 34th at LAN. I got to give him like a 64, 63.
I agree with that.
I'm going to say 62.
Yeah, do whichever one, JD.
Brother, I feel like every time we go, we're going to rate someone, at least 3 people in chat, like 69.
Oh, shit. Rampage.
I think Bubba was ass. Nah, just kidding. Because I know Bubba. 65.
Okay. All right.
I'm going to go 64.
64. JGOD, if you want to. Oh, actually, Dandro,
I'll
sorry.
do 62. 62. You can throw it in there.
Yeah, I'll go 62.
Okay.
Same.
62. Okay. All right. Johnny Bro. This was Strixie Tap. Johnny Bro. I think we gave them NA. His teammates NA. I believe. Yeah. Now we got Heeds. Okay. So these guys, let's talk about their entire team, and then we'll talk into Heeds. And I do believe that Heeds was sorry, I'm sure Heeds, you're fucking amazingly nice, and I feel bad saying this, but he was like the lowest player out of all three of them. They were considered arguably the best team all year, won their, the majority of everything that they played, right? They didn't win, anyway, they did not win EU finals, right?
No, that was Vision.
That was Vision, right? Vision, AJ, and them, okay. Enigma, I just want to hear your honest thoughts. I think they played really well all year, but when it came to like the NA tournaments, when it's time to play against NA, I don't think they showed up. Sometimes they would play second, sometimes they placed outside of top 10. Yeah, I think Heeds.
Bro, yeah, didn't he get like digit kills? Like, he didn't do too hot second day.
I know that his stats were not the greatest.
He
Enigma,
had
if you have
11
any-
kills.
He is outrageously inconsistent. And it's one of the things, like me and Dan can sit here and talk about times where we have watched him like take entire teams apart, third-party teams apart by himself, and has this insane technical skill. I feel like because of the fact Enkyo is so good, he's trying to play a role that doesn't necessarily fit him. And sometimes that means he does it really well. And sometimes that means he does it not so great. It's hard because for me, Enkyo is obviously insane. Gromalok, I personally think, is absolutely majestic as a player. Unfortunately, had a bad Sunday at Vegas, but I think insane. I think the conversation's tough because compared to a lot of the players here, I think Heeds is phenomenal. I think it's just he's constantly not the one mentioned because the other two of his teammates are so damn good. They're the ones we talk about. So
I agree. Can I add something on that?
Yeah, of course.
I think the thing with Heeds that has I have a hard time with is he plays the support role, and although he's very, very good and they did pretty consistent throughout the year, the hard thing with him is that he will make, like, the support role is supposed to make your teammates' lives easier, and sometimes as the support role, I see him making his teammates' lives harder because he's the one doing weird stuff. So it's like a lot of times you have to be so selfless as the support role where you're doing everything you can to make sure that your teammates don't have to stress out. But I've seen him die end games where it's so unnecessary and it's making his teammates play worse because of it. I think that's the hard thing.
I think one of the damning things about it a little bit as well was the Sunday was going so badly in that regard that eventually Enkyo switched up to play second in. He wasn't even going first in because he was like, look, we got to change something because this is going terribly. So that's the one thing for his inconsistency. His ceiling is ridiculous. Like, the guy is fucking terrifying. Who was it we watched him like 1v3 down being third party? I swear it wasn't SSD, it was like someone.
No, wasn't it DJ? Wasn't it GJ?
Was it DJ Smith?
I think it was DJ and Smith. It was like Edge of Gas, and Heeds 1v2 them like while he was in the gas. They were trying to gatekeep them.
He can do, but yeah.
We saw one of the Total Frenzies too, right? Where he almost like 1v3'd SSD like at the ends. Like, it was like the match point game they needed to win, and he almost 1v3'd them, but he didn't. But he almost did.
So what would you guys give a number if you had to?
I think I know what I'm giving his two teammates. So with that in mind, I think I give him like and comparing it to a lot of the other players, maybe like an 82, 83. I'll go 83, but it's purely based on inconsistency. I feel like he could easily be a player that I'm talking about, and he's like a lot higher than that.
Right.
It's just, tough.
Okay. Dandro.
Yeah, I'm going to go 81.
81. Okay. Krinkz.
83.
83. Rampage.
For me, I could be faded, but the way I see is Enkyo, then Grom, then Heat. So, it'll be like a lower one for me. I'll probably say 79.
Okay. Ebatez.
I'm going flat 80.
80. JGOD.
80.
80. Yeah. I'm going to, maybe this might be surprising, I'm going to rank him higher than a lot of what everybody else has him, due to the sole fact that they were considered number one team, and he does do the fucking dirty work. He is the one that nobody talks about. And if you consider, I think all year you consider his whole team a top 5 team, I would put him at 85. That's mine. 85. All right. Now we got Seiji Poo, man.
0.
Oh, baby. Oh, Seiji Poo. So we got, okay. All right. Thoughts? Anybody want to talk here? I've been talking a lot. So.
99. No, just saying. See? It was a
is
setup.
so good.
No, it's not a 99, but
Talk to me about Sage. Thoughts on Sage this year?
Yeah, that's like my thing is that like Sage is like one of the few, like if we like did, you know, entirety of Warzone up till now, like, right? Like Sage is one of those people I would say if he's lower than a 95, like what are we doing? But for this year, it took a little bit for Sage to like look like the Sage that we knew he was until kind of like, you know, it's similar to Adrian, right? Where it was like, we're like, we know that you're good, but like, what is happening? Then land time comes and we're like, where was this Sage for the last 6 months? Like,
Right.
what is happening right now? You know? So it's like, I want to rate him high, but it's like, I have to like kind of crank that back just for some of that struggle early on in the year. I will say though, individually on that team though, I think Sage was doing exactly what he should do. So I want to like rate him high for being able to like, I think there's also a lot to be said about him and the non-in-game stuff about like helping Adrian and Swag figure out where they fit in that puzzle of the team. I think he was like really instrumental in them figuring out how they're supposed to play as a team to be successful. And I think that has to be very heavily considered in this as well. It's not just like, you know, gun skill wise, because we know how talented he is, but I think being a teammate, I think Sage is a really good teammate for some of these people.
This year, I want to add, this year, how do you think Sage has performed? Let's go through his track record over the years. Started off with Diaz and Shifty. My opinion, I've told him this, didn't play the greatest, would throw away his life a lot, and ended up, oh my God. Sorry, my dog just fell.
Little barrel.
He's good, huh?
He's good though. Yeah, he's good though. Sorry. And so then after that, gets a new team. They end up what felt like immediately clicking up first, qualifying, and then tournaments outside of everything World Series Warzone again were like this. Sage's individual performances were always pretty damn good, but for the most part, his team stuff was always like this. The thing I will say about Sage, and I feel like everybody should know this about him, when he goes to LAN, he will show up. All of last year, he was, in my opinion, very inconsistent. Throw away his life a lot, was just like making dumb plays, and then went to LAN and played the best Sage I've ever seen in my life, right? Yeah. It felt like that repeated again this year. There was times where I'm like, oh, Sage, what are you doing? You don't got to do that. Like, you just got to back up. Like you just play your team. But on LAN, they showed the fuck up. So where do you guys place him given all that? Because if I think about Sage and how he's played all year, above average for sure. But I guess my question I'm having internally right now is his performance, not him as a player, is his performance this year a 90 plus overall?
Oh yeah,
that's my biggest question right now.
I think
performance.
I would be like a little bit on the fence on it, but I will say he did gain another skill as into like being an IGL now. Because I know this year was kind of like more of a discomfort for him to become the IGO for his team. Because I know that's one thing he does not like to do. He just likes to be able to do what he does. And we all know how gifted he is with the mechanically, the way he plays, and the way he uses everything, lethal, tacticals, everything. He uses everything in his disposable to help his teammates whenever it comes to a fight. And he will play his life as much as he can. But this year, because he was the IGO, we didn't see that Sage. So it's hard for us to rank him the same as last year because he wasn't playing his role to what he is capable of playing.
So I guess here's my question I'll ask everybody in chat and you guys. Do you think who had a better year? Performance, who had a better year? Gary or Sage?
For me, I'll probably sound faded, but I would say Sage.
Okay, why?
For me, just for the fact of like they were struggling heavily on like getting placements, and then within like 2 weeks prior, like
the whole year, Pops, or not just talk.
Oh, the whole year?
So that's what this is all based off of. The entire year.
Oh, never mind. Like you guys go first, and then I'll just cook up something in my head right now.
I feel like it was relatively even.
It's pretty close.
It's close.
It's
It's close
for both teams. Initially, I was going to say somewhere between 89 and 92. That's where I was going to put him.
Because you said like
feel like
performance, right?
with this team through the second half of the year, with the team that he ended up on, during that time period, he was a fucking 99. He was insane. Like, especially towards the end, he was ridiculous. But the first half of his year was poor. Like, it wasn't great. It was nowhere near his standard. So for me, my number is a 90 on this. And, you know, sitting right up there with Gary. For me, Gary has the better year. But, like, if we're talking individual performances, I think that the way in which Sage took that team at the end of the year and molded it into what he did, like, that is ridiculous. Because also to bounce back from being dropped by the dynasty, like, you win the World Series of Warzone, get dropped on your damn head, and then come back and do the things that you do, dude. If like the first half of his year is no surprise that it was slow, because of the fact that, like, you've got to figure out, you know, bouncing back and coming back from that. So
Well,
Yeah.
okay.
I mean-
let me ask something real quick. Didn't he win he won the 100K optic with Shifty and Biffle, right?
Yeah.
And then they also won the 150K Shadow
No.
Gauntlet.
and
They got second.
Second. Who won
second.
Smith won it.
Huskers
They
won
got
it.
second, and then Sage won the 150K. So I wouldn't say like their
Yes.
year like started off. His beginning of the year wasn't like terrible. It wasn't like awful.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
But obviously that middle of the year
individual-
when he got dropped, you know, he needed some time to kind of make his way up. And then he showed up at LAN and got fourth. So
This is my mentality about it, right? Is who do you rank higher? Do you rank a team that placed or a player that placed consistently better, right? Gary, their team was considered the second best team all year, right?
yeah.
But Gary did all the dirty work, did all the stuff that nobody sees, like, right? He was that glue. Or do you, somebody that plays technically a little bit less consistent than let's say that team, but he was the star player on that team. Who do you value more?
I
You
value
get what
more
I'm saying?
Sage.
I think
just
you value Sage more individually.
Yeah, I just value more Sage because obviously, like, bro, for Gary, you literally, like, they've been playing for the whole year. Like, he's got literally Dongi and Scumming, bro. Like, you know, obviously, like, he's doing the dirty work, but hey, bro, I would love to do the dirty work on that team too. You know what I'm saying? not discrediting Gary, but like, he's got monstrous fucking teammates as well. He's a monster himself. But for Seiji Poo, like, last second, it was Chris, where everybody was leaving Chris. Adrian, no, like, they ended up splitting. And then Sage literally had to coach both of them. And then, like you said, like, he's not playing the role that he wanted to play.
Right.
Now he's playing a role where, like, he's, like, leading the charge or just trying to position his teammates in the best. So, and then overall, like, they were struggling heavily on placements. And then they fucking got, obviously, top 4. So I would say overall, like, improvement or phenomenal is Sage, in my personal opinion.
Okay. What would you give him number-wise?
95.
Holy shit.
Now I stand to that, baby.
Okay. Krinkz.
I will give him a 90.
Okay. I'm gonna say 90. That was my deciding factor was 89 versus 90. JGOD. 91. Ebatez.
90. I was gonna say 92.
92. Okay. Dandro.
I was also going to say 92.
All right. He is our first 90 overall, right? Our first
No.
90 plus.
I guess
no.
I'll put
Gary.
Lennon. I'll put Lennon at 89 because I'm learning how.
Gary's 90.
I'll put a 90.
it is hard during these conversations. Like, this is one of the things that, like, chat has to keep in mind. Like, we're kind of working through this and going, oh shit, yeah, well, that guy's there, so this person's
will
gonna
say-
be there. Like,
Fellas, at the end of this, I don't mind going through it and just
adjusting it?
changing who you guys want to change.
Sure.
Like that to me, that who cares? Like, let's try to get it as accurately, as possible. Now, Almond, same thing, man. I think we got to keep him accountable. Same thing as Skull. Almond, the only difference why I believe Almond should be placed higher than Skullface is because of their beginning of the year. Almond
Yeah,
at the
no, he
beginning
was-
of the year was winning everything with Soka. Then he has fucking snatched him, and then so yeah. Talk to me. What you guys think about
True.
Almond?
I feel like just the player. I mean, any that he was just in, like, he was just getting them, like how Engima was saying, like a challenger against, like, the Falcons, you know. So, you guys think?
I feel like Almond had a decent year from the
Yeah.
start, or from starting. Well, not
Again,
necessarily
comparatively, right?
Yeah.
He had a better year than Skullface because of the way they started.
Yeah.
Like,
I
Almond
wouldn't
was
even
winning
compare.
everything.
I wouldn't even compare Almond and Skull. I think Almond had a way better year than Skull.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I'm saying, you can't rank Almond lower than what you ranked
And then he
Skullface,
also had
Yeah,
a,
for sure.
a role change as well. Because
True.
not having Soka in your year, not him turning into the IGO that he even like whenever the team came about with Skullface and Noobs, Almond was like, okay, maybe I should IGO. Or like they were like in and out, who's gonna be the IGO? But I think now going into the next year, obviously he's probably gonna take the IGO role now.
Yeah.
So I mean, I would say
I'm like, it's
I'd
like a
say
high
I have
80.
82.
I
It's
have
a
a
high
number in my
80.
head. I have a number in my head. I have
I'd
the
say
number.
82 only because of kind of where I had Skullface and Bread and like kind of where I think he kind of falls in line. Obviously, with the right situation, he quals for and doesn't need to be somebody's third that backfills with him and Noobs having those opportunities. They wouldn't have competed.
I would say.
I think
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah, I think 82 feels low. I'm gonna say like 87. I feel like is, which I think it might even be higher, but I think 87 is probably the lowest I'd go.
Here's why I'm gonna go. Like, if I'm ranking him at the beginning of the year, this man is up here. Like, I'm talking 90s, 90 plus.
Yeah.
But
Yep.
then,
Yeah, easily.
but then, as soon as he got with Skull and them, they started to perform bad. They started playing really bad. But and then EWC came and they played really good. And then after that, everything kind of went downhill. How much do you weigh the beginning of the year and EWC? That's the question with him. And for me, I can't give him a 90 because it's just not right. For me, 85. 85. That's where I'd have him at. That's what I have him at. Rampage.
I'd say 86.
6, okay. Krinkz.
I'm gonna go with 87.
7, okay. I think that's fair. Shit, I
Yeah,
kind of want to
I'm
change.
gonna go with 87. I think he had a really, just like we said, like average year. Like it was okay, which to me kind of like sits at an 85. But I think he had a lot of moments and like having to take over a new role and stuff that cranks him up a little bit for me. So I think 87 feels good for me.
87. Yeah, I actually switched mine to 87. I think 85 might be a little too. Oh, 87's fine.
Man, switch mine to 88, bro.
Oh shit.
Oh.
Okay. All right.
There we go. That's better. That's way better.
All right. Future. Kind of the same as Baba. 61.
Wait, Enigma didn't put his score, right?
Oh shit. Enigma, did you not? I'm sorry, Bobby. I'm sorry. That's what I mean.
It's all good. it's
I'm
all
so
good.
sorry.
I'm actually going to ask for two things here. I'm going to ask to knock my skull down to 83 and put Almond at 87. I
Okay.
feel like, yeah, it's difficult to have like
83.
Almond and Skull so close when you're right about Almond's start of the year comparatively to Skull's.
So
Okay.
I would put mine at 84 as well because I did have Skull at 79. But still, yeah, I think that's fine.
Okay. All right. Future, like 61.
Yeah, 60.
You know?
Same.
And-
Same. I agree.
TJ.
Sure.
I'll go 60.
Okay.
60.
Oh. 100 the next one.
And what did, yeah, okay.
60. I don't really have much to say here.
Okay. Here's a proposition for the next one.
100. Oh.
We wait. Are we all in agreement? Unless there is some, which I will be mind blown if you disagree. Is there any disagreement that Shifty, Diaz, and Soka are in any order 1, 2, and 3? Is there? There's no argument there, right?
Of course. No, of
So,
course.
in my eyes, we should save them for the end, because due to the fact that this is going to determine MVP.
What's max?
Yeah,
Like
100.
max
99.
99?
99.
99. So, in my opinion, we save them for the end because depending on where we can't rank them now, depending on where we rank them determines who gets MVP this year.
Oh, okay.
Does that sound
I like that.
Sound fair?
Yeah.
Does the ranking necessarily correlate with MVP? I
Well,
feel
yeah,
like it shouldn't.
ranking is who is the number one. Who was the number one player this whole
Right,
year?
number one player, but that's not necessarily MVP.
Well, that's what we did
That's
last
the
year.
scoring?
MVP was the number one player of the year.
Okay. I feel
That
like
was
that's
That
the
makes
different.
sense. It's like, here's the numbers that back up.
Well, I feel like most valuable players, like who's the most valuable player to their team? Like it's like who was the most important player on their team, not necessarily like
We didn't have it like that
who's
last
the highest
year.
ranked. Okay.
So we had
We can
MVP
talk
of the
about it. We
year,
can talk about it.
the most valuable player of the year. That's what we did last year.
Got it.
which I would like to keep MVP of the year, because the MVP, like last year when we said MVP, it was always of the entire year.
Hell yeah.
Not
To be fair, it was a
I think
little
that's
different
fine.
last year. Like the ratings were a little different.
Yeah. Like I'm gonna be honest. I said this at the start of stream. This year, I 1000% think this is going to be the hardest MVP ever.
In my opinion, so like.
Oh,
not gonna
we
say
won't
who,
talk
but
about
I
it just
think-
yet. Or unless you're gonna.
All right.
Are you gonna
Well,
go
I think
over
my,
it, like-
my MVP
Go
would be
over it.
different than who I rate the highest. That's just kind of what I'm saying. Like, I think I would rate somebody
Oh.
higher than the MVP.
Oh, okay.
We can talk about it
Okay.
later though. We can
Yeah.
talk about it.
Chat,
I mean, to be fair, you did just say who was most valuable for their team, and then this is supposed to be individually without their team.
Like,
So
Yeah.
It's both. There's different
Well,
ratings.
no.
three best
And-
players in the world, man. Like we're splitting hairs on this.
MVP
Yeah,
is
100%.
separate. MVP should be separate
I'm-
than the individual rankings because I think it's a team thing. I think MVP is like most valuable player, which to a team. You know what I mean? It's like who's the most valuable player.
Like I know I'm putting as my number one, but like if anyone chat, otherwise all of you said no, it's this other one. It's like yeah, all right, we're splitting a bee's dick here. Like this is this is ridiculous. You're not gonna pain over there in America.
That's
Pain over
Oh,
here,
shit.
but,
I never heard that one.
Hey. Look, we will discuss this again. I don't know if we have to change the name or something. The way that I want to do this, the way that we did it last year, is whoever is the number one player gets MVP of the year. I mean, we could have a separate thing for MVP of teams, but at least in my head, that belt, the belt that we will give out every year, MVP, or we can change the name if you guys want.
Yeah, I was
We'll
gonna say you should change the name because I think it should be like number one overall or something. Or
We'll go to the number one player. So I don't
Yeah.
know, chat. If you guys disagree, agree. What do you guys think?
Agree to disagree.
For me, MVP
we can talk
is,
about it when we get there.
Yeah, okay. All right. So we have next
Yeah.
Rias, NA.
And
Where he
yeah,
is.
no.
Rias, what, did he even play?
He played.
With colors.
He
yeah.
just tried to qualify. That's it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Colors. Albin. Yes, no?
Yeah, but that was like NA. B Mark. Thoughts on this, boys?
I love B-Mark, but they struggled on getting play power. They got the placement. I know they won the first game of Series of Warzone, but other than that, they struggled heavily. Not too sure. Like maybe they were going like top resort, I guess, to the outskirts, but other than that, I didn't much. I remember. I think they played on the qualifier. They did pretty good, obviously qualify, but other than that, nothing too amazing, I'd say. At least from this year that what I see.
So
Yeah.
number, Rampage, give me a number.
A number? I would say 70, bro.
70?
Yeah.
Okay. That's actually pretty aligned with what I was talking about. Rampage, try to keep the thing close to you.
Oh,
This year,
sorry,
now
my
you're
bad.
cutting out a little bit.
Okay.
Fair.
70. Okay. I was gonna say 72. Mark. I do. JGOD.
70's fine.
Ebatez.
70.
Krinkz.
71.
Dandro.
72.
And Engima.
70 flat.
And flat. Okay. All right. King Choke.
Incho. Nielsen.
That's Nielsen and Nida. They won their qualifiers, correct? The first one? Right?
Yeah, like the semis, I believe, or
the semi. Yeah, to get to like, I forgot which one. Was
They
it the
were
kill
six
race?
Bracket
Group-
qualifiers.
6th in group, 7th upper bracket, 9th in finals.
Okay, what did they win? Did they win? Oh, they got second and one?
Damn.
And then they went
it
to
not-
land.
They had like a huge last game, like quite frankly, like a 20 kill victory, ridiculous, tore everyone up around ranch last game to qualify for World Series. Where these three are three young Frenchmen that are technically disgusting, but the consistency levels are weak. They've got a lot of development to make over this coming period. There's no reason to think that they can't if they qualify for World Series like they did this year with just technical skill. But they fucking bombed on LAN. Like they were bad. Like maybe young and experienced, worried or whatever, but they were poor.
Yeah. What? So,
I'm not
He
I mean-
himself, I can't give like as low as maybe I give like a. I'm looking at like the same like Babahoff and stuff like that, like maybe like a 63, 64 kind of thing. Like I don't know. Like for me, they did very well to qualify for a LAN, but other than that, there's not much to talk about here.
because they didn't really play a lot. So,
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just going to go flat 70. Even that's like, I feel like I'm being generous there. Just change to 69.
Go lower, Hector.
I'm gonna do 67.
Okay.
I like that. I'll do the 67 as well.
I'll go
Say 65.
I'll go 66.
65? Ebatez? Okay. 66. And JGOD?
JD's all over.
65.
Okay, 65. Okay. All right. Now, let's talk about Enkyo, man.
Thank you.
Enkyo,
Take it over.
star player of his team. The entire year, I kept hearing about this guy. At the start, yo, check out this guy Enkyo. Check out this guy Enkyo. He's next up. And sure enough, he was who the player people told me he was. Now, did he perform well on LAN? In my eyes, based
yeah.
off the standards, no.
Oh shit.
I don't think they played the whole team in general. I think they did. I just don't think they played the best on LAN. But all year, they played really fucking well. Like,
Yeah. They won
I
all the
think
qualifiers, bro.
they won almost everything on the EU side of things. I mean, Enigma, do you want to take over here?
To hear he's not played well on LAN is, and I love you to death, Hector. Bullshit. He goes day one goes 33-7, like
Okay.
with 22 assists. Day 2 goes 24-13 with 19 assists. Like day 2, unfortunately, his two teammates had the worst day they've had all year. Like he still performed, he still put up. He was absolutely phenomenal. I was watching, like, you know, you guys probably saw, but when we weren't casting or analyzing on the desk and stuff, we were like, you know, sitting off to the side and we could pull up other views. Because if you guys don't know, on the desk, we only had the viewpoint that you guys could see on broadcast, basically.
Okay.
So when we were able to come away from the desk, then I was like able to pull up my phone, laptop, other bits and see these other viewpoints. Dude, he was still playing out of his mind. Like, and at one point they had to change the roles of the team because it was like Enkyo's the only guy doing something, unfortunately, on that particular day. And they were just leaning full into let Enkyo send. So the guy, for me, he had a ridiculous year. I agree with everything else that everyone's going to say here about that stuff, but he was still insane on LAN.
Yeah, I guess the reason why I said that was like based off all the hype he had around him and everything. Maybe bad was too harsh, but like at the end of the day, 13th as a team as well. Like, sure, he did really good. Like, I guess you can argue that individually, right? But I expected him and his team to be second all year or like at LAN. And so, yeah, maybe I could have said team, but Enigma, tell me a number. What you thinking?
Well, I know where I'm sticking the top 3.
Okay.
So I think with Enkyo, I go with a 94.
Okay. That's actually, okay. You were right along with what I was going to do.
Okay. All right. So you and me got to sit down and have a conversation about the word bad.
Okay. Comparatively, I'm sorry. Maybe I have a bad way of like, in my head, I'm thinking he's going to be like, my number was 93. I would debate 94. Okay. Like, but the reason why I say bad is because I wanted them to be second so bad at LAN. Like,
same.
Right? Like, and yeah, even if he had all those things, like at the end of the day, they didn't. They got 13th. What was it, 13th to 12th? Right? Like, that's bad. In my eyes, that's bad. You know? So
yeah, 100%. Like that final day is heartbreaking. But to take away from the year where there was some inconsistencies, but like there was a reason why everyone spoke about Enkyo and Enkyo. And is Enkyo going to contest SSD? Is Enkyo going to do this, that, and the other?
Right.
Because he was insane. His whole year was insane. And he also won, I think, the only solo YOLO that wasn't won by Skull Online. So.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, it was an EU one. It was EU.
Oh, was it an EU tournament?
Yeah, so it doesn't count. No, I'm just fine.
Oh.
I'm just fine.
Oh.
All right, you guys in chat, like, you guys are definitely
shit.
not one of us, guys.
I'm playing.
But yeah, like I think his whole year was insane. Every time he's top of he's like his individual kill per map until we get to lines far higher than everyone else's.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, boys, talk to me.
I feel like I'm gonna put him at 94 as well, because for the fact of like you would see him constantly 1v3, just overall, just consistently throughout the whole year. And then big note, like it was his first time competing on LAN, just produce those same results that you were doing online, you know, because a lot of people like they do really good online, but then whenever they go on LAN, like they just shit the bed. But Enkyo just, not like I said, like unfortunately his two teammates didn't do the best the second day, but overall he did phenomenal, because obviously we're basing it off the individual performance. So 94 for me.
Okay.
For me, I'm gonna put him at 91. Solely because he is a rookie and he still has a lot to learn. And for being a rookie, he played out of his mind the whole year. And on LAN, I was very impressed with him, especially the first day. The first day he was actually being top frag majority of the time, and then it slowly towards the end it slowed down. But 91 is gonna be mine.
Okay. Now, Dandro, Ebatez, JGOD.
I'm gonna give him.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm gonna go with a 91 as well. I just remember there was a lot of these early tournaments where it's like if Enkyo wasn't doing well, like that team was bottom of the scoreboard, and then it's like if he was doing well, they all of a sudden were like in contention. And I just feel like he's a rookie, but at some point you have to also like there is that element of like bringing your team with you a little bit. So, but I think he's insane, and I think he's going to be one of the few people that is going to shake things up probably next year and be an actual like hardcore force if he can get the right people with him.
Yeah.
One of the questions
level up
that,
like I don't know.
One of the questions that I've put to so many people, whether in person or whatever, is if Enkyo could speak perfect English and we moved into North America, how many teams outside of SSD is he not getting into?
No, I agree.
A good point.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
I played the 150K with him, and Gromalok was literally translating mid-tournament. Like, it was crazy.
Yeah.
So, like, if
dude,
he could speak
so
English,
that's
he would be
it.
on... Yeah.
So the content piece that we did, brother, it took about an hour to record because everything had to be translated. Like, the guy speaks basic English. Like, it's insane. So, yeah.
I didn't give mine. I was going to say 92.
Okay, I was gonna say 99 because like never mind. That'd be for boosting in ranked and backing out tournaments early. But the actual score probably sits around like a 92.
92.
And to justify it, I'll say part of that is that from talking to players when we were at LAN, a lot of people respect him just as a shooter, and a lot of players gassed him up individually for like actually running into him of how good he is, despite those issues.
He's got a lot of discipline as a young player. That's what I've noticed about him. He's got a lot of discipline as a young player, which is super impressive.
The one thing as well, like I have seen no one else in Europe scrutinized so much in my life, and he is a kid.
True.
Like, the guy wins a map, he does a backflip and has a chocolate milk. Like, I'm not shitting you. Like, he actually does that on stream, and he is under all that pressure, under the lights, and still did it. Like, that is some kid.
Just
That
loves
is
the
impressive.
toy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Plain and simple.
Oh man. So look, 92 overall, highest so far from what we see, right? Wait, is that math
I think
right?
that's valid.
Why does this math seem wrong?
I think it's
Because there's two 91s.
It's rounding probably.
Oh, because of the 91, 91. Okay, that's
Well, we
interesting.
go up on
I thought it was
those.
gonna be
Whatever the
93.
number would be. Let me
Maybe,
I can
anyone,
double check.
maybe
have the
I.
spreadsheet there.
Hey, anyway, maybe I do.
It's 92.4.
Oh,
It's
okay,
92.4.
Makes sense. Okay. Okay. Anyway, maybe I did have to fix my wording because I was one of the highest ones here, bro. So, all right. Next one is Almighty TJ. TJ was with Baba Future.
Yeah.
It's only right we give him the same treatment. 60.
60.
Yeah, I'm done.
61.
1.
60's fine.
I'll give him 65. What?
Why?
Well,
I think he was the better one from that team.
You think he was the best one on that team?
Yeah, he's been playing since like Verdansk. I mean, obviously, like they still perform bad, but
Does that matter for the year though?
this is my personal opinion. Dandro. Oh, just kidding. He said, "Follow my heart." He said, "Follow my heart." That's what I'm doing.
It's all good. He's been that since
What?
Verdansk.
Oh man. So
I feel like Slays and he like that's my personal opinion. That's all.
but like I'm saying this year his performance.
yeah,
JGOD.
it's because like the way I'm doing it is like I see like what's the best
I
three
thought I
in
said
that team,
the same 60.
60.
and then so I think my personal opinion, I think TJ is the best one from that team. So that's why I put Baba and Future lower, and then me.
Okay. All right. Ebatez.
60.
Enigma.
I'll 62 alongside Babov.
All right. Now we got Mr. Nick Cool, man.
is cool.
Nick Cool, bro.
Yo, I'm buying the cool stocks, bro. I'm buying all the cool stock.
Hey, Ebatez, talk about Nick Cool, man. Give me your thoughts, pops.
Dude, so Nick is just one of those guys, man, who's really good at keeping a team together. And I know I had a lot of players hit me up like looking for an IGL, and I recommended him to a lot of teams, but nobody picked him up because it's just not like a flashy name. And I feel like that's something that, players hopefully will get over eventually, but Nick is just a really strong voice. And yes, he's on keyboard and mouse, which is why I think a lot of players are scared, but he's also a very smart player who keeps his team on the same page. And his stock as an IGL, which I think is one of the most desired positions, sought after is high. So I would love to see Nick get paired up with like two really good, like a duo, and just kind of just build from there, because I think Nick could be really, really good. I think the thing that hurts Nick the most is his confidence at times. He's like very down on himself. So, but overall, Nick's an incredible player, and I think his stock this next year should be high.
Well, also like the previous World Series of Warzone, they had a cloud kind of hovering over because of how well they did last year.
Yeah.
Or not did well,
Also,
so that's hard.
the fact that this team before World Series came together literally basically half an hour before they had to play, and they ended the year at 11th is insane. And they got third at the NA, not the regional finals, but obviously the upper bracket, or one of those upper finals where it was like really, really tough lobby, getting third. And then the fact that they come in as that wild card team and then still do better than a lot of the teams who's like frying all year on LAN. I really think a lot of that is off the back of Nick Cool and his IGL and his ability to do that. I mean, I love him. I know what he's able to do. And I think Ebatez is right on that in this upcoming season and being an IGL and being a good IGL like raises you up a lot. I think that this was a good year for Nick Cool, like overall.
And he won the solo.
And he won the solo.
And he won solo, which
I had to give
that's
that
big.
a giant check. He had not stopped screaming by the time he got from the top of the fucking stage to the bottom. That guy was absolutely losing his mind.
man.
Amazing.
Okay, so anybody want to give a number? Who wants to be the first one to throw out a number?
IGL 85.
Rampage 85. I would say 80. That was my like gut feeling.
That's what it.
Diego.
I go 79.
Okay.
Ooh.
Ebatez.
I would say 80.
I'm gonna go 82.
82. Dandro.
Going 83.
Enigma.
80 was my gut. I absolutely love that in chat. Colony comes in and goes, I'd give him a 96, but
Oh
That's
my
cute.
God. Okay. All right. Now I'll let Ebatez take over this one, man. Mr. Reload.
Oh.
Oh yeah. Hey, this guy's a demon, bro. He's good.
Yeah, we know what happened with him.
Damn.
Shit.
40th.
Come on,
Yeah.
man. Why we gotta do that, bro? Why we gotta do that, man?
60.
Oh.
60.
Yo, someone wrote the clip of the predictions.
We'll squeeze
60.
out the last little bit of
Bro.
attention that this kid was asking for, bro. Here you go.
Why is he even getting a
It is.
number?
Should we go lower than a 60?
Hell
here?
yeah, 0.
Just to
Yeah,
make
why
sure.
not?
All right.
Oh,
59.
50.
59. Or if you let you just go 50. Yeah, I'm assuming
I don't think this guy will even be playing next year. So I don't even think it's worth putting. But
Any.
Just do 59 JD across the board.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm 50.
you can do 50 per Rampage.
Just to make sure the average is below.
Okay. All right. Now, next is Raul, which we went over Nate Dogg. Again, we talk about this team a lot. I'm going to try to speed this up a little bit, right?
Yep.
Fellas, where do we rank him knowing where we ranked Nate Dogg and their inconsistencies the entire year?
I'll say this. I think Raul has the most potential on that team, but I do think that Nate Dogg is probably the best on that team. If that makes sense, or he had the best overall. So I would put Raul at like an 80, I want to say. But I do think that Raul has the potential to be like an 88, 89 player to a team if he is in the right spot. Like I think he has a lot of potential, but I would say 80.
Okay.
I kind
80?
of like that.
All right. JD, he said 80. Let me see. Did JD lag out? Oh, there you go. Okay. I think I gave Nate Dogg like what, 81?
I think I give him an 85. So
83
him an
maybe?
80.
I give him an 80. I'd say 80. Give him an 80 as well for me. 80 as well. JGOD?
79.
Mine's gonna be 80.
80. Okay.
82.
82 for Rampage. Dandro.
I'll do 79.
And Enigma.
I'll go with the flat 80.
All right. Now we got flanked. Quickly, this is a good one. This is a good one. Flanked, I think, is the least. There's anybody that if there was like an underrated award,
100%.
Flanked would probably get it based off
Least
his performance.
appreciated.
Yeah, least appreciated. This guy was top fragger of his team with Blast and Gabe on his team. Like let's think about that.
It's a good fucking roster.
Top
right there.
fragger of his team at World Series the entire year. I thought he played pretty well. I thought he did pretty damn good the entire year. Of course, this team throughout the years had their ups and downs. I would say their team was like top 10. Fuck, this one's gonna be hard. I'm gonna be honest. Talk to me, boys. This one's hard for me.
What is your gut feeling?
I don't know. I mean, it feels like we're gonna be ranking him off one day, but I also don't think that's fair. So it's like
No.
it'll
The whole
feel
year, the
lower
whole year.
because of his finish.
83 too low or no?
No,
Feels
that's
too high.
really. I
high?
was thinking around the same thing.
See?
I'm thinking 80
gonna-
flat.
I'm thinking like 80.
I was around an 80 flat.
I would love to
Okay.
see Flank get on a roster and just be on a roster consistently because he feels like somebody that's passed around a lot for some reason, and I don't know why or
Basketball?
like I don't know why he is.
What's going on?
Oh man.
What?
83. I said 83. I said.
I'm going like I'm looking at what I've done for some of these other players. I'm gonna give him like an 88. Like I feel like he's a really good player. That's like we said he's criminally underrated. I think like maybe he's missing a couple of like check marks through the early stage of the year to lift, but I don't know, man. I think you've got
the
a
first
player
3
there's
quarters
a
of the
gem.
year, though, dog. Like I love Flanked, and I think I agree. I think he's extremely underrated, but it's just like where was he the rest of the year? And that's to me what has to have to be an 80 because I think World Series dude was insane, but in like the total frenzies and stuff like that, I feel like he was one of those middle column teams that every time we brought up the scoreboard, we were kind of talking about like, oh, like there's Flanked in them.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, at lowest I'm going to 85. I'll go 85, but like I feel like I don't know. I feel like he's really underrated personally. I don't know. Maybe it's something from just casting, and like I sit there sometimes and just, flank comes on the screen. I'm like, okay, this guy's great, but I mean, there's got to be reasons. I guess you're right in the sense that like he was quiet throughout the start of the year, but yeah, 85. I'll be mine.
Oh wait.
Okay. All right. Next. Ebatez?
I'm still like, I don't even know. I'm like, he's like a weird one because like it feels like, I don't know.
One or the other, I feel like.
I
I'm gonna
said
say
80.
I'm gonna say 78.
78. Okay.
I
Chat, remember, this is the whole year, specifically Visma. Guys, we know he top fragged and IGL.
80.
But we got to go the whole year, guys, the whole year. We can't rank him off of just one day. But the whole year, I think levels of inconsistencies. He did pretty good, though. He did pretty well.
I'll do 80.
I don't think. Yeah.
Oh shit!
Oh, what the fuck?
I'll do 80, JD.
80? Okay. JD, you could go back to having it like, I kind of like the numbers. Okay, like the round numbers on the
I
left.
split it, but it was just for the comparison sake. But yeah, I can change
Oh,
it. back.
yeah. I guess in the end, right. Now Wars. Okay, this one's hard because Wars in finals, got second, right? Losers finals, not losers. What the fuck? No, they didn't go to drop down to losers at all. I don't believe. But in EU finals, didn't they get second?
They did drop down to losers. Just double checking how they finished there, but yeah, because they were part of the Esports World Cup drama. If you remember that, like it was like
Right.
and that got dropped by. So Wars dropped Louis CM and Bubble, and then obviously their team just completely shit the bed because the next day was upper bracket. So they fell into upper bracket. Sorry, from upper bracket from upper bracket to lower round 2.
Okay.
And then with third lower round 2, second in finals.
There you go. Okay. Now and then on LAN.
Yeah, I mean, I thought I was gonna see Black Air Force Wars, but I didn't really see that this year. I mean, like you said, this year didn't do the best, obviously because of the EWC. I mean, that's what I think.
What did they get at EWC? Do we have that?
They got like 6, I think.
With Vision and AJ?
Or 4th. No, they got 4th. They got 4th.
Or Vision and AJ, right?
Yeah, they got 4th.
Okay, 4th.
Oh shit!
I guess that does. I mean, that does.
Okay. I was gonna put him a little lower, but that bumped up.
I feel like, bro, like
Probably
I
seen
don't
like
feel
a
like I've
75.
all year. I feel like I haven't seen, like the
It's not been good.
yeah.
I'm gonna do like a
Like,
75.
It's been a poor year for Wars.
Okay.
77.
We saw him like. I feel like this year has just not been the same. Like every year before, it's been kind of like Wars always shows up when it comes to the big events. He always makes sure he rocks up and like delivers. I don't know. Maybe this year just didn't seem as on it. Just didn't seem as focused at all. So maybe the Esports World Cup drama in the middle of the year was part of that, right? Like it's hard to. Like, at the end of the day, like I don't know what the decision making was there when you get given a spot and then you drop your 2 teammates that you're going to be playing with for the rest of the competitive year. Like that was wild to me. But it was, I think that even though they managed to bounce back out of losers and have a good day for finals, I still don't know if you fully get over that. I think what they kind of had was like the team chem was kind of chalked with that whole Esports World Cup thing. But when you get off to a good start in like losers or finals, whatever, you're fine. You can roll through it. But you get off to a bad start on LAN and suddenly all that distrust in each other, all of that distaste in each other comes through. And I got like that was Wars' decision, like to dump his 2 teammates. So
Right.
That alongside the fact that he was very middle of the pack individually when it comes to players statistically. Yes, I'm gonna join JGOD maybe on a 77.
Dandro.
75.
5. Krinkz.
We'll do 75.
Ebatez.
76.
76 as well for me. All right. Now we got my boy Jackal, man. Jackal getting his team and them as a player. He was actually top fragging for a lot of their tournaments. And that team was really good. Then don't know what happened as soon as they qualified. Fell off and then slowly bounced back up. And then at LAN, they had a decent performance, 10th place. That's not bad. I believe Jackal was the star player in that roster, was he not?
I agree. I think he was. I think individually, the thing I want to highlight with Jackal is to come onto this team last second with two like pretty heavyweight like competitors who have really, you know, big names, very well established in the scene, and then to be the IGL on that team and to start like shuttling them around the map and starting to like actually look good, I think puts a lot of stock into Jackal, especially after getting dropped kind of last minute and then have to get on that team last minute and then transform into that type of player. I think speaks a lot about them. I would have liked to see them be a little bit more consistent. Now, the unfortunate part of that is like becoming that IGL. Okay, now you kind of have to take into some of the consideration of how your team did place over the year, right? Because if you're the one making the shots and you know, kind of making those calls on what to do and you're not executing them, okay, that's, you know, kind of speaks to your ability a little bit. So I'll give him some grace because he's new at it, but it is still something you have to like hold to him.
Yeah.
I like those points.
This one's a rough one. I feel like I got to go around like 80 for me.
83. That's what I was thinking.
For me, 80. A little bit on the lower end.
Because of the IGL rule. That's mine.
Well, I think it's
79.
with this team, Jackal was the IGO towards the end game, and then Huskers would take lead around the map.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give him a 81.
Okay.
I was going to say 81.
81. Dandro.
I was giving him an 82.
Okay. Enigma.
I'll join down on the 82.
All right. Next, we got my man Levi. So these guys, again, are another one that, like, inconsistent. Like, Levi and that whole team, they came to NA thinking that I thought they were going to be insane. And then I feel like they kind of weren't. And then went to EWC and got, like, what was it? Ebatez? Fifth. So did pretty good there. And then went to LAN, did really bad.
Third, yeah.
Yeah,
Levi,
that was probably the biggest surprise, honestly.
if you guys want to continue this, I'm going to bring up the Goj's tweet 1 sec.
Yeah. I mean, dude, Levi,
For
like
the
this team,
KDs?
I don't know, bro. It's so fucked because this team is so much better, obviously, than 33rd.
Hit a
I thought this team was going to be at least top
Who's at
20, but
110?
They had a weird thing going on at EWC, these guys, where like they would get into the god spots, power positions, great locations for endgame, and then would just suddenly get fucking run over every circle.
That's the thing with this team. One of them always scams.
Yeah, it was just like,
yeah.
Al, you've thrown that position away, but then they do it again the exact next game.
Well, every map they were also getting. They were one of the few teams that was getting contested every single map at EWC as well. It was them and the Mena Falcons, or just you just watch it like of like some of their games. I think you and I casted a bunch of them. Where it was just like this blender back and forth just between those two teams at control. Nobody else was coming near control. It was just those teams fighting for like 7 minutes straight. It felt like.
I saw that too. Like there's only like one more person alive. They kept regaining on the boat, and then next thing you're like, oh my god, the top 5. It was Navi, Team Navi, bro. Levi. So, me personally,
To be honest, I forgot this kid was on Navi. I'm not gonna lie. I forgot Levi was on Navi. I don't remember saying, here comes Levi about to doing something crazy most of the year. I'm just being straight up with you. Like, I'm sure he's fantastic and a good player. I don't feel like I ever felt the impact of him on the map, like in a game.
Well, they were in Australia, to be fair. And then they came to NA, and then they went back to Australia. And then they
I'm saying even throughout the year, though, they played a ton of tournaments while they were in Canada, didn't they?
Barely. They moved back after they qualified to Australia, and then they boot camped in Vegas for 2 weeks, I think, before LAN.
I think for me, I mean, bro, 33rd is crazy. And what's yours? I mean, I would say probably like 78 for me, bro.
78 for you?
78, yeah.
Doing
really good.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with 75. Be a little bit stricter here. This one. JGOD.
74. I'll do a 74.
Ebatez.
Yeah. I think that's fair. I think 76, 75 is fair. I'll say 76.
Let's say 75.
Did Goj tweet out a combining
Also
both
75.
days.
So he did, but there was some horrible messages and stuff being sent around. So I think he might have deleted it.
Oh, okay.
I could be wrong there, but I remember he deleted something because like basically people were throwing around horrible things about certain people.
Yeah.
What Twitter you look for?
I might have those. Hold on. Let
Where
me
they
look.
combined both KDs from World Series.
Yeah.
I only have one.
Have we rated Knight? No. Sorry, chat, if I'm missing things. I've not got it open most of the time. It's funny because like my Twitter DMs are like lighting up as we're doing this. I'm getting mix of intel, but also like people being like, "Fuck you
Yeah.
guys." I'm like, dude.
You gotta close those. Just close them. You won't see anything.
Dandro, Enigma, what you guys think on Levi?
I said 75.
Oh, okay. 75 on him, puppy.
I'm gonna go like a 70. I don't think he was good at all.
Okay. All right.
Oh, can I go to 74 actually?
All right, 74 for Rampage.
I just need the Engima validation. Imagine. Just kidding.
All right. Next one is Oak Boy.
Also, side note, we're 40% through or so.
40?
Yeah.
I'd do an A.
Remind us at the 60.
I'd do an A.
Okay, and then yeah.
NA like half the board here.
Thank you, Rafi. Thank you, Bobby.
Okay, this one will be a 75.
I would do an A for me. Oh boy.
Zeppa would be 5 for me.
Zeppo.
Well, it's 38% to be like the accurate number, but yeah, 40% was just rounded up.
I mean, you said 75?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll put like max 76.
Okay. That's on Oak Boy. Thoughts on Zeppa, fellas?
I'll do the same score, 74.
Or yeah, 75 for me.
I'll give him a 76. I think he was a little bit more impactful than Levi.
Oh, thank you, Bobby.
76 for me too.
Okay, I got all of them now.
There we go.
75.
God damn, this is crazy.
72 just to be slightly higher than Levi, but yeah, it's still a bad year. Also, absolute heartbreak for the solo YOLO because fuck, fried.
Dude,
Yeah.
Oh,
True.
he was cooking.
Okay, now we got Zach. Zach, Enigma, do you want to take over this one?
Yeah, sorry, I just realized who Zach is. Honestly, I feel like this French team was like unfortunately went under the radar because of obviously Enki on call, but I'm trying to remember where it is that they finished on LAN, but
26th.
26th. But like I feel like the problem is that they had is during a lot of the Warzone Total Frenzy events, I remember thinking like, oh, okay, they look pretty good. They're doing all right. They look like they really seem to stitching it together. Struggled a lot when it came to the World Series stuff. Like if I'm like, yeah, so they qualified. I couldn't find them because they're down the list, but like they qualified as like the last team from LCQ. So just about get to LAN. It's a very middling performance at LAN. There's just zero consistency there as a team. I think that the one thing I will say is individually, I feel like the three players were good, but just did not gel well at all when it came to their team play. So, I mean, Zach,
Give me a number. Give me a number.
Yeah, so I'm looking through the face of. Sorry, I'm looking through the other people that I've rated here.
Right.
Because I want to kind of like balance it in, but like a 75.
Okay.
Is where I think I'm gonna go. Just trying to look at like some of the players around that, and like it's just sheer inconsistency when it comes to the big events. It's why I can't go higher, really.
Yeah. I would go 74 just because Zeppa and them, right? Like they did place higher at what's it called? At EWC. But then again, Zach and them, what did they get at World Series, JD?
Something?
26.
I guess it wasn't too far off of Levi and them. Yeah. Go 75. Let me see his as well.
Like, it's weird looking at that team and thinking that those 3 individuals finished there because they're 3 really good individuals. But it feels like almost like they were the stitched together remainder of France. You know what I mean? And then they 3 great players that were like, okay, we could probably make this work. And for some reason, it just didn't.
Yeah, he had just for clarification, he had the 57th best KD, 57th. So not bad at all.
Top 3
on the upper half. That
I'll do 76.
I said 75, JD. 76 for Rampage.
I'll do 75.
I'll do 74 as well. Or no one did 74, but I'll do 74 like I did the last one.
I'll be honest, I don't really know much about Zach, so I'll say 75 just to kind of keep it crazy.
Level.
Similar.
Yeah. Okay. Dandro.
75, yeah.
All right. All right, now we got my man Devo.
Devo.
I'm gonna say NA.
And
Yeah.
Is that pretty accurate, fellas?
Pretty good.
Boogs. Who was this in Enigma?
Is it was 2x?
I would say
Yeah.
NA.
Who
I'm pretty sure
cares?
Boog's like
Big.
only. I think he only played World Series. Actually, wait,
No,
he
it was
played
at
WBC, did he
the
not?
Esports World Cup. Yeah,
That's
Esports World
right.
Cup.
That's
yeah. I think for
Who
me,
did he play
was
with?
the best.
Was this
Benzi and
2x?
it was Liam at first, and then it changed. Sorry, it was Boog, Stukex, and Liam for most of the year, and then Benzi came in after EWC. And these 3 played last year, made it to LAN last year. Weirdly, they were the only returning trio that we had in EMEA. I think he was the best on their team in terms of like over the year. So what did I give? Who did we already do? We already did Stukex.
60.
So I give him like a 62, maybe.
Okay.
I agree.
Yeah.
It was
62.
a quiet year.
62.
Go 65. Go 65 for Boogs.
What? Why?
JD, we're on the wrong screen, by the way. What'd you say?
What? Why? Whenever I did on my TJ, you're like, what? Why?
That was
65?
random.
Me too.
That was actually really random.
No, because I actually believe that, bro.
Everybody was like 66, that 65. That's a whole half a bracket, bro.
I
JGOD?
put 62.
That shit was a thumbnail? What is he cooked on?
No, it was the Lennon one for 90. I was like, what?
Yeah, the Lennon one was crazy. I'm going to say this. We have to redo Lennon because
Okay, yeah.
I think we like
Yeah,
way
but-
too high.
my first time, I'll get better.
Ebatez.
I would say 62.
Okay. Dandro.
Also 62.
Okay.
Holy
Alright.
sh!
Vortex. Fellas, talk to me. Vortex. Fuck, man. I mean, they only started getting good at the end, it feels like.
Yeah.
What do we give Blade? What do we give Blade?
Blade,
78
I will say-
overall.
You said 78?
No, Blade got a 78.
Yeah.
78?
okay.
I'm just going to go. I'm going to go with the same. I feel like I don't know.
Same, yeah.
I know enough, but I don't know enough, if that makes sense. Does that make
That's
sense?
what I had up there as well, 78.
Like Rob Star, I feel like I know a little bit more. Like I would give him probably like an 80 for me, like a little bit higher. Because Rob Star is like, I think he played pretty well.
I'm done.
78.
He did have a rough day 1, but he brought it back. And then just in general, like he's fucking gross.
Vortex, XCD Pro, doesn't feel nerves. I'll give him a 79. Give him a 79.
Oh man. Yeah, I mean, again, I don't know how we speed through it. Again, Ebatez.
80.
I would say 79. I don't know. I'm pretty high on Vortex. He's a good player, but I think for the year 79.
I'll go 80.
80. Okay. All right, let's go down. We got Mayapu.
Ooh. I think this year he didn't have the best.
Okay, let's do this because I'm not gonna lie, we're not even halfway done, are we,
Yeah.
JD?
Nope.
I think there gets to a point where we gotta like figure out how we do this. Like, do we start cutting some people off if they're lower than a certain number that we think we're gonna give them? We just cut them off because only thing we're like last year we only posted the top 30, top 20, something like that. What do you guys think here?
Well, we started with way less players and no one was under 70. So
True.
this
True.
this list is way more expansive.
How do we do this,
I
fellas?
mean, I think we just commit, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Type
Or
shit?
just do it a little bit more faster.
I just think unless you have something really, really, really important to say,
Oh, so
Maybe don't.
I ain't talking.
All right, fine. My approval.
Imagine me. I'm just kidding.
I gave rated what? 75? Give him the same shit. 75.
I think 76 is fair.
Okay.
70.
73.
Especially with this year.
Yeah, this year. 73.
Yeah, I gave rated a 69.
69. Ebatez, come on, man. Lock it in, bro.
Oh, this is
All
why.
right.
This is
Come
why.
on, man.
We're getting traffic
My
because
bad,
of
my
debates.
bad, my bad. Bro, my Apple had a horrible year. Like horrible. And he's so much better. I would say like 72, 70. I'd say 72.
Dandro.
73.
3. Enigma.
70.
Okay. Evan.
Take it over.
76. 76.
78.
77.
That's what I was thinking too. 77.
76.
77.
I like that. Somebody said anybody who's like 60 to like 80.
Skip.
No, 60 to 80, we just give numbers. But anybody we know that's going to be like 85 to 90, we talk a little bit.
Okay.
I kind of like that. I like that. I like
I
that.
think that's okay.
Enigma.
80. 80.
80. Okay. All right. Slide.
72.
70.
72 is fair.
70.
Yeah, I say 71. I think I put Beam at a 70.
Okay.
70.
Ooh.
Melvin or Enigma.
Yeah, 70. Like, I have nothing real to say on slide.
Yeah. Melvin, you want to go first in this one? Enigma?
I kind of. So this guy was the best player of the German team, in my opinion.
Okay.
Like this, he led the way a lot. I can't remember what I gave. Fuzzing wasn't good. Fuzzing, I gave a 65. I feel like this kid has so much potential. He's like the hot gun, but highest I can go 72.
Okay. All right. I was going to say 70 flat.
72.
Okay, now we're moving, Chen. Now we're
I'll
moving.
go
72 as well.
Whoa, you guys typed, what the hell was that? 70. You guys
Listen,
thought-
I'm Kmart JGOD, so we got to have some sort of
that
mental
was
connection,
insane,
okay?
bro. That was insane.
Ebatez and Rampage.
I'll have 70.
Yeah, I'll say 70.
Oh, prospect.
Prospect 76.
74.
Even then, that's might be too generous.
The plug and play, just shooter, like
73.
got that.
Yeah, why are we all jumping? Let's go in
76.
order. Let's go in order.
76.
I would say 77. I think he had like unfortunate like rosters, like he was just kind of getting bouncing around teams. So, I don't know. It's tough though. 70. I think 77 is the highest I'd go. I'll just leave it there. It's fine.
Okay. Enigma
75.
85. All right. Tap NA. Attract NA.
Yep.
Clavson. Ooh, this one.
Kind of, I'll be honest, FLS, GUI, and Clavson, I kind of put them on the same, like,
Fuck.
they all know, like, the fundies, and I don't really see none really, like, that are super
You guys
but
are fucking gross.
They work together so well.
What did I
At least
rank?
for
What
my
did I
personal-
rank? What did I rank? FLS.
I think you put
80
86.
80-something, yeah.
85 then. 85. 85.
I'm down.
That's high. I think Clavson's the worst player on that roster. I would say like probably 80 is the highest I'd go.
80 as well.
No. I'm gonna say 78.
Damn, I'm
Maybe even lower.
too
I
high.
don't know.
82?
I'm going to go 81.
I think they're kind of, like, all in the same.
81. Whoa.
Oh, my! Krinkz 90! Why? Oh, man.
Oh man. Dandro.
81.
One, okay. Enigma.
I'll join you on the 85 because I have bias because best European team, and I think they improved a shit ton through the year.
Okay. All right.
Tommy.
Tommy.
I'll kind of say the same, obviously, because his team, no? Like, his team that...
I think I gave his teammates like 60 something, bro. But the thing is,
It was not
I mean-
a good year for Tom.
It was
yeah,
not.
It was not.
it was not.
by any stretch. Dude, I don't know.
What are you guys thinking? What are you guys thinking?
Oh, dude, it feels so bad to do this,
I want to
bro.
give him
70.
70.
Yeah, I was gonna say 70. It feels so bad.
I'll say 75 because of the IGL bonus.
I like that Rampage. I'm going up.
I agree
75.
with Rampage
I
on
like
this
that.
one.
I would
I
say
like that.
75.
Yeah.
70 feels like way too, because he did win a tournament at the beginning of the year.
Who did he win with?
He won the 100K with Smitten Huskers.
Oh, he was with them?
Yeah.
Yeah, remember that? We thought that team was going to come out hot, and then they
Yeah.
And then they
split.
said, no, oh, you're right. They go, no, we're not playing together. I was like, all right. Krinkz.
I said 70. I said 70.
Okay. Enigma.
I'll join you guys in the 75.
Okay. All right.
Oh,
And
gooey.
Then we got Gooey, man. I think I said his team 76, right? Or 85? Sorry, 86?
I'll do 80.
I'll go 86. 86. 86 for me, Gooey. 86.
What did I put for his teammates?
They're like 80, close 80s.
I would say 82. For
I'll do
Gooey.
82.
But that's because they found they were pretty consistent throughout the end of the year, and then they
83?
did well at LAN as well. Like it was, and he found his stride. I was watching. Gooey was frying, dude. I think there was a
He was tough. right?
game.
Yeah, I think 82 is
Yeah.
fair first team for me.
I think FLS is the best player on that roster, but I do think Gooey had a good end of the year.
Yeah, Gooey was fucking disgusting. Krinkz.
82.
Dandro.
86.
Enigma.
Did the two teammates 85? He was the best player on that team easily, so 86.
86? Okay, cool. All right. King AJ. We can discuss this one. Shit. Dandro, anybody want to lead this one?
I think King Edge is probably one of the best players in the EU.
Yeah.
Could be. He's not right now, but I think could be. Has the potential.
18th at LAN. Obviously, we know how well that whole team did all year. Rampage did say he was the best player, in
my
his
personal-
opinion,
Yeah.
on that team. So,
See-
Rampage, give us your score for him.
Yeah, what I gotta go see what I give Vision. Did I give him like an 80?
What do you give Vision?
What I give Vision?
You give him a pretty low one, I'll be honest.
Damn, he was at the top.
Where's he? And I give him an 80. So I would say 85 for me. I think
Five?
AJ solid
Okay.
Slayer.
Demon. Shit. 86.
Ooh,
Fuck. Oh, it's a lot harder when I can't think.
that's insane.
JGOD.
I'll go 84.
Okay. Ebatez.
Yeah, I was gonna say 85.
Krinkz.
85.
Dandro.
84.
Enigma.
85.
85.
If you got that World Series one's good, hurts a lot.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Grom. Now, obviously, we know how good Grom is, right?
Mhm.
I feel like Grom is also one of those players that could come to North America and fry. I think he's a very good player. Shit. And especially all year, how well they're playing, I give him like an 88. That's what I would do.
that.
I was going to say 88.
I would do 88 for Grom. Ebatez.
I think 87.
Yeah.
Okay.
7 solid.
87 for Rampage.
87.
Yeah.
87 for Rampage and Krinkz. Dandro.
Yeah, I'll go 88.
Okay. Enigma.
90.
Ooh!
Nice.
Guy was
Cooking.
Third
Let's-
highest player in Europe while doing the IGLing, while fucking translating, while babysitting an 18-year-old. The guy's insane. Like,
Oh,
absolutely.
No.
shit.
Put him at 89 for me now after that. What the hell?
Yeah.
those are the stats I need to hear. Hell yeah.
Oh, shit. All right. Mario, they did not do good. And I don't think his team did good all year. I love you, Mario. You're like literally my little brother, but 60.
Bro, he on land, he's like, I'm nervous. Literally, bro.
60 like 8? Is he like, yeah.
69 for me. It's my fault.
It was always a lie. I'll give him that, bro.
I
I
love
think
Mario.
68 is fair.
I'll give
Yeah,
him a
I
70.
ain't gonna lie. This is what, like, honestly, this is one of my favorite. Like, I love him so much. He's one of my favorite people ever. He's so funny. Ebatez.
Mario's hard to like rate because he didn't really get to play much besides LAN. So
I think he
It,
only
like-
teamed up with Swag once, right? And then
Yeah. And then he literally got
He was
nervous.
cooking, though, in those early tournaments he played. Like he impressed me a little bit.
He literally got
yeah,
nervous.
he's a good player. He's actually he's a solid. I would say like 67. I mean, anywhere's in the 60s is fine. It's not really like representative of the kind of player he is, I think, but
Okay. All right. Dandro.
68.
Yeah. Enigma.
65.
5. Okay. All right. All right. Cams. So I'm be honest. I feel like I don't know enough to really give a
I'm
rating
down
off
for
him.
it.
They only
No, no.
played basically what they were invited to, which was EWC and World Series. That's it.
I feel like the difference between him is that, like, I feel like I heard of Javi way more.
Yeah. every
Like, I
time-
feel like every time that team was talked about, it was about Javi, at least to me. So that's why
Yeah.
I could feel like I could rate Javi a little bit, but not Cams. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. Juju. Ooh, this is a good one. I think overall, Juju's a very good player. I think I would put him right in the middle of the pack. So I would put 85. I don't even know if that is middle of the pack, but
I'll say
I was
this-
like middle of the pack. I was thinking you were gonna do a 70 or something.
no,
I
no,
was
like I meant like
whoa.
sorry.
Yeah,
Middle
no,
of the pack,
85
like
I think is solid. I think 85 is very solid. I
middle of the
like him.
pack of like the good players. If that makes sense.
Yeah. I agree.
Sorry, I have ADHD, chat. I don't really be saying all that.
I'll say I think that Juju would be really successful on like a faster paced team. I kind of see him as a slower
I
like a
agree.
slower fragger, and I think that he was given a very huge workload on the roster that he was on. Like there was a lot of expectation for him to go out and get kills. When I feel like that's not necessarily his role. Like I think he really thrives on a slower fragger role, and I think that he's going to do well if he gets on like a faster paced team kind of thing.
Okay.
But I think 85 is probably where I'd put him.
85. Okay.
Yeah. I think just because the enemy buff and but just in general, like like if he's with a fast place front lines, he's very hard to kill. That gunny's phenomenal. 88.
Damn. All right.
I'm gonna do 85.
Dandro.
87.
7. Enigma.
83.
83. Okay. I love the differences. Otter. I feel like that whole team, like, just I feel like I didn't.
Up
But I give Evan like 76.
77.
I Otter like a 75. I thought he did worse than Evan. That's why I would give him that.
76.
Ebatez.
Really?
I thought he did it here. I mean, I can check. I can actually fact check it right now, at least from what we have.
He did better than Evan.
By 0.1.
Yeah.
By 0.1, he did better than Evan. So you could change mine to you could tie it with Evan.
But isn't
76.
Evan like?
The thing is, Evan has his IGL.
So that's
but
a
then
bonus.
people
wasn't,
said that
though.
he wasn't.
Yeah, he was.
At least Trick said he wasn't.
The poor IGL, like I'm sure, like every
Trick
time we
said
watch
Trick
him-
was IGL. And the thing is, Otter wasn't as communicative.
I swear, like sometimes we watch him, like he'd be like, "Did you go to play with me?" And like play on this wall. Like Evan was somewhat like support IGL, bro. Like I don't.
Had to have been.
I don't know
Yeah.
what you just said. I'll be honest.
Oh,
Ebatez. Ebatez.
I understood you.
yeah.
I would say like a 70, a 74.
Okay.
Otter's one of those guys. He didn't really have a roster all year. It's kind of weird. But
75.
I'm gonna do 76.
Dandro.
75.
Enigma.
Yeah, join you guys on the 75s.
Now Dark.
Ooh.
Scroll up to Castillo's rating real quick. Por favor. Castillo, my arch nemesis. I give him 83. Okay. 82 then for Dark. Oh, no, sorry. I would give him the same. 83. I'd give him the same. 83. Who's there? Actually. Yeah,
I think
83.
80.
83. No? JGOD said 80. 80. Ebatez.
I think Dark's probably the best player on that roster.
Agreed.
I would say 80. He's like an 84 in my opinion.
Okay.
But I mean, he just didn't have a
83.
Okay.
80.
Krinkz, 80. Dandro.
I'm going 86. I like Dark on that team a
Ooh.
lot. I think he's the best player. He was like the top fragger on that team all the
Yeah,
time, and he was like the
yeah.
only person in like all those online tournaments where they sucked. He was the only person getting kills and like doing anything. So
So
Yeah.
I put him at the same as Castillo. So I'll go ahead and bump mine. Maybe
One up.
what 80? I'll do 82.
Me too. Yeah, go
Nice.
mine 84. 84, because I agree with you. All right.
Man.
Enigma.
I'll go 84. I would have gone higher, but my interview with him at the Esports World Cup was one of the most painful experiences of my life. So,
Minus
I'm gonna
points.
go with the
Insane.
84.
Okay.
Yeah.
Reaper, NA. Huskers. Okay.
Ooh.
Mm.
This one's hard because I feel like individually, I don't think Huskers went rogue. I think he was the role player. So he was the,
Support player?
like 75 for me. 5.
I think I give Jocko like an 80, huh?
Side note, this is what I think we do. At the end, once we do our top 20, we should then discuss who we move up or down only in the top 20, because the 20 is what will be going out. And if you're a competitor and you're not in the top 20, you should be aiming for top 20 next year. Because I feel like that's, in my opinion, the most important for this list.
That's fair. I do have a couple like in the middle that I want to change like later.
Sure,
but-
sure.
Yeah, there's some of the early ones I want to change.
Yeah, because I think the earlier we're being a little bit higher than what we normally would give. JGOD.
I don't know. I feel like they didn't have a good year, but they performed okay once they got to the LAN. I think
Yeah.
76, 76, 77. I think I'll go 77.
77. Ebatez.
I was gonna say 77 as well.
Okay.
It's kind of
79.
79. Okay.
78.
Dandro.
Also, I'm gonna go 79.
Enigma.
I'm going to go 75 purely because there was a patch in there that was awful, but
Okay.
recovered it.
Clapper.
That's with Rocket, right?
Yeah, we would do
Yeah.
probably like NA.
And
Yeah.
Like, because
They were not great.
Yeah.
P60s probably across the
I think
board.
Neto as well. I don't really.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Midi.
Neto, I guess we could do NA. Smitty. Ooh, this one's good.
They drastically fucking got towards the end.
Start-
Second, like
Theirs was like this. Like
bad at the beginning.
bad, and then boom. Straight to fucking Narnia. Then got third. Smitty top fragged in a lot.
Phenomenal
Shit, man.
placement.
I'm gonna give. I've only given out like 190. I feel like
I'll give it a
maybe 2.
Smitty.
Now, just how high do I put this 90?
I'll probably
I'll go ahead and say 89.
Okay, Jay got 89.
I'll do 92.
I'm gonna go 91. 91. I got 91.
Oh.
Ebatez.
I was gonna say 91 as well.
Krinkz.
We'll go 90.
90. Okay.
Nice, solid.
Dandro.
Going 93, brother. I think he was
I
better
like
than
that.
Sage, but
I
not
like
better than
that.
Gary for me. I'm going 93.
I like that, man.
Oh man,
90 for me.
I'm like
I
thinking
think-
about it, I'm like, dude. Smith did
Oh, what-
pretty fucking good all
He
year.
did good
Like,
all year, like really good.
Yeah.
Good on
That's what I'm
a
saying.
Team. He was
Like,
good.
I kind of want to put him higher.
Like, this is what I'm saying, guys. Like, we can leave this as is for the sake of getting through it, right? But
Yeah.
then top 20, once we're at the top 20, we can adjust.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm fine with
that's
that.
fine.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think it's a
That's fine,
range.
that's fine.
Personally, I would put him somewhere between 89 up to 92 or something like that. That's where I would go.
Sure.
But I'm leaving it at 89.
Bro, like
until we
Smith
see
should be
where it falls
higher.
out.
Yeah.
because what's his
I mean,
average
you
going
could
to total out to?
You could put mine at 93 right
91?
now.
Okay.
Because I don't know if I would put him ahead of Sage.
For this year, I would.
Oh, wait. Yeah,
I
of
feel like you
course.
can't. I think you should.
This year,
Definitely
I
ahead
would,
of
for
Sage.
sure, above Sage.
Absolutely.
So if
Yeah,
I give
move-
Sage a
move
91,
mine to
what I give Sage?
92 for
90.
Smith because I gave Sage a 90 and he was definitely better than Sage for consistency through the year.
Okay.
We could just
And
say
third
after.
at EWC, correct?
I feel like Smith had one of the best years out of a
Okay,
lot
I'll
of
go
people.
ahead and give that a 90, and that should bring the average so it's still higher than Sage.
But mine at 92. But mine 92. But mine 92.
Hell yeah.
Sorry, mine should also be a 92.
Okay.
You
know what?
Jay
I'll-
got the 90.
But mine will
he
be
said.
90 even, yeah.
I'm scared of saying why because like chat are getting tired, but he's the fucking truth.
Yeah, I'm trying. I see you. I'm trying to go. I'm sorry, Bobby. I'm trying to get through it, man. Destroy. I don't remember what I ranked the boys, but
Like 80s.
I know it was like 81, 2, and 3.
81, 82, I think.
So I would rank Destroyer like 81, 2, or 3. 80. I'd go 83. I feel like they had a pretty
84. I'll go 84.
like he didn't have a bad year. I don't think. It looked a little rocky a little bit there. Like I did call them D tier, right? Like
I'm gonna say 77.
then
I
they
think
picked it
80
up
is
for
high.
sure. Then they picked it up for sure.
80.
80.
81.
Okay. Dandro.
83.
All right.
82.
My money.
All right. Now picnic. NA.
NA. Yeah.
Yeah.
Donkey. Oh, here we go.
0-0.
Here we go. Listen. All right, man. I don't even know where I'm necessarily going to put Diaz, Shifty, Soka. But in my eyes, he is, my opinion, the fourth best player.
Ooh.
So I would say,
That's a good buzzer.
keeping that in mind, I would put him 95. I'd put Donkey 95.
Whoa.
If there was a most improved player or the breakout player of the year, this is who I would have.
100%.
That's mine.
I agree with that.
94.
I would say 96.
Okay. Rampage.
Oh, 96 as well.
95.
Dandro.
96.
Okay. Enigma.
95.
95. All right.
Damn.
Xanax. Believe what do we do for his team?
Didn't we NA Freddy?
I think we
Xanax?
did. I think we did.
Pretty fast burst.
Because I don't believe he's going to be in the top 20 at this point.
Yeah, I'm down to say NA.
Oh, NA.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Bunzy.
Bunzy.
NA too.
NA2. Oh, Scumming. Okay.
Good man.
Scumming. His slay ability, absolutely insane. I think this year had a great year, in my opinion. From him.
100%.
Like
Yeah.
how much he fried.
Also did also
I'd go like
like
93.
the Miami land too, huh?
93.
Mhm.
Sure. 93, puppy. 93. All right, JGOD.
I was thinking, I'm like, what the hell do I put? I'll do 92.
Okay.
I was gonna say 92. I
92?
think it sucks that Dongi,
94.
Scumming, and it sucks that Dongi, Scumming, and Gary couldn't play EWC together. That would have
Yeah,
been
that
wicked.
would have been
That
insane.
That would have been electric.
Yeah,
That
would've been
team would have
disgusting.
been very good at EWC.
Yeah.
So
93.
Give him a
Um,
95, dog.
okay.
93.
93. All right. Now, Robstar.
Oh yeah.
Ooh.
I think that's gonna be the highest one.
Highest one from his team.
Vortex, and Blade. So
So, okay. Some is saying that the highest right now is for our, and we still got more to go. The top 20 is 80. I think it's at 83 points. So, are we going to rank him higher than 83, you think?
Robstar?
probably not.
No.
Nah.
Do we do NA for the top?
No, we should still give ratings.
No,
though.
we
So,
should. I think
what
if they're
was
above
his-
80, you should.
I think I had his teammates at like,
75.
yeah, I would say like 80. Because what was his teammates?
Yeah,
What did I have his
80
teammates
even,
at?
79.
that's where I was
Vortex
thinking.
right there.
Vortex 79.
I'd go 80. I'd go 80 for me.
And then Blade at 78.
80. And then Savvy. Oh, sorry. I'm fucking. Go ahead, boy. Sorry.
Yeah, none of our votes
I was just
mattered on the
going.
play.
I was just going.
80. I said 80.
Ebatez.
I would say like 78.
I'll do 80.
80. Krinkz.
80.
I like Robstar's team this year though. I think that'll be a fun team to watch.
Yeah.
Dandro.
With Len.
79.
Enigma.
83. Best player on that team, in my opinion.
Okay.
Turned him into a good team.
All right. Savvy Ultras.
Oh, actually,
No, we did discuss them, but
Basically only play World Series.
I would say NA.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not even.
I'm down with that. Prodigy. This one's a good one.
Ooh.
with Echo.
80s for sure. Now, where in the 80s?
I'd give Prodigy like 86 or 87.
I like that. Yeah.
87.
High 80s.
87.
87. 87.
Let's do it. 87.
JGOD.
I think yeah, 87's fine.
Okay. Ebatez.
I like
87.
Yeah.
Fun.
Rampage.
sure, 87.
Krinkz.
86.
86. Dandro.
87.
Enigma.
89.
Obs.
With Tommy.
Sadly,
yeah.
like 70. At the bottoms, 60s, 70s.
We're at 65%. 70 is fine.
Okay. Let's keep it moving, man. Let's keep it moving.
Well, I mean, we
Six-
bumped up like 20% pretty quick there.
Let's
I'd
go,
say
JGOD.
68.
Let's go. 68? Okay. Rampage.
72.
72.
70.
Dandro.
69.
Okay. Enigma.
70.
Okay. All right. Nida. I think we ranked them really low too.
We did.
I'd,
Man, we
Like
got a long list.
Like 70s.
It was King Chalk. King Chalk was a 66 overall.
Yeah,
I would go
no.
like 70.
Yeah,
70 as
75.
well. 70 as well.
65.
There you go. JGOD.
I said 70. I said the same.
Oh, 70. Rampage.
69.
69 as well.
Krinkz. Dandro.
70.
All right. Enigma.
68.
Okay. All right. Now, Amir.
Amir.
Yeah, I think I gave both his teammates 83 and 85, so I'd have to put him 84 then. 84 Amir for me.
Do 82.
Okay. 84, 82, Ebatez.
I'd give him an 80.
80.
Or
Rampage.
82.
81. 81.
80.
2, 80. Dandro.
83.
83. And then Enigma.
80.
85. Okay. Pentagon. Oh,
I'd do like 70.
in
for me.
70s for me. Yeah.
70.
75.
So Fuzzin got a 70 and Melvin got a 71.
73, I think.
73. Yeah. 73. Ebatez.
It's fine. Yeah, 73 is fine. This one's kind of hard to.
Rampage.
73, yeah.
Krinkz.
70.
Dandro.
72.
And Enigma.
70.
All right. Tix, NA, Swagola.
You.
How do we rank Swag? What do you guys think? Because for those of you who didn't know, he on LAN, he obviously they placed fourth, but he fragged the same as Adrian. And Adrian's supposed to be the fragger.
That's the whole year, though.
Like, yeah.
Uncle shooting?
So like Unk was shooting on LAN. Then the whole year, I feel like he was also inconsistent. There was tournaments where he had not a lot of kills. There was tournaments where he was middle of the pack with it, like kills, but never top frag. So kind of how do you position Swag for the year? When same thing as Sage, started off not the greatest, but then ended off on a high note. Obviously not to the extent of Sage, but where would you put Swag?
Was I putting 5? But Adrian.
I would put him at 80 for my ranking.
How much we put at Adrian?
Adrian was like
85.
83.
It was 85.
Okay, he was
Okay.
85.
Yeah, so 80 sounds pretty solid.
80. Yeah, 80. 80. Go 80 for me too. 80 for me as well. JGOD?
I'm looking at my previous ones.
Yeah.
I don't know if I'd put him ahead of like Skullface or
No, yeah, he's under Skullface for me.
well, I've had 79 for Skullface, so
Or then you would put what 78 then, or would you go lower?
Yeah, 70, maybe 78. Yeah.
Okay.
That's tough.
Debates.
79.
Okay. Dandro.
I'm gonna be faded. I'm going like 84.
Okay.
I think Swag for individually did his job like really well. And as much as we harped on some of these other people for like being content creators and not really figuring competitive out, Swag had the opposite, where like he's a way bigger content creator than any of them put together, and he was still like doing his role and doing his job in these tournaments. Like sat down with the team, figured it on out, came on through. Like for
Oh,
like
yeah.
what he was
That's
supposed to
very
do,
fair.
individual performance wise. I think Swag
But
had like
how-
a pretty solid year, considering I think none of us thought he was like gonna do crazy good. But
That's fine. I mean, you could be expected to not do well, but how are you going to rate him just because he's a content creator? That doesn't feel.
well, I'm just saying because we took that as a detractor from other people though.
Yeah,
So if he's
the
like
top-
if he's the opposite,
I don't think
then
it hurt.
I think
I
he
don't think
deserves
it
a little bit
hurt
of respect.
Breadman's. I don't think it hurt Breadman's like because he's
It's
a content
purely based
creator.
off
I think it was
performance,
just
I
a
feel.
reason. Yeah, I think like the reason we
Mm.
thought Bread didn't play well all year is because he focused on content. I don't think that's like a fair reasoning to like.
I don't know.
rate
I
somebody.
mean, with the time that
I think he definitely was like, in terms of expectation, where we would have rated him.
I mean, bro,
and
guys,
then how we did, I think it was higher for sure.
Dude, last year they literally had him second to last place. You cannot tell me that Swag is second to last place this year, bro. After
Yeah, no,
everything,
No,
no
not
way.
even close. No,
You
not
know?
even close.
like I think 80 is a good spot for all year performance. All year
Chalk
performance.
me down to 82 then. Do that. We'll do
Okay.
that. Bring me to 82.
I was feeling the 84 with you, Dandro.
Enigma.
Honestly, I like where the current 80 overall ranking sits, so I don't want to move that. So I'm gonna go 80. If it hadn't been for towards the back half of the year, this is like low 70s. But he found his place and filled that role perfectly, and that's a competitive player.
Yeah, I'll do 82. We can go back to the 84. Don't worry, Dandro, we got it.
You say I'm putting it back up. Yo, now we got Jukies, man. I mean, bro, all year, not good. Enigma, I'll let you go first.
Oh, Juki.
I mean, Liam knows what I'm going to say about him here. He is a great individual, terrible teammate. Like he really is. I'm hoping next year he bounces back big time, but he was so poor this year. I mean, 5th highest European Slayer. Not before we got to Vegas. Not sure what he does at Vegas, but he just basically played his game and hoped that everyone else joined him. And that's being an awful teammate. Like it's just never gonna work, and truly didn't. I gave Lennon an 86, which I know we might do some tweaking when we get to like sorting out the top 20 and stuff.
For
That
sure.
might come down very slightly. I feel like if Lennon ends up a low 80, for example, this guy, like, again, I think Lennon was the best player on their team. So Juki's got to be like a 77,
Okay.
like high 70s.
Okay. Dandro.
That's exactly what I was thinking. 77.
Okay. Krinkles.
75.
25. Rampage.
I'll do 80.
80. Ebatez.
75.
Okay. JGOD.
I'll do 76.
And me 77. Okay. All right. Bubble. Thoughts on Bubble?
Bubble Wars and Louis.
Same.
I
Like,
think Bubble is like the most consistent one, no? Like, played? Like, I know he played some with Echo and he was always grinding, man. But not getting the results.
I'm thinking I would give him the same as I gave Wars. I guess no less than Wars, because Wars EWC, even though he didn't get to compete, but whatever I gave him. Repullze 76. Damn, so 75 then. 75 for me. 75.
74.
Debates.
I put Bubble at probably a 72.
72. Rampage.
72 too.
Krinkz.
Must say 75.
Dandro.
73.
Okay. And Enigma.
72.
Okay.
I love him, but
Yeah. Panda again started off okay, then became really good, then dropped off significantly on LAN. Due to that fact, I'm gonna have to go with like an 80 for me. That's where I'd go. Maybe that's generous. Might be generous.
77.
7. Ebatez.
75.
Okay. Rampage.
78.
Okay. Krinkz.
77.
Dandro.
77.
And Enigma.
75.
Now we got Ryda. Ryda didn't. NA, yeah. He didn't play in any scrims or anything like that.
Jake was-
Well, he
Jake
like
Tech-
did, but I think the whole Zepti thing kind of threw everything for a.
True.
Yeah.
J-Tech. Like 73s, I think we gave their team. 73.
he was a slayer of the team.
Yeah. JGOD?
I think this like wasn't a terrible year for J-Tech for
Yeah.
what it's worth.
What did
I
he
don't
get
know.
at
I'm gonna agree
EWC?
with you on 73.
I think they placed 11th at EWC.
What- yeah.
Or no. It might have been higher. I think they placed higher than that, but
Ruffy says 10th.
10th. 10th.
I'll
okay,
do
yeah,
75.
Okay, I was close then.
75 Rampage?
Yes, sir.
Ebatez?
Yeah. I would say 77 for J
But mine to 75, puppy. But mine to 75. Krinkz.
76.
Dandro.
76.
And Enigma.
70. Same as a couple of the other players I have down in that bracket.
Okay. Now, Oki. Not a bad year out of him.
Echo and Prodigy.
I would say like 85, 86. For the sake of, I feel like my numbers are pretty low comparatively to everybody. I would go like 85. Comparatively. JGOD.
I don't know. 84.
Ebatez.
I would rate Oki pretty high. I would say 86. Kind of like with Echo and Prodigy. Like I think he's kind of in the mix of that group.
Yeah. 86.
I'll do 85.
Dandro.
85.
And then Enigma.
Gonna join you guys on the 85s.
85 train. All right. Daga. Same thing that we did for Cams. NA. Limax.
Like I said, it was like 70s, right?
Yeah, they didn't do the hottest in KD general on that day, but they did do good at EWC. I don't know what we gave them. JD.
Zeppo and
Zeppo was
Levi were
75.
74 and 75.
Yeah, it wasn't good.
So
Like
I would do like
76.
74. Yeah, 75 then to match for me. 75.
Who's this for?
Limax.
Oh. Damn. Yeah. I think that's probably about fair.
You got
I'll do the same.
Ebatez said 75. Rampage.
76.
Krinkz.
75.
Dandro.
75.
And Enigma.
70.
Okay.
Join
Uh,
your teammates.
But I feel like
Someone man, my door.
good. I feel like we would have done NA if with Tekka we would have probably said NA given the circumstances now. But I think NA because of just them not qualing and just everything. You know? Clown.
Mario, yeah.
He was low with Mario 68, 67.
I think I put him 70.
I think I had like Mario 68, so same thing. 67 maybe? Something like that?
Wait,
67.
Clown's that low?
Yeah, they didn't do the greatest.
Oh yeah, they did pretty bad. I couldn't remember.
Yeah. JGOD. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Yeah, I think 67's fine.
Okay. Ebatez.
I would say 65.
Okay.
65.
Rampage. Krinkz.
65 as well.
Dandro.
66.
And then Enigma.
65.
FIFA. I believe I placed Juki's at 77, so I would have to put him at like 78, 79. So 8. Go 8. 8's fine. JGOD?
I'll go ahead and put him. I feel like at 79.
Ebatez?
I'd say 76.
79.
79 as well.
79. Dandro?
Also 79.
And then Enigma.
77. Same as Duke.
Waldo. I don't know where I would put Waldo. Or it's. No, I would go like. They got what?
Wait,
11?
11th?
cool, I
Oh,
don't
11th?
think.
Oh,
11th, he was top fragger on that team.
Ooh.
Fuck.
Dude.
I got flat 80. Flat 80. Flat 80. JGOD?
I'll go 81.
1. Ebatez?
It's a tough one because it's like we're only basing it off of World Series.
Yeah, small.
Because they didn't play that much.
I would say, say 78.
I'll do 80.
79.
And then Dandro.
80.
Okay. Then Enigma.
75.
75. All right. So now we got Aiden, A Daddy. This one is, we should definitely chat about this one.
I swear, like, before when he was playing with Adrian, like,
I think he was great this year.
yeah.
I think him specifically started off
Yeah.
bad, and he literally improved so much this year.
Clearly,
As
whenever
an individual, for
that's what
sure.
I'm saying, like, whenever he was with Adrian, like, he seemed like very frantic or a little bit too like horny. But then after, like, whenever we saw him online with Smitty and Gorgonite on EWC, where we saw a different Aiden, like, we saw like very patient, one of the best teammates, Slayer, and like entry, like, I was like, God damn, like, he got all stats buffed.
I would say I'm debating 90 or 91.
I'm gonna go 94.
Damn, son. All right, then I'll go 91. Yeah. JD's taking a piss.
Okay,
Yeah,
I
Let's
got
keep
it.
talking about
Everybody
it.
get your numbers
can
ready.
We all
I got
do
it.
this?
Yeah,
94.
it's fun.
What you got? 91, Hector?
91, yeah.
90.
90 for Ebatez.
93.
I'm going to do 91.
91. Dandro.
I'm going 93.
Then Enigma.
Same as Dan.
93.
Love to go higher, but the start of the year was slow.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was slow.
Blast. Bro, that man's a shooter. And all year, I gave Gabe like what, 87? I feel like I gotta match that, right? 87?
I
That
think
seems
at
high.
least, yeah. I don't know, 86, 80. I don't know.
Is that what I
What
gave
was your
him?
Score.
Who?
So besides, like, well, like, I think Blast took a huge break. So, like,
Yeah.
what other tournaments are you ranking him off of?
Say that again. Sorry, I was reading a comment.
Like, I think Blast took a break. So, like, besides World Series, what else would you be ranking him off of?
I thought he scrimmed in like a bunch of them. I'm gonna stick to 87.
Go.
I'm gonna
I'll
say
go
87.
85.
Just due to the fact that I think he was right around there with Gabe, in my opinion. And if I ranked him, Ebatez.
I don't know. This one's tough again because I feel like I ranked Gabe high because, like, throughout the year, I feel like we saw a lot out of him, even if it was, whether it was in like 2v2s or if he was fun and for customs. I feel like Blast is kind of hard because he did well. They did well at LAN, but also we didn't get to really see him much.
Yeah.
I would say like 84, 83. I'd say
Okay.
84.
I'll do
Or-
85.
85.
85 as well.
Dandro.
87.
87. And then Enigma.
85.
All right. How much more do we got? How much? Let me see. What are we looking at?
We're barely halfway.
Not that many, actually.
Oh,
We're at
shit.
111, so we have about 20 left.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Laundered. I say we just
NA?
do like NA.
World-
like-
World Series was the only thing he played. I
NA,
think.
yeah.
Colony.
Much all the yeah.
Like 78, 79.
79 is where I'd go.
Ebatez.
I would say like 77.
79.
70.
Dandro.
Oh, 78.
I'll go 79.
Enigma.
75.
All right. Dizzy. What are you guys thinking?
Neto. And
I think
I
we
would
get
say
Neto
NA.
I
NA.
would say
Yeah.
NA, yeah.
Taja NA.
Yep.
Noobs. Okay, this is a good one. Noobs. Okay.
bro, he dropped the PR at EWC like 14 kills or something.
Yeah, this guy.
No,
this
he
guy's
had like
fucking him.
17. I think it was
17?
like 17
Question?
or something.
Are we including these little bit of a stint postseason of World Series with noobs?
What do you mean?
They've kind of been cooking in some of the stuff.
Yeah, they have. Since World Series, that is.
Oh, this one's so
But if you want
hard,
to only
bro.
include it up until World Series, I'm fine with that. I just want to know where's the
The year
I think,
mark.
up
Yeah,
until, I think the line is World Series.
okay. I'm fine with that.
I guess this is where I'm. This is so hard because
I'm going to
Like-
say 84. I'll just throw it out there.
okay, he won because he was winning everything like Almond at the beginning of the year. Soka left them, they started losing. Then played bad. Then played good at EWC, almost won it. Then played bad again and didn't qual, and then won maybe a couple other tournaments. Like it's so hard because he technically had a pretty good year, but he didn't qualify for LAN.
Yeah.
Yep.
And
That's
like
such a big
that's
knock.
big.
Like
That's
realistically,
big.
as a player, like if I just take him as a player as a whole, not even like by placement, he's over 90 easy. But
Yeah.
I think factoring in placement, it's gonna be less than.
I'll do 88.
But yeah,
I would say 87. Because I mean, if it's like if he qualified for LAN, shoulda, coulda, woulda, whatever. But he would be easily a 90, but it's tough because he didn't. So I don't know.
What-
I think 87 is probably where I would put him.
What did I give Almond?
You gave him a 87.
I'll give him 80, 88 then for me.
Yeah, I think Noob's probably the best player on that roster.
I agree.
Yeah.
100%.
Krinkz.
88 as well.
Dandro.
Also 88.
And then Enigma.
85.
85. All right. Now, Bitin, NA, Youngsters.
We done any others?
Good one. But YGL.
Good at the start, kind of dropped off a lot in the middle, and picked it up near the end. I go 87.
I'll
87 for
go
me.
88.
7, 88.
I'll do 85.
5. Ebatez.
Yeah, I would say 86 for Young.
Okay.
Maybe even higher. I think 86, actually. 86 is fine.
Krinkz.
I'm gonna do 86.
And then Dandro.
Dude, come on.
88.
Yeah. Now, Enigma.
I feel like you fell off towards the end. 86.
Okay, 86. All right. Jace. This one's-
It's hard.
what did I give Bread? Scroll up to Bread real quick.
76.
I give
76?
Yeah.
That's what I give him?
Yep.
75 then for Jace.
I think my bread was higher, so I'm gonna have room to go lower. Let me see here. Where's mine for bread?
I'll say 75 while JGOD's doing his.
5, okay. Rampage.
77.
Okay.
Krinkz.
I'll do 78.
I'm gonna do
You wrong one, JD. JGOD should be 78. Krinkz is
75 as well.
25. Dandro.
70.
Okay. And then Enigma.
70. Looking at what I gave this teammate, 72. Put him in the middle.
Okay. All right. Brolic.
I mean, it's same, obviously, like same. Start off super hot, it'll die down, but they got top 10 at Warzone.
Yeah, I feel like 80? 80,
Yeah, like,
79?
Because they got more good than bad.
I'm going to go 80. Let's go 80 for me. 80 for me.
I'll go
Big
80
up.
as well.
80 is solid.
Rampage said 80. Ebatez, Krinkz, Dandro.
79.
79 for me.
Dandro.
79.
And then Enigma.
Really like the 80.
Okay. All right. Showstopper. What do we think about Show?
Show. I mean,
Does all of the dirty work in that team. Like Vision and AJ are two superstars in terms of like what they do, but Show is probably going to be underrated here just because of the role that he does. And unfortunately, it fell flat on LAN. But yeah, I think that he makes any team he goes into better just by being that glue guy that sticks them all together, make sure that they actually get to perform properly.
Okay. Number for you, Pops.
Oh, me? Sorry.
Yeah.
When you say Pops, I'm like,
Sorry. I call everybody Pops.
some sort of pop.
Gonna give him like 82.
That's high.
You too? Okay. Ebatez, give me your number.
I was gonna say 76.
Who else?
I think 76 is fair. I was going to go around there.
I was going to go 80. That was my initial number.
78 for me.
77.
Krinkz said, and then Dandro.
82.
All right. Now we got my boy, Pat Batsuka. My opinion, the best player on that team.
100%.
What would I even give him? Shit.
They were doing phenomenal, no?
I gave Stuhl like 80. I got to redo Stuhl's. I remember in my head, mental note.
Yeah, you were a little high on Stu.
Yeah. Mentally, 84. Actually, I'd probably bump Stuhl to like an 80. And I would go Pat like an 82.
I'll put him at an 80.
You're dragging it with you. And then
I hear
Pat,
it.
82.
Yeah.
All right. JGOD.
He got mine in there. 80.
He definitely got a +5 for changing to wired controller chat for sure.
Bro.
Ebatez, talk to me.
I would rate Pat so high if they didn't just fold it series. Like that kid is insane. He's actually
he's good.
insane.
He's fucking good.
Yeah.
It sucks. Like 80 feels way too low for him, but I'll probably say 80. But he should be way high. Like he's like an 88. You know what I mean? Like if he just, I don't know. If he just
85.
did what they needed to do at LAN, obviously shoulda, coulda, woulda. But it sucks. It sucks. 80 doesn't feel fair, but
Here goes.
82.
Dandro.
I'm going off the whole year. I'm going 84, I think.
84. Okay. Enigma.
I'm still upset on the showstopper rating. I'm going. Yeah, I'll join Dan 84.
Okay. 84. All right. Braxton.
I think I underrated Stuart massively. Well, never mind. Doesn't matter because it's probably not going to be top 20 anyway, and we'll skip all that round. I'm pretty sure.
We'll definitely-
I underrated Stuart.
We'll definitely do a loop around. Braxton at 86 for the year. Well, yeah. Because I gave youngsters and Juju 87s, so I'd put him 86. JGOD.
I think 86 is a good number. I like it.
Ebatez.
I'm back. Sorry.
Oh shit! I just realized.
Braxton. I would say 87.
Rampage.
He's just pretty consistent.
Do 85, baby.
All right, 85.
86.
6. Dandro.
87.
Enigma.
I'm gonna give youngsters a 86.
Scroll- Scroll up.
86.
Yeah, it's right there. It's like right there.
Yeah. 86.
Yeah, you got it.
I feel
Okay.
like they kind of interchanged about who was like the best one.
Okay.
But felt like they were really good.
SV and Begzy NA, Edixine NA. Hollow. I know we gave
like 70s.
I don't remember.
Who's
Yeah,
with? Oh, and Zach.
because he said like last had just put together. Zach Hollow. Eisen.
Zach was 75.
Ew.
Zach 75.
Yeah.
I mean, I just got to go. I didn't watch his individual performance enough to give him, so I'm gonna go 75 as
I
well.
would have said NA, but yeah,
Yeah, we could if y'all want.
that's probably easier. He's not gonna be in the top 20.
Enigma, what do you think? NA or do we give him a rating?
I mean, personally, I would say NA, but I'll copy your score if you feel comfortable with the 75.
I gave Zach a 75, and to be honest, like them two would, yeah, I wouldn't argue against the 75 here.
Okay.
I agree with that.
You want to just do across the board 75, fellas?
Hell
Across the board,
yeah.
yeah.
All right. Empathy.
Trick.
Trick.
Super Evan.
I think
The
I 77 maybe.
Yeah, definitely higher than Evan and Otter. So I'd
Yeah.
say 78 for me.
Yeah, same. I'll
I
put him
think
at 78.
77 is fair. I like
77.
77 for this.
Ebatez.
79.
And then Dandro.
I'm giving him an 80.
Okay. I like that. Enigma.
Nah, imagine.
75.
75. Ooh, I love it. Niacin, same thing kind of with them. I don't think they're in the top. I'm just going to go 70 flat. Just flat, you know?
Flat,
70
like,
works.
Like they're not going to be in top 20.
Yeah, I
70?
don't have much to say about him. 70's fine.
72. Oh,
70.
Dandro?
Is 69.
I like
Hey,
that.
Chat's gonna love you.
Enigma.
People.
72.
Benzi, same thing. We do NA, right? Mutex,
Yeah, he
NA.
literally only played the very end.
Dakar, NA. Volcom. 70.
I put him 74.
Yeah, I was going to say 75.
because we put Panda like 80, right? So Welcome
75,
76.
right?
Where did I put him?
Oh, that does look
I think
crazy.
70.
What?
It's because chat's like, your camera's crazy. And I'm like, what's the difference in my quality? But I realized what I was doing. I was doing this.
Oh.
That's insane.
I didn't see that.
I was
I'll say
slapping my
70,
thigh.
74. 74.
Okay.
I'm going to do
I said 74 as well.
75.
I'll do 76.
E,
Welcome.
Dandro,
75.
and then Enigma.
Yeah, 75, same as Panda. Feel like they were both big part of that team.
Now Eisen. We just gave Hollow
Hollow, yeah.
75. I do
75.
believe Eisen's like, I'd go like 76 then. 77. 76. JGOD.
Eisen's gross.
75.
Ebatez.
I'll do 76 as well.
75.
75. Krinkz.
Do 76.
Dandro.
Go ahead, 77.
Enigma.
78.
Okay. All right. I think we're technically done with the list. All right. So
Wow.
here we go. Here we go, chat. Here we go.
Can I go to the restroom real quick?
What?
Ah, thank you, bro.
Didn't you just go?
No,
Fellas.
if he's going, I'm going. Give me a
Yeah,
second.
go to the restroom, fellas.
30-year-old
Might
kidneys
as
are
well.
holding on here.
I'm ready to.
Oh,
Target, I can hold it
JD,
for
is
another
JD
hour.
here?
Hold on.
JD
One of
is
the
here.
ones I want, I think I rated flanked low. Because I was doing the other people and I was like thinking about it. I was like, these don't
Yeah,
make any
flank,
sense.
move him to 85
was
for
the-
me. Like 85, 86, 87 for his teammates is what I would put at.
That was the
85,
one that I was
87,
like,
87.
thinking about. I was like,
86.
because my reasoning for other teams, it didn't like. That was the only one I was like, yeah, this doesn't really make sense.
86 for me.
That's actually true. We rated Gabe and Blast high. I'll move up to an 86.
I'll do 85 as well.
I'm still trying to think of like what.
Or 84.
Like some of those guys, I was like bouncing between
84.
rosters, but then they did show up. I'd put him at like 83. 83.
Yeah. And then Rampage will probably change his right now.
Why, what
Knowing
happened?
him. We're just
would
redoing
say that-
a couple of them.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Do you want to redo yours,
I mean, it
JGOD?
would make
Like-
more sense to sort them, right? First, before you.
Yeah,
change
true.
rating?
We will resort, like, once we get to 20, we will adjust accordingly.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. Dude, where's Rampage, bro? I got to pee now too. Fuck. I was going to hold it in. Chat, all right. Who do you guys think is the best player this year? I'll leave you guys with that question. I'm going to go pee real fast. I'll be
The
back.
best player?
Best player all around, bro. It's got to be Shifty, bro.
The
Wait,
best
actually-
player?
Yeah.
Wait, Shifty. What was the individual like stats on who got the most slays in? You guys
Well,
know or no?
here's what I was saying. I mean, dude, it's so
Has to
hard,
be
bro.
Diaz,
I
no?
feel like Biffle's I don't know, man.
bro. The
it's so
first
weird.
day got a 9 KD.
I'll say this. The whole thing I was saying earlier with the like the MVP thing. I think Soka's the MVP in my opinion.
I agree.
Like I don't know if that. Like I think he's the most
I agree with
valuable
that.
player,
But I
This
think
year.
Shifty's the best player.
but I don't think he'll be rated the highest. Like that's what I was
Yeah.
trying to say. Like I think Soka should be the MVP technically.
Yeah, I agree.
But I don't know. I mean, Biffle and Shifty, I feel like you could go hand in hand. I really feel like it's. I don't know. Dude, Biffle's stats at
That shit was
ridiculous.
fucking crazy.
I feel like
was
throughout the
insane.
whole year, Shifty has been out of this world, and then like towards the end of the year, Biffle kind of like took over, especially at LAN. So it was like kind of hard to like.
They like polished him. The
Yeah.
fucking the super.
Dude, this one is so
Super.
hard, bro. No troll. Okay, let's talk about it, fellas. I think the numbers don't even matter right now of what we give these guys. What matters here,
What we need to do so when we sort it, it'll go to the top.
true. What we need to figure out here is who is first, second, and third. That's the biggest thing. Last year it was Shifty, Diaz, Soka. That was first, second, third. This year, I'm gonna be honest, I don't know. And the reason why, let me give you my reasoning.
Okay.
Shifty was top fragging and was literally him almost the entire year. The only time he quote unquote like slowed down, and that's like slowed down a little bit, was because Diaz stepped up like crazy.
Yeah.
And Diaz started frying at the end of the year, lost by 1 kill to Shifty at EWC at top frag, and then top fragged and had the craziest performance on his team at World Series of Warzone. Now, on top of that, you have to also remember, this is big. Soka, you could not do any of this without Soka.
Yeah, you can't close it without Soka.
Without Soka, they were losing. They were losing to Soka. So does that trump, right? Their
So,
individual performances.
I'll
How do we
throw
do this?
Another argument in there too is like just from year to year, Hisoka's teammates didn't qual anywhere, didn't perform well anywhere without Hisoka. Sage did. So it's like one of those things where I think he brings a lot more to a team, even though it's going to be like 98, 99, 97 or whatever. I think overall, if Hisoka's not on this team, whatever team he's with, they're also doing amazingly well. Like
Great point.
I agree.
versus I think the same could be with Shifty because he could jump into that IGL role. And I think Biffle's he's only going to play with certain people, so it's like he's limited on his even though he's like the best shooter or whatever, had
I
the
got
best
mine
KD
already.
or whatever. I
Yeah.
think that part weighs into it because it's like the difference if Sage left and he was just like garbage for some reason, then you'd be like, all right, Shifty and Biffle were putting it down, and Sage just looked good. But no, he was 4th in the next year. And then, like I said, with Hisoka's teammates, it just didn't work out that way.
Chat's right here in the sense like we could just give them all 99s, but in order for us to actually end up with a top one, we're probably gonna have to like pick one person each for like in our ratings. One is 99, one is 98, one is 97, and see what that does.
Yeah.
Try and like at least put one in a rating.
So personally, I would put Hisoka as the number 1 for that. And then I would put Shifty 2nd.
Okay, so let's do this.
And Biffle 3rd. But again, it's like
he's like, don't attack me. 50s.
I know, but then again, it goes back to like his little phrase with that B or whatever the hell that was.
Okay. All right. So I guess let's go one by one here. And JGOD said his. Who is your number 1 player? That is ultimately what we're about to decide. Dandro, who is your number 1 player?
My
of
number
the year?
1 is also Soka.
Okay.
100%. For a lot of the same reasons JGOD said, he came into the team, he transformed it. They don't make a lot of the decisions they do without him. And I think there were even multiple games and tournaments where we would see him be just up there in total eliminations with the other two. So
also to continue my thought, going back, is Hisoka who he was with before with Almond and Noobs? They also would have qualled with Hisoka, but they didn't without.
For sure. Okay. Enigma, who's your number 1 player of the year?
For all the exact same reasons as Dandro just listed and JGOD's gone through here, it is Hisoka.
Okay.
We were sitting here last year, like they were winning 2 out of 3 tournaments, and we were like, they surely can't get any fucking better, right? They won what 95% this year. Like he has got some like, yes, all right, maybe individually Shifty, Biff will have slightly more technical skill and stuff like that, but Soka's right there with them, and then has the most ridiculous understanding of the game I've ever seen.
Yeah, I think the 50% success rate for Soka says a lot. Like, and I say Soka because yes, it's a team game, but his main job is to close. And for them to have a 50% success rate when they hit match point is fucking insane. Ebatez.
I mean, I don't know if you heard when I was saying it. I was like, I think that Soka is the quote unquote MVP, but I feel like Shifty is like a better overall player. So it's kind of hard to like rank. Like obviously we're splitting nails here.
I agree
all of
here.
Them are all at the top, but yeah, let me hear you.
This is, and I think, because you gave me the idea whenever you told me about like MVP, like if there was a Player of the Year award, right?
Yeah.
Then I think Shifty had the best year all around, like individually. But if we're talking MVP, like you say, on a team, who is the most valuable player to any
was Hisoka.
Is Soka. I agree with that.
Yeah.
Because again, you cannot take away the fact that Soka was beating Diaz and Shifty at the start of the year. Remember, we're not talking about last year. I get it. I know that Shifty beat Soka last year. But this year, we're only talking about this year, is Soka was beating Diaz and Shifty in multiple tournaments at the start of the year. Diaz and them did win that 150K, but Soka, at the time when Soka left, he was cooking. So I would say Player of the Year award goes to Shifty. MVP, most valuable player in the whole Warzone, is Soka.
100%.
That's kind of, but
yeah.
How do we transfer that to the sheet? Okay, but continue. Give me your guys' thoughts.
It's fucking terrifying though that we're sitting here and being like talking about them two, and then Biff will put up a 9 KD on the first.
Yeah,
which is insane.
Crazy.
So I'll start it off. We got 105 for Soka, 104 for Shifty, and 103 for Biffle. No, just
oh shit! Oh man,
no, I'm just kidding. But
I think if you want to delineate that MVP is a separate thing, I mean, and we want to kind of do like the 98. 99 97 split, it does change it a little bit. So I don't know, maybe that's just like the best way to do it, is like pick your 99, pick your 98, pick your 97, and we'll go through knowing that we can still give, if we want, Soka an MVP even though maybe he doesn't have the highest rating.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and do my scores for reals then.
Okay,
I'll do Shifty, Shifty 99, and then I'll do 98, 98 for the other two.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
I like
I
it,
like
bro.
that.
I'll be honest, this whole time you guys cooked my brain, dude. But you guys like those are like really, really good. Like
So what's your
you can't argue with that. Like that shit
what's
is
your in order top 3?
top 3? I mean, the whole game mode is just based off of getting the 2 match point and closing. So I would say Soka.
So Soka's your number 1.
Yeah, and then the most consistent and overall like well-rounded player, Shifty. Then it'd be Diaz. For third.
So if you had to put a number on it, what are you giving Soka? See number
Soka?
1. Would you
I'd
give
be
him
99? Yeah.
99, and then would you give Shifty 98,
Oh yeah.
and then Diaz?
Because it'd be like 1, 2, and 3, no?
Yeah,
So
I guess you would it then
would it
have
be
to go
like
97?
97? Yeah.
JD, you have that wrong. Yeah. 98 and 97. So would it have to be like that then?
At least if you're doing the 1, 2, and 3 thing, then at least that's
Yeah,
the
so
one.
Jay-
No, I
God.
put them tied. You don't. I mean, you don't have to do the 97. You'll just see how it lays out. But yeah,
Okay.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'll be honest. I agree with what JGOD said. Fuck, man, this is so hard. I think statistically, Shifty has been the best player, like individually, right? But like, oh, this is so hard, bro, because it's literally like I would give them all fucking 99s, bro.
We also got to think about the beginning of the year.
Comparing Kobe, LeBron, and Jordan. And yes, we are. Yes,
Yeah.
we fucking are.
Well, you guys also got to remember at the beginning of the year, Shifty was the IGL. They were still winning. At
Yeah, they won the
beginning of start,
150K.
and they won the 150K, which probably was the hugest thing we had at the time outside of War Series Warzone.
Right.
So like, for me, it's gonna be Shifty.
Your number
99.
1 is Shifty?
And then Soka, 98, and then Biffle with 97.
But then wasn't there a point where like Soka noobs Almond versus
Yeah, that was like 2 tournaments.
Tommy, but still like
It wasn't like, I think it was like a month or two that was the team and they were
What?
winning. Like
Oh, yeah.
I would say like a month. Bro, again, for the sake of like, I would say 99, 99, 99. But for the sake of like, I guess coming to a 1, 2, and 3, fuck, man. This is so hard.
Well,
This is so
I'll say
hard.
mine. So like I said, I think Shifty was the best player this year, so I'll put him at 99, and then I'll put Biffle and Soka at the same 98, 98. But I still stand on the fact that I think Soka was the MVP this year.
Yeah. Okay.
exactly
I'm gonna
that for me.
I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do.
Same.
I'm gonna do the same thing then, because I don't think for me I would put Diaz any less than Shifty, because Diaz leaves and like that team
Very true.
gets exponentially worse.
I would change mine to 98 then.
yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah,
Because-
yeah, 98.
Are we not doing 1, 2, 3?
Yeah.
That's what I thought. But
but we're not gonna have a one, two,
well,
three
technically no,
What?
because we're choosing a number
Just a,
one,
just a winner.
which we all agree Shifty's number 1. Do you guys all agree that? Or I think
I would have put Shifty number 1.
Okay.
so Shifty number 1, Soka most valuable player, Diaz smallest cock. Are we all in agreement?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. All right.
I've never seen it, but I'll take your word for it.
Trust me. All right.
Okay.
It's not smaller than mine though, but you know what I'm saying?
Championship belt.
So okay, let's jumble it up or whatever.
That shit cooked my shit.
Wait, did you put in Enigmas, JD?
Oh, yeah, Enigma.
Wait, did I not do mine?
Wait, we didn't do it.
Oh,
We didn't do Dandro or Enigma. What the hell, JD?
1:30 in the morning, so I'm like fading. Soka 99. Then I'm gonna join the others with Biffle and Shifty on 98.
Yeah.
You did it wrong for Shifties. Wait,
So it should be
Yeah,
So
it's fine.
Dandro's Shifty is 98, right? No.
Bro, you guys,
okay.
you guys said that.
did we all do the same thing? Did you say Soka 99?
He did.
Enigma said
Enigma?
Soka 99, and then the other
I
two
did
are
Okay,
Soka
98.
99, the other two 98.
Okay.
But
All right.
how come you guys are saying that literally the 50% win rate is from Joker. Like, you don't think that's like a dominant?
That's why we said that he's the most valuable player on that team.
Oh,
So I guess here, chat, the original plan was to make it MVP was the most valuable player. At least the way we did it last year. MVP was the most valuable player in the entire list, every single player, and which in turn was the best player. But Ebatez brought up a good point that we should probably do the most valuable player and the number one player as different. So chat was saying like the Ballon d'Or, chat, Christian Dior.
we can't have one for like the best KD.
Player of the year.
Like player of the year is Shifty.
Yeah.
But MVP, the most valuable player is Soka.
Yeah.
Chat. Is that a good? Is that I think that's fucking.
Yes, sir.
I think we're cooking here.
The
Yeah.
the best KD Diaz or what?
And then the best KD Diaz. Hey, fellas, do you guys like that?
Pretty happy about it.
Guys, Diaz is not getting disrespected. I promise you, if you ask Diaz, he will agree with everything we just said.
100%.
They are fucking. That does not. Okay, Jeff. That does not mean that Diaz is any worse than them. No, they're like, bro. I'm telling you, they're literally all 99s. They're literally all 99s in my opinion.
100%.
But for the sake of having to have a 1, 2, and 3, you know what I'm saying? You know.
I love how you're the one doing this, right? But you're the one that came out and said he had the smallest cock. Like, I don't know what to tell you here.
That's my boy, man. That's my best friend right there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so
he saw you holding hands in Japan.
oh, you like that shit?
Also, it's a
Yeah,
point.
it was cute. It was cute.
It's a 0.7 difference between Shifty and Biffle. It's not like there's a huge gap between Biffle and Doggy that's there. So it's like we're very clearly saying these three are like a gap above everybody else, and even amongst them, it's so tiny.
Yeah. Let's see what this looks like.
All right.
Where's our top 20?
I think
I think this is it.
Oh, this is all 20?
Yeah.
Let's update it on order.
FLS is the last one? Oh, DJ.
Ooh.
Okay. Holy shit. 98.7, 98.3, 98. So technically they're all 98s. JD, can you do the thing where it does just like not the decimals? Or I guess, yeah.
We kind of need the decimals, I think.
We kind of need the
That'll-
decimals, no trouble.
If it rounds, it'll lift Shifty to a 99.
Oh, okay. Oh, does anybody else move? Do it one more time. Does anybody get moved because of that?
No, it won't move. No, they don't move.
Yeah, it won't move them. It'll just round it, right? So, yeah.
Yeah, so they'll look tied. Like, see all those 87s, but realistically, the decimals are higher on the higher ones.
Right. Okay. All right. This is our top 20 at the moment. Why am I blank on mine? Chat, what do y'all think about this? I definitely think we should adjust a couple people, in my opinion.
All right, let's check it out.
Yeah,
I agree.
well, I think some of them we rated at the start, and then we figured out our barometer as we went on, right? So
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, like, okay, do you guys want to, because at the end of the day, we're only going to put out top 20. That's what we did last year, and we're going to continue to keep that a thing. So
Okay.
here, right, there are some people I want to move.
Yeah.
I want to
Nice.
swap Aiden and Smitty.
I think Smith should be higher than Aiden, 100%.
Yeah.
I agree.
I agree.
agreed.
You switch mine.
We don't have to do their individual rank. I mean, I guess you can change somebody's to put him above
Well,
them.
basically, all you would do is just change mine to a 93 or a 92.
You could change mine to like a 92.
We just want to get them. And then again, the numbers, the overall doesn't really matter too much. Oh, what the fuck? Okay.
If Jigga could go to the other page and then do it for us.
I already sorted it. Yeah. And then I already have it on the other page. Yeah, I already sorted it on the other page.
So, okay, I don't think, in my opinion, that the numbers should really matter here, right? Like, it's more if we want to know who's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, or whatever, right? That's the main goal here. So let's go from the bottom up. DJ is 20th, correct?
No, 21st.
Well,
Echo.
Shifty starts at 2.
2020.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Let's go from bottom 5. Who would you change from this? How would you change this?
Like who gets bumped
DJ
out?
Echo, fucking DJ Echo, Brax, Vision, Youngsters.
Yeah.
I'll be honest. I don't know how I feel about both Noobs and Almond being in the top 20.
I agree. If we're going to do a list, and yes, even though they did quote unquote rank higher, like they should be at the bottom
To be who qualified?
Yeah.
because they didn't qualify.
Heard.
What are your thoughts on that?
In order, Josh, JD, in order to make your brain not melt while trying to do this, would it be easier to just copy the top names and just like only move the names around rather than like trying to adjust
Wait,
everyone's different ratings?
Who would be in? But okay, if you're gonna say that Almond and Noob shouldn't be in the top 20, who would be in the top 20 instead of them? Like I feel like
We're saying that, like, is it fair for them to be in the top 20 if they didn't qual?
yeah, I think so.
Do you think it is fair?
I think so.
Yeah, they went in the top 20, but it's not like,
They're like 16, 15.
but they didn't qualify for it. They got
Because
picked up
we're
as a
talking about
sub.
the whole like year recap. No, what if like a team like
I mean, we can leave it. We can leave it as is.
no, but it's so hard.
We can leave it as is, but like, I do think there's some people that we're gonna have to adjust here.
Because
Okay, who outside of
you got
like
second?
outside of 20 needs to be top 20? I don't really see anybody that kind of.
Anybody
It's out.
outside? I don't either. I think this, like, I
Keep
like
'em
this
there.
top 20.
Yeah.
Besides,
I mean, it is. Yeah, I don't know. It's tough. It feels weird that none of FLS, Clapson, or GUI are up there.
but
Well,
it's
they
the whole
didn't-
Because
year.
they're all
Really?
tied. It's because they're all tied. There's 6 people at what,
Uh,
87 and 86?
What's the decimals on that? 87.
Yeah, FLS will be an 86. GUI's an 84.
We definitely got to move Lennon down.
82.
I feel like we should have Smit above NKO as well.
You know what? Let's do top 10 for now.
Okay. Yeah, we're all over the place.
All right, let's do top 10 for now. Let's figure this out, and then we'll go from there. Because at the end of the day,
You could just have next time like just players of what's yours of Warzone who qualified or that. It'd be easy, no?
maybe that might work. So, okay, hear me out.
Yep.
What are y'all's thoughts on Dongi being 4th?
That's
Yeah.
I
Standards.
think that's fine.
Yeah.
Any
Yeah.
objections, Your Honor?
Nope.
No objections. All right. Now, this is where things are going to start to get, these next 4, or I think people might not agree with this.
Shoot up
Scummin,
Enkyo.
Enkyo, Smitty, Aiden. How do you categorize them?
I put Enkyo next, no? Yo,
I feel
Then
like you put
Scummin.
Smit.
I personally, I don't know if I move Enkyo at this point, but I maybe swap Smit and Scummin.
You can't
I
have
feel like Smit, where is
NKO can't be above Scummin.
but didn't he like win like all the
Yeah.
qualifiers and then like he did individually good at what's yours of Warzone?
Yeah, but what about all the other tournaments throughout the year, though?
Yeah, Smit got 3rd at EWC
True.
and also 3rd at LAN. Won the 100K at the beginning of the year. Was on different rosters. Like Smit should be bumped up.
I'm not
He's- like,
disagreeing
that-
with
that
Smit
should
being
be-
bumped up, but I'm
The
curious about your
Scummin one
rationale
is
as to why-
like. Well,
hard.
Scummin,
Okay,
Placed
why should
second.
Smith be jumped up?
because he had 2
Yeah.
different tournaments. Well, I guess NKO didn't play EWC, but still placed 3rd at EWC and also 3rd at
Heard.
LAN. And I think he top fragged his team. And also won the 100K at the beginning of the year.
Smith definitely needs to be higher.
What about the beginning?
Yeah.
For me, unquestionable.
So
Uh,
I
say
guess
again?
What about the beginning of the year for Smith?
He won the 100K, and then I think they kind of just split up. So he had to, like
It was
run a
like
team.
inconsistent, huh?
Yeah.
I guess who just had a better year? Scummin, Enki, or Smitty? That comes down to who had the better year.
Now, what did Enkyo?
Yeah, Smith won the 200K.
Thing
I
is-
forgot about that. I always forget that was the thing because the whole reindeer thing that happened at the end of it that always like overshadows it.
I would,
Oh, yeah.
yeah, I think Smith should go above Enkyo for sure.
Because Enkyo, the thing is, again, it's like we're trying to figure out what weighs more because Enkyo was consistently, again, it's different. In EU, they were the number one team for all of the World Series of Warzone qualifiers and all those tournaments, right? Every scrim that they played, more than likely, it was just an EU scrim, they were winning it. Like, but then they go to LAN and they get 13th.
That's what, but like, I mean, he did good. He had a good KD. His teammates, unfortunately, didn't do the best.
Right.
But that's why, like, I'm saying, like, this is based off individual performance through the whole year. So that's why I think Enkyo should be bumped up higher. I don't know. That's just me, though. That's
Scummin
my-
also
Good
got
rationale,
second.
Rampage.
Scummin,
Scummin's been
but-
consistently top 5 all
I mean,
year,
yeah.
like in terms of
top frag
think.
in terms of like gunny and kills. Scummin second, I believe, at World Series Warzone fragger, and like his team was considered the number 2 for throughout the majority of the year. Like we thought it was
I
going to
don't
be.
think I'd argue too much if it was like Smith was moved up 2 spots, basically.
It would be Dongy Smitty.
Yeah, for me.
Yeah. I don't know, but it's also not. It's like weird because EWC was kind of weird because we didn't get like Scummin wasn't even able to play that or NKO. Like how do we?
If
how
someone
do
was
we
on a
come-
Rebirth Island map like that,
Yeah, but like we can't sit there and be like, oh well,
I
if
know.
he'd been there.
It is shoulda,
Don't
coulda,
get me wrong,
woulda.
I'm
I
not
get it. It
disagreeing.
shoulda, coulda. No, it shoulda, coulda, woulda. I get it.
Because Aiden also got second place for KD in the second day.
I don't know if it's
True,
even worth
true,
switching
Echo.
it around. They all have 92 or whatever, right? Like 93, 92. It's like they're basically tied.
yeah,
They're splitting
Yeah.
hairs.
Echo put up a good point. He said that Scummin was one of the teams that beat SSD.
That is.
Got my ass in the pool.
Wait, what was that? That 200K?
Is that what you wanted to do right there? What he just did? No, right? Because you put Scummin under Enkyo.
Yeah, you'd want to put Smith, Scummin, then NKO.
I mean, guys, Scummin had a better year than Enkyo.
But also, I feel like Scammin. I feel like
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did.
Scamming.
Scamming. I don't know. It is tough. It's tough. There's a lot of different arguments for like different things. It's kind of weird.
This one, I'm telling you, this is hard. This one's hard as fuck. Everybody,
well, let's do. I was gonna say, let's do this. Does anybody think Enkyo should be above Smitty or Scummin?
No.
No. So the
mean-
argument right now is the order of Smith or Scummin. I mean, we have 7 of us. If you really wanted to vote,
They-
you got a 4-3 majority rule here. Bro.
all right, here, I agree. Okay,
It's because my head hurts. That's what I'm saying. Like it's fucking individual. Like I understand. Like they got better.
you know how it's crazy when all of chat is disagreeing as well. Not as like all of chat is saying different people.
Like, you're all fucking stupid. It's obviously this answer, but then there will be 2 totally different answers next to each other. It's like, well done. Like,
That's what, like I personally think, like from what I've seen, like I think Enkyo should be higher. Like that's just me. I might be off the papaya or something, but like just it's individual performance. Even though like always this man was consistently fucking doing what he had to do, you know, on that team. I don't know. I could be fuck. What do you guys think? Like, we
But
should
over
just,
Smith?
like, nah.
These are damn
It'll
fucking
probably be
close.
like, damn.
You know,
son.
I will say, I think
I feel like
this
this
is
is fine.
accurate. I feel like this is
Yeah.
accurate. Like, it's not necessarily the 5, 6, 7, 8, whatever. But if you look at the numbers, if we're looking at like Smitty, I think had a better year than Scummin and Enkyo.
100%. Yeah,
and
you
then
can
I
argue
think
that.
Scummin and Enkyo's year can be pretty comparable, and as well as Aiden's. I think they're all relatively comparable. All right, because Scummin's team was the number 2 team for the majority of the year. Aiden, I do believe, should be right here, 8th. because Aiden started off slow, had no rhythm. Remember, he wanted to quit at one point. Like he hated competitive. They weren't doing good. And then near the end, he picked back up. So I don't think you can say that Aiden had a better year than Enkyo or Scummin. But it's right there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, Aiden only started picking up towards the end. Like
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Aiden started at the end being like insane. Thoughts, boys?
So to that point though, like I feel like Unrational was like consistent all year long though. Comparatively to like Sage and Aiden.
The one thing I will say about Unrational, I think him being there is fine. The one thing I will say is, for all the great stuff that we said about him, it's not necessarily what he's done poorly. It's about the people above. We've said are all like stars of their team. I'm not sure if Gary has been talked about that guy as often as these guys.
Yeah, true.
I feel started with top 5 right now.
I'm fine with this.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with this list. I just I'm thinking individual sort of.
I think top 10 is fine.
Okay, I like that. No, 11.
Honestly, I think top 10 is good. I like this.
Yeah,
in my opinion.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. I'm not like fact or anything.
I think the biggest thing that quote unquote people will be controversial over is Enkyo Scummin. I think those are the only two that you could swap any which way.
You were definitely gonna say Aiden as well.
But again, the argument with Aiden
they're
is
tied, bro. They both say 92. All
Yeah,
three
they
of them say
92.
92.
I mean, they're all 3 tied. So.
Yeah.
I think this is fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, at that
we
point you're
wanna
almost getting like subjective.
I think the fact that chat are literally like flip flopping every sentence about who jumps above who says that we probably got it as right as we're going to be able to get it.
Yeah. I agree. So now, do you guys want to change anybody from 11th through 20th?
Let me see.
Well, we made that comment right about Noobs and Almond, and then someone like I looked at the list and I'm like, damn, who would you actually lift above?
Yeah,
it's so hard.
There's nobody.
We keep them there. But they're gonna be obviously in the lower.
I guess, yeah, my only question would be like, do we think that any of the people who are still in the top 20 but are below them deserve to be above like Noobs and Almond?
I mean, we're going throughout the whole
not.
year. That's the thing. And
Yeah, but
both,
like, that's what I'm saying. Like,
You could
considering the
maybe
whole
make an
year-
argument for Braxton and Youngsters, but also
I can't tell, like from European perspective, I can't tell if Vision's underrated here or Prodigy's slightly lifted. But it's literally 1 point between them, so that's when it like it's tough.
At
But I
least in
feel
my
like
personal
Vision-
opinion, I think Prodigy did more consistent for me. I don't know. I just individually.
one of the only SSD losses as well was Prod's
Echo,
team, and
yeah.
Prod had a massive tournament. And to be honest, Prod was insane at EWC. Like him and Oki were so good there.
Yeah.
Can you move up? I don't know.
Wait, Oki's not in here?
I feel like I'm pretty set on this.
Just outside of top 20.
Oki's.
I would say Oki.
Is there anybody from
Oki's-
30 up that we should move? By the way, in my opinion, I think we fucked up big time on Lennon. I don't think Lennon should be 85 at all.
Where did I put Lennon?
No, I agree. I think that was a hard one because it was so early. Like he was like
Yeah.
the fourth
Yeah.
person that we rated.
Well, Rampage also voted him 90, so that
Yeah,
definitely.
that's what I mean. That's what I mean. That's what. You guys want to revote that one?
Yeah, we
you
should
can
probably.
revote yours and we'll see where it ends up.
Yeah, because yours is the one that drove. It's driving it to 90.
Where am I at?
You're at 90. We are at 83, 84, 83, 90, then 83.
Yeah, I'll do like 82 then. I'll do 82 then.
82?
Yeah.
Okay.
This one, like I saw Vision up there, but I didn't see Oki. Should we? Can we flip that one or no? What do you guys think?
What?
Oki?
Like Vision, because Vision's up there, but Oki's not. And he was with Echo and Prodigy, and then Oki did, like you said, EWC did really good. And obviously with Echo, they beat Falcons and the Samir Nasri.
Well, the thing with Vision is he placed 4th at EWC and Oki didn't.
Yeah, the one
I definitely
Vision-
want to come
Vision-
down on Vision for me.
You want to come down on Vision?
I'd rather
I'm
go
at a
Oki up.
90, brother. Like now that we went through it, I mean, now that I have like a semblance of like everybody else, I don't think he's a 90 for me.
Wait,
I'd rather
you-
have
you put
Oki.
him as a 90?
I had Vision at a 90.
Oh, you're on about your rating. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. I can't see it. It's not on the screen.
I'm honestly, I'm not like, I don't know if this is bad, but like, I'm not too concerned on
I think this is fun.
11 through 20. Like, it's, again, look at the margins. They're so close. 11 through 20 is really fucking close. What, 3,
I'll
4
be honest.
points?
I think this is fun, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Like the whole list, I feel like is you could flip flop some players, sure. But I think it's pretty
I
accurate.
think if we agree on that, then we got to label the thing for MVP and Rookie of the Year.
You think
Right?
next
We gotta
time,
move to
Hector?
those?
Yeah. So, real quick, because I see a couple people saying in chat, do you guys think Gary should be top 10 or people in the chat just hating?
Wait.
I mean, bro, you just got second.
Unrational was so good this year.
That's what I'm saying, right? I'm not faded, right?
People just hating, bro. People just hating.
Right.
Okay, just making sure. All right. So now, Rookie of the Year, fellas. I think
Yeah,
this is.
I mean, it's IKO.
I feel like
I
this is
think
pretty
we
easy.
generally agreed it was Hisoka.
Very
unless
quickly,
somebody has
because like
an argument for
we're getting a
somebody
lot
else.
of hate in chat. Just to kind of like his placements this year: 4th, 4th, 5th, 2nd, 3rd, 3rd, 6th, 2nd, 1st, 1st, 3rd, 2nd, 1st, 3rd, 2nd, 3rd, 2nd. Like, come on! Like,
my God.
like I could keep going. There's more seconds and firsts and thirds in there. Like,
Oh,
give it a rest.
shit. I love that. Okay.
Come
So,
on.
look, fellas, I mean, let's go to a vote here. I don't think this needs a vote, but Rookie of the Year, let's go over it. Drum roll, please. Fellas, who do you want? Dandro, you can go first. Enkyo or Gabe?
I was toting Gabe as my Rookie of the Year all year, but I feel like if we're taking the entire year into consideration, I have to go with Enkyo. If it's just World Series, I'm giving it to Gabe, but if it's everything up before World Series, Enkyo, it was just this whole thing. He's on the timeline, talking about he's going to be the team to chow SSD, bring them down, and kind of he tried and made a name for himself. And I think that's something to be worthwhile for. So I'll give it to Enkyo.
Okay. All right. JGOD.
I agree. Despite
Enkyo.
the other nonsense, yeah.
Okay. Mr. Enigma.
I think there's only one thing that could tip it in Gabe's favor, and that's one day at LAN. Everything else is Enkyo. So Enkyo.
Okay. All right. Ebatez.
Enkyo.
Okay. Rampage.
Yeah, 30 towards the end. Gabe looking absolute masterclass, but we are talking about the whole year, so I would say Enkyo.
Enkyo.
Thank you for me.
I'm running out of fingers, man. Chat. Enkyo.
You have to put up the hot dog.
I think Enkyo, without a doubt, chat. Without a doubt, Enkyo is your Rookie of the Year, man, for this year. Last year was Adrian. This year, Enkyo, he is your Rookie of the Year. Rookie no more, though. Hey, man, congratulations, Enkyo. Congrats, Pop. Enkyo, I'm going to need to see what them shipping charges over there in France are, man. But expect the trophy very soon, all right, Enkyo? Expect the trophy, man. Now, let's go over MVP. We discussed this already. Most valuable player.
Is Diaz Biffle.
Is this?
Nope.
I'm saying Hisoka.
Yep.
Hisoka? All right. Hisoka, as well. MVP. Most valuable player. He's the most valuable player on that team.
Correct.
I got Diaz Biffle.
Okay.
I got Ahsoka.
Well, not even just for that team in general. Literally, if there's a tournament and Biffle decides not to play, whoever they pick up, they still manage to win.
Sure.
The team he's before, they're not doing anything without him. It just is what it is.
Okay.
You guys got debated, chat. It was Soka.
Krinkz, did you say Soaks?
I said Ahsoka, yeah.
Ebatez?
Soka, yeah.
Enigma?
Yeah, Ahsoka.
Dandro?
Yeah, it's Soka.
And I know JGOD just said it earlier. Okay. All right, man. Soka is the MVP of the year, man. Hey. Shout out my man, Big Soaks, bro. MVP, Enkyo Rookie of the Year, and as always, chat, the Player of the Year goes to Shifty. Number one out of the entire leaderboard. Shout out my man Shifty, chat. Number one for 2 years in a row now.
Wow.
This man's going for 3 fucking belts, I guess. Now, I do the last award of the night, and I think I like this a lot.
Oh, okay.
Who is the breakout player of the year? You can combine that with most improved, whatever you think, right? Who started off maybe not, I don't want to say, let's say not even not great, but who started off lower and really, really, really just broke out. In my opinion,
Oh yeah, Dongi.
Dongi or Smitty, but I think Dongi takes the edge. That's my opinion.
Yeah.
I agree.
I think
Dongi.
I think Dongi to me, and I say this every time we talk about him on broadcast, where he's like, he's the epitome of like what World Series of Warzone like should be, which is like this person who like last year he came through opens, him, Vombot, Nofo made a name for themselves. They're here. You know, they do very middle of the pack last year, but it doesn't matter because Dongi then like is able to make a name for himself, starts playing with Gary and all the 2v2s, and now he's like, oh, I'm actually legit, and I'm like slamming everyone that I go against, you know, and prove that he like has what it takes to hang with the top dogs. Literally within like a year's time. It's such a cool story. I think he definitely deserves it.
I got a lot of respect for Gary and Scummin for picking up Dongi, even after like that bad land performance. Like that,
Yeah.
That obviously I'm sure Dongi's very grateful for that, but it's kind of a risk, you know?
Yeah, true.
And it worked. It paid off.
True.
Yeah,
I mean,
100%.
is there any objections to Dongi being breakout player of the year?
Nope.
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 All
Not
right,
even
man.
close.
And then, bro, are we gonna do the wooden spoon of the year?
Oh, come on. Come on,
I mean, you know where that
come
goes.
on,
Wait,
bro.
what the fuck? Oh, shit, my
Hey,
bad.
So many,
man.
how many awards are we giving out tonight?
Oh,
Yeah,
shit.
tight shit. That's it. That's
Oh,
it.
yeah,
I
yeah.
gotta
Oh,
ship
that's
all of these, man. Calm down, bro. Calm down, bro.
That's me.
I'm gonna reach out to these guys and get their addresses. Dongi, Enkyo. I think you're the only two that I don't have. If you guys can DM me your addresses, I'll be shipping you some stuff. All right, man. Guys, look, man. Everybody at home, all of you guys, bro. Thank you guys for being a part of this, man. And to everybody at home, I hope to see your name up here next year because there hasn't been a way for people to really climb the rankings. And I've said it before. I've told you guys, I am working on something that hopefully is awesome, that every person in the chat right now can climb the rankings and prove their worth and prove how good they are. I'm hoping to get that out very soon for you guys. So chat, there are people that will be, some of y'all in chat will be here one day. I guarantee it, whether that be in 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, doesn't matter.
Hell yeah.
I thank you guys, everybody, fellas. I know it's late as fuck, Enigma. I know. Thank you, bro. For real, it's like 5 a.m. for you or something crazy. I don't know.
It's all good. It's all
Like
good.
2.
Yeah, it's at 2 a.m., but always an absolute pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me on. And yeah, it's just wonderful to watch the whole space do what it's doing. You guys are absolutely killing it and being a huge part of that. So thank you very much for everything that you do. And of course, you guys in chat, I said it earlier, say one last time, you're the only chat that I actually respect because you actually know your shit. And you are an amazing community. So thank you for being part of it.
Thank you, man. Thank you,
Hell
bro.
yeah.
My chat appreciates that, bro. Fellas, that concludes today's podcast, man. Hey, and that also concludes the year, man. I'm so looking forward to the year to come. There's a lot of shit coming. I promise you. This is your, award, the Pullze Check award ceremony. Next year, I'm going all out. All right.
Yeah.
Next
we
year,
have tuxedos.
I'm going all out. All right. We're going to do this again next year. It's going to be way better. I promise, man.
I like that.
But fellas, thank you guys so much to everybody at home and all the fellas here. Thank you guys so much for tuning into the Pullze Check podcast. We'll catch you guys in the next one, baby. Peace up.